If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
People, what are your scariest haunting encounters and terrifying paranormal experiences that chilled you to the bone?
Encounter with a faceless ghost near a haunted railway track. I'm definitely sure that the paranormal exists after my experience. There's an old railway track about 300 meters from my house. It's still active, and growing up, a lot of neighbors and I witnessed several people being hit by trains. 90% of them were suicides. When I was 18, I came home late from a party around 2 a.m. My house is at the corner, and from there, you can see a streetlight and then just darkness, as that's where the track is. I had come home late many times before, but nothing had ever happened. As usual, I parked my two-wheeler and opened the main gate to bring it inside. To my surprise, I saw a faceless lady in full white clothing. I tried to focus on her face, but I couldn't see it. She was standing near the streetlight, about 100 meters away. I panicked and quickly moved my vehicle inside. When I turned to lock the gate, she was only 10 meters away, still faceless. Her figure was plain white and wavering in front of me. I ran inside in a sweat and woke my dad, who told me to pee and sprinkle some on my head to make myself impure. I was so scared I actually wet my pants. I had a high fever for the next 4 days before things went back to normal. I'm 100% certain that what I saw wasn't human. I saw a ghost, floating inches above the ground. I'll never forget that faceless figure. I've researched a lot but haven't found much. Can anyone explain or share similar experiences? I'd really appreciate it. Paranormal outside activity. Sheesh. So I recently moved into a new house. It's a beautiful home indeed. However, I've felt uneasy since moving in. At times I felt that someone had been in my house when I'd leave but brushed it off because nothing was ever missing or out of place. Also, the energy wasn't that of a bad person, if that makes sense. So let me get to it. A month later I couldn't sleep for shit. I called a friend who has a difficult time sleeping. I knew he'd come over and keep me company. Even though it was 3 a.m. We sat and talked in his car. Every so often, I'd hear the crunching of leaves outside the car, and I'd hush him. Shh, be quiet. Do you hear that? And then nothing. He probably thought I had lost my mind. Never seeing me on edge like this before.
I didn't even know why I was on edge.
I'm an energy freak is the best way that I can explain it. After about 30 minutes, I head inside. He's still sitting in his car using Wi-Fi, I suppose. Immediately upon entering my home, I'm drawn to my cameras that show the alley, my carport, and a few of the neighbors' houses. Not understanding my need to stare in what seemed to just be a bushy area in my neighbor's yard, I continue on doing just that. And then boom, I see what is a small black human figure, no features, dart out of that wooded area as if to run and then quickly rewind itself back into the wooded area. Yes, I said rewind because it didn't turn around and walk back in that direction, it literally went back into the wooded area. You can see it clear as day. I have it on camera. The more I look, the more I see. The creepiest things you'd ever see. If you ever thought that the other side wasn't real, boy, I tell you it most definitely is. I'm scared to share camera footage because I'm not sure about things attaching themselves to others and blah blah blah. The following day 6-year-old asks me about a ghost and had I seen it. When I asked him to describe it, my 5-year-old chimed in, well, there's two, mommy, a black one and a white one, and they go out the back door. I feel the presence of someone still being in my home, but the energy is never bad. I feel super protected as though someone is watching over us, which makes it easier to sleep at night. But then I have my moments of pure fear, and it keeps me awake. I'm uncertain about the source of all this anxiety. When I was little, we used to live in a house where so many weird things happened. I know many people might not believe me, but I genuinely witnessed numerous strange occurrences in that home. My dolls would move and talk to me at night. I was around 5, my brother was in the shower when all the tiles flew off the wall. I would see animals and weird objects move, and once I and my brother even saw an alien. It was just insane. Anyway, I grew up and believed it was all imaginary friends, etc. My brother still remembers the alien, but for the most part I thought we were just kids. Recently, my cousins, who lived 2 houses down, were telling us the man who now lives there is gone insane and walks up and down the street at 3 a.m. saying things like the devil is coming. I brought this issue up to my mother, who revealed that we had relocated due to the house's actual haunting. My parents experienced horrible things there too and eventually did some digging to find out the house was built over an old church and other structures. So creepy. My dad just passed away last week from colon cancer. I took that week off from work to help my family clear out some of his stuff. We have a month to get everything out, and we've barely made a dent. Although I've taken quite a lot of his stuff. My dad was Wiccan. And my sister and brother refused to take anything Wiccan related, so it's all been going to his girlfriend and me. He has crystals, wind chimes with pentagrams, a bunch of little stuff I don't really know what it is, broomsticks, and you name it, he has it. I currently have a lot of that, including the broomstick that he made. I also have a lot of his furniture. Including a recliner he spent his last few days on. Last night my boyfriend and I were upstairs in our apartment, our puppy was in her crate, and our cat was in our room. Then we heard something fall. My dog starts going crazy, and my boyfriend lets her out to see what it is, and he follows her. He found my dad's Masonic emblem that I had taken, clear on the other side of the room. Now I had put this Masonic emblem in the center of my island in my kitchen, surrounded by a bunch of other stuff. But somehow it landed clear on the other side of the kitchen. Now my boyfriend and I live alone, besides our animals. None of our animals were downstairs at the time. My dad was a very spiritual person who always said he would come back and haunt my mom, but I thought he was joking. Now I've kind of felt his energy around me since he passed away. We were very, very close. We worked together, he helped me through tough times, and I helped him. He's my best friend. I never held anything back from him. Recently the animals have been acting strange. The dog barks at nothing, and the cat sleeps right beside me and will hiss and growl at the nothingness in the dark. And the closet door beside my bed keeps on opening randomly, even though my boyfriend swears he didn't open it. Which I believe him. We don't use that closet a ton, and the door always seems to be a little bit cracked. Things haven't been the same since my dad passed away. I haven't been able to fully let go, I don't even know if I'm supposed to, or maybe I'm just holding on because I don't want to come to terms that he's gone. But I swear I can feel his energy around me. I've been taking coincidental things as a sign from my dad. At the funeral, the bagpipe player was walking away and the soldiers followed, and as they walked, a huge gust of wind came by. And I just thought, that's Dad. Or at the viewing, the Reverend ended her service, and my sister sneezed. Everyone laughed, but I took that as something godly. I'm hoping something else happens because my dad was always a joker, and I actually want another sign that he's here with me. But I'm also really hoping it's not a demon. Something unknown was running in the garage of my parents' house. What was it that still haunts me to this day? This is a brief account of one of the strangest days I experienced as a child, when my brother and I witnessed something that I consider paranormal. The house we lived in had a reputation for being slightly haunted, and what I'm about to share is a real experience that still gives me chills. Please note that all the names mentioned here are fictitious. It was a morning like any other. My parents were out at their respective jobs, and my brother, 4 years older than me, and I were home alone, as we went to school in the afternoon. During the mornings, we stayed together until my mom came home at noon. I was in the living room, playing with my toys, while my brother was in the kitchen making himself a snack. Everything seemed peaceful. The front door and the garage gate were securely closed, and nothing unusual was happening. The living room has a window overlooking the garage, and the kitchen has 3 doors, one of which also opens to the garage. My brother and I were absorbed in our activities when something very strange happened. Out of nowhere, we both heard a loud noise of footsteps coming from the garage, as if someone was running very fast with heavy steps. The sound reverberated through both rooms. At that moment, we thought it might be one of our friends, as they often entered the house unnoticed. Thinking it was a friend, I shouted, "Rick?" At the same time, my brother yelled his friend's name, Liam? But there was no response. I ran to the kitchen to check what was happening and asked my brother if he had seen anyone through the kitchen door. He said he did. I asked him what it was, but he didn't answer right away. Instead, he began searching the entire yard for whatever it was. In the end, he found nothing. After his unsuccessful search, I asked him again what he had seen. He looked at me with a frightened expression and finally said, "I saw a man completely black, like a shadow. He was much taller than usual and wore something on his head, like an old hat from the 19th century. It was scary." Hearing this description, I was terrified. Who or what was that man my brother had seen? Could it have been the spirit of someone who had lived in the house before? Or maybe the famous Louise Grande, the strange man with the dolls, whose story my parents and neighbors used to tell. I always felt scared just hearing those stories at night, imagining his appearance. Could he really exist? I don't know. I only know that we will probably never have answers. That figure that violently ran through the garage that day, so tall and unknown, continues to haunt me to this day. I still feel uneasy whenever I'm alone in my parents' house, fearing that it might return and do more than just run through the garage. After that day, I never saw it, or, more accurately, heard it, again. Although I witnessed other strange events in the house after that incident, I can't say they were related to that terrifying figure. And that's my story. A fragment of childhood memories that still intrigues me to this day. I think something is haunting my house all of a sudden. I probably ducked up, lol. I was told not to talk to whatever is there because it invites it into your life, but I did it anyway as a joke, and now, at night especially, I'm hearing doors slam shut in the basement very loudly, which is odd because the doors down there are always shut. There is also a deep freezer down there. And I'm talking floor shakingly loud. I'm also hearing things coming from the hallway in the basement washroom as if someone is moving something, and it sometimes sounds like it's coming from the fan. I had sworn at it in that washroom, and then it immediately got louder, and I got scared and left, but not before flipping the thing off lol. My cat is acting a bit strange too, she is looking at something that I can't see, which terrifies me. When I'll hear someone knock multiple times to the point where I get out and check, but no one is there, and I know it was not my family because I asked them, and they said no, and also my sister is a horrible liar. But that has been happening for a while now, so IDK. When I'm standing on the carpet in my room, I feel something step next to me because the carpet sinks a bit, and just now I heard someone walk up the steps. I'm not the only one who hears it. Also, I should mention I saw one of my dead cats multiple times, and I know it wasn't me seeing things, but I don't feel like going into detail because I'm lazy lol. But what I find most scary is how these things got way more severe right after I talked to whatever was there. So please help, am I imagining things? How do I make it stop? Should we get the house blessed or do it ourselves? I've only been in my home a little over 2 years now. Nothing was happening in the beginning, but now a bunch of unexplained stuff is going on daily, and it's usually happening in front of 2 people or sometimes the whole household. The sink/shower is running full force. Someone is walking around really heavy-footed. Lights being turned off when using the bathroom, so ducking annoying, or being turned on while we are hanging out in the living room. A weird smell is coming from the hallway, like something rotted. A few of us have heard a voice saying hello/hey or our names being called out and heavy breathing like someone struggling coming from the bathroom/closet. Bathroom exhaust fans being turned on, the door closing on us while in the pantry, and the recliner rocking on its own. Also seen a gray shadow figure walking around. The house doesn't have a heavy feeling or anything. Personally, when something happens, I simply turn off whatever was on and leave the room. Kind of annoyed/fed up. Especially if the sink or shower was running long enough, we have to wait for the hot water to fill back up, and with the cost of living going up, I really don't want to pay for an increase on my bills. I had the insurance company do an inspection for an unrelated issue. Had them check the electricity and other issues and didn't find anything wrong. They even checked the alarm/monoxide for me, and everything was cleared. We are not a religious household, so I'm not sure if we could get a priest/father to bless the house or how we even go about requesting something like that. Can we burn some sage, or would that make it worse? The activity is ramping up. It was fine every once in a while, but now it's happening multiple times a day. My aunt's haunted basement. One day I had gone over to my aunt's house to sleep because I had been out drinking all night the night before. It was about 10 a.m. when I got there. She had given me the okay to sleep in the basement. So I went down to lie on her futon-type couch. I tossed and turned for what felt like 20 minutes. I came to check the time, and it had suddenly been 9 p.m. The basement had been very dim, just enough to make out the figures of the things in the basement because the light that was on didn't work too well. I lay there with my eyes closed, trying to fall back asleep, but I could not sleep, so I sat up and turned on her game that was in the basement. Tried to play for maybe 10 minutes, then laid back down to get some sleep, same thing, tossed and turned for what felt like another 10 to 20 minutes, then checked the time, and it was suddenly 2 a.m. I then got up again and texted my cousin because he was supposed to pick me up. I got up to watch for him through the basement window. The window was about a half a foot or a foot higher than me. I jumped a couple of times to look out and got an eerie feeling, so I grabbed a stool to stand on. Suddenly, after a couple of seconds of looking out the window, there was hard scratching on the concrete wall just an inch or two from my ear. I slowly turned my head, and nothing was there. So I decided to go to the other window on the other side of the basement. Usually my aunt's furnace made 2 banging sounds every 30 minutes, so I was okay hearing that, but after the 2 bangs, there were 4 fast bangs right after. I looked towards the stairs on my way over, and something had peeked its head out from behind them. I told myself, that's okay, it's nothing I haven't experienced before. But then as I got to the other side of the stairs near the other window, I looked, and there was a 7 to 8 foot tall shadow-like figure standing there just looking at me. Again I told myself, as long as you're not scared, It won't bother you. So I went and stood looking out the window. Then after I got down, I ran up the stairs and outside as fast as I could into the street. Thankfully my cousin had just started to pull up. I then started to tell him what happened as soon as I got in. That's the closest anything has gotten to me other than my encounter with the little person, and I seriously believe it was some kind of demon that had evil intentions. Haunted house in Stillwater, Oklahoma. This is a true story that happened in the early 70s. Some friends and I stayed with a friend in Stillwater, Oklahoma. I can be a bit sensitive to spiritual things and noticed something strange about the house the night we arrived. There was a door to the downstairs, which was at field level. The second floor had the front door, which was at road level. This was a farmhouse with 3 stories. I found the first floor creepy, so I would close the door to the first floor, and it would be open every morning, even at night when I was the only person in the house. I came back one night by myself and found the front door so tight I couldn't even shake the door. I knew that locked parts were lying on the floor and the door couldn't be locked. Every morning I would find mice in the toilet. I never found that anywhere else. I used to see women standing in the kitchen doorway watching me. They were wearing old-time, floor-length dresses. This is the strangest thing that happened during my visit. The house on the 3rd floor had a room at the head of the stairs that was painted black. I was told that students from the university held mock crucifixions and seances in that room. There were books nailed on the walls on the upper floor. One day the toilet on the 2nd floor was out of water due to the pump losing prime. I pulled the book that was nailed to the post at the top of the stairs to read while I was on the pot. I sat down and opened the book to the first 2 black pages. The title of the book was Catholic Radio Messages, as I recall. Suddenly I flashed on a lady being attacked in the basement, and she ran up the stairs to the room that was to the right of the head of the stairs adjacent to the room that was painted black. She died in that room from the attack. A few days later I was in town and got separated from my friends. I went into a bar to get a beer. There was a guy there that asked where I was from because I had an accent. I told him California. He asked where I was staying. I told him the house outside town. He was the one that told me about what happened in that black room. He informed me that a woman had suffered an attack in the room adjacent to the black painted one. She ran downstairs and died in the basement. His story was the same as mine but with different directions. I was told that students that stayed in the house in a sleeping bag had toenails ripped off in the middle of the night. It was one really strange house. By the time I left, I could hear wailing and crying from the depths of hell. I would like to go back and see if that house is still there, but it has been so long. Is my home haunted, or do we have a doppelganger? I've felt something in my flat on and off for the past 10 years. It's not constant, but when it happens, it's intense. A few times, it's even overwhelmed me to the point of tears, but I always brushed it off as stress or maybe depression. This past month has been different, though. The month began with strange, loud noises that kept me awake at night. My husband actually heard them once, too. Then the noises stopped, but things got even weirder. One night, I saw my husband walk from the front door to the living room. And then just disappear. That completely freaked me out. The next night, I fell asleep on the sofa and heard him whisper my name right in my ear. It wasn't scary or threatening, just his normal voice, but it startled me so much that I jumped up and went straight to bed. This has happened 3 or 4 times now, and every single time, my husband has been asleep the whole time. He knows about it, but he has no clue what's going on either. Then last night, I had this wonderful dream, until it got weird. My husband and I were stuck in a tiny bathroom, and I bumped into someone. I've never actually experienced such vivid sensations of another person in a dream before. I turned around, and there were 2 of my husband. The real one looked just as confused as I was. I started panicking and forced myself to wake up, repeating I need help over and over. The second I opened my eyes, the word doppelganger popped into my head. We already checked for carbon monoxide, so it's not that. The creepiest part? This stuff only ever happens between 2 and 4 a.m. And when I woke up from that dream, it was exactly 3 a.m. I have no idea what to make of this. Any thoughts? I used to work in a haunted psychiatric hospital. For some background, I've been a behavioral health nurse for about 12 years, and my first job was at a freestanding mental health facility in the South. This facility is pretty uniquely constructed, as it was originally a plantation owned by a wealthy Irishman who emigrated here sometime in the 1700s. The original plantation house is still there and is now used as the business office, and the hospital itself was constructed to be attached to the house. If you explore the campus, there is a small graveyard with the original owner's tombstone as well as some other family members of his. Additionally, there is a sign that says something along the lines of "This is dedicated to the slaves that worked and died on this plantation." Anyway, one of the stories that has been passed down among the employees there for decades is that a young girl in the Irishman's family, one of his daughters or grandchildren, passed away on the plantation at a really young age, that her ghost lingers around the house and the facility, and that there are certain patient rooms that have an unusual amount of paranormal activity. One day I was walking past one of these rooms, and in my peripheral I saw a young girl who looked to be about 9 or 10 years old sitting on the bed. She was wearing a colonial-looking dress appropriate for the time period in which she was alive and looked me directly in the eyes when I turned to look at her. I was incredibly startled, and my mind raced for a few seconds, trying to convince myself that she wasn't there. I walked a few feet past the room, gathered my courage to go back, and she had disappeared from sight. She didn't have any ethereal qualities, nothing otherworldly or strange. She literally just looked like a real person sitting right there in plain view. During my time there, I never heard of anyone else who saw her as clearly as I did, but every once in a while, one of my coworkers or a patient would experience something strange, like doors opening and slamming shut. I remember one patient in particular that ran out of his room white as a sheet and said that while he was lying in bed, his bathroom door slammed on its own. It was so loud I heard it from the nurse's station myself. This patient was there for addiction and had no history of hallucinations. I felt compelled to share this information. Creepy backyard experience. It was a Friday night, around 10 to 11 p.m., when I took my puppy out to the backyard for a potty break. I was keeping an eye on my dog the whole time as I waited for her to do her business. When she finally finished, she just stopped in her tracks and started staring intently into the yard. It was dark, and the only light source was the one by the door, which we were standing near. I asked her what was wrong and told her to quickly go back inside, but she stood there frozen and obviously frightened. When I turned around to pick her up, a sudden gust of wind blew past us. That night it wasn't even windy, rattling the chain link fence in front of me. At the same time, I hear the voice of a woman out of nowhere behind me. She sounded a little distant, but she said, almost in a slightly high-pitched baby talk way, "What a cute puppy." Immediately, I thought, what creep would be watching us at that hour? As I looked around, I saw no one standing on the other side of our fenced yard. It was just dark. No one except my dog and me. Our neighbors had moved out recently, so no one was occupying the houses next to us, so it couldn't have been them. I freaked out. I quickly went into the house and texted my siblings to come home because I was the only one home at the time. Old horse rescue farm I worked at that was haunted by so many animals. My experiences. When I was 12, my parents could no longer pay for my horseback riding lessons, so they contacted a local rescue stable and asked if I could hang out there. To my surprise, it was just one lady who owned the farm and had 32 horses at the time. She invited me over and told me I could have my horse if I helped muck stalls and do barn chores with her. So that summer I spent over 8 hours a day there. My mom would drop me off before she went to work at 7 and pick me up a little before the sun went down. I'd bring food, and I could go in the owner's house as I pleased if I wanted to. In those long hours, I was pretty much entirely alone except when the owner was giving me riding and training lessons. With 32 horses pretty much free roaming the fields and old dairy barn, it was built in 1911 and had 40 stalls, there was a lot of cleaning to do, so I would muck the stable a lot. On nice days, all the horses, various dogs, and cats would hang out in the pastures. Many times, when I was sweeping or mucking, I would hear a horse stumble or shuffle in its stall. Turn around, and of course, no horses in the stalls. Sometimes I would be inside a stall sprinkling sawdust around and feel a prickly muzzle touch my neck. I would turn around, but there was no horse. I would feel cats paw my hands, there were no cats around. There was no sign of a dog nudging my hip. One day I literally watched 2 white cats sprint across the barn and race into a stall. I followed and looked inside and, no cats. There was no way they could have escaped. There was an old white Arabian named Corona I rode a few times who passed at age 36. His best buddy was a leopard Appaloosa named Hopper who was 30 when Corona passed. About 3 weeks later, I had put Hopper in his stall to groom him. He suddenly turned from me and reached over into Corona's empty stall and breathed heavily and pricked his ears and was quivering the way he would when he would greet Corona in the next stall. A strange chill ran down my spine as I watched him greet nothingness. My theory explains why so many horses and animals have remained in the area. The owner bought the farm in the 80s and has since then rescued hundreds of herded horses. Lots of the horses there were misfits. So many animals that were beaten, scarred, walked with a limp, would tremble when you touched them, would literally almost kill themselves in fear if you put a saddle on their back, so many horrors they went through. Some of them were just abandoned because they had cancer or they were too old to ride, and people got bored of them. People routinely dumped animals there. I am not kidding when I say a few times a year the owner would wake up to a new horse in her yard because someone literally just dropped it off without caring. And yet that farm was the most peaceful place in the world. All those animals that never really passed on stuck around to hang out with their friends and just to be in a place they knew they could never get hurt. Almost every kid in my hometown is haunted by the same two spirits. For reference, I am now 20 years old, and my younger sister is 16. We grew up in a small town in the western part of Maryland. I know now that the entire town is most likely on a ley line, but I don't count that to be 100% true. What I do know for sure is that the town we grew up in was very, very weird, to say the least. Up until the age of 8, we lived in one house a few streets over from where my parents live now. I don't remember much from this house, other than sometimes seeing a large shadow cross doorways. As a kid, I also had an imaginary friend, Sarah. Sarah was blonde, with green eyes and a white and blue Victorian dress, and couldn't have been older than 11. When we moved into the new house, things started getting progressively worse. Other than the fact that our new house was haunted by several spirits and had a demon in the basement, more on that in another story. I started seeing a shadowy figure following me more and more, and I dubbed him Top Hat Man. He never did anything apart from follow and watch, yet he terrified me. I can still picture him in my head to this day in the corner of my bedroom. But whenever I saw this spirit, Sarah was sure to follow, and he would leave as soon as she appeared. It got to its worst around 6th grade. And the last time I remember seeing both apparitions, I was doing homework in the dining room, and the Top Hat Man was watching me from across the living room. Sarah, acting almost as a guard dog, was sitting at the end of the couch, a barrier between me and the evil spirit. This time, however, he took action. He opened his eyes. Dark red eyes fixed upon me as he began to move silently in my direction. However, Sarah stood up, raised her hand, and upon their contact, they both vanished. That was the end of it for me, but a few years later I walked into my sister's room, and she looked terrified. At the time I was 15, and she was 11. Eventually, I managed to extract the truth from her, and she recounted her persistent visions of a shadowy man wearing a top hat and a little girl she named Sarah. For months she would come up to me in my room, the kitchen, even at my grandmother's once, crying, saying he was watching her. Around that time we also got our house blessed due to demonic activity in the house, and she never brought it up again after that. I don't know if it happened to help or not, but I think we're both too scared to bring it up. I really wish that was the end, but among many friend groups in high school and middle school, at sleepovers, hangouts, and lunches, I've had opportunities to share ghost stories as moody teens do. And my sister and I aren't the only ones with the same experience. A total of 10 other kids my age had the same exact thing happen to them. There was a tall shadow figure, dressed in a top hat, and a small blonde girl named Sarah. Everyone was saying the same thing. They stopped seeing them around 11 or 12 years old. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. It's truly unexplainable. How are all these kids seeing the exact same thing? Why is it happening in my town? Does it happen elsewhere too? If someone, anyone, has answers, please help. True ghost experiences from my haunted childhood home. My 29M house is haunted. It's a family home, so I've lived here for a large chunk of my life. I moved back in at the start of the pandemic. My bedroom has always been the same room because things get worse at night if I'm not in this specific room. I tried sleeping across the hall once, and I awoke to the blanket being ripped off of me and the bed was violently shaking. That happened 3 nights in a row until I moved back into my room. The things that happen pretty regularly are the tapping and scratching on my window beside my bed. I'll hear footsteps in my room running around until I flip the light on, and the occasional cold touch. The tapping and scratching is loud enough that my child can hear it in the next room over. I have a camera outside that can pan to look at that side of the house, and nothing will be there even though I can hear it. My window is covered in blackout paint, so I can't see directly out, but I can see parts of a silhouette moving around. This happens at least 3 times a week. At least once a week, I am startled awake by the sounds of a very heavy-footed person running laps in my room. It abruptly stops whenever I turn the light on or begin to record it. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I'll feel a cold hand or fingers appear somewhere on my body. My least favorite is when my foot is hanging out from under the cover, and I feel it there. I have 2 dogs and 2 cats. They all sleep in the bed with me, STFU, they're my children, and have all started freaking out at the same time. They all focus on the same spot simultaneously. Even though all of this has been happening, I haven't felt scared of it in a few years. I've tried every which way of banishing, binding, cleansing, blessing, etc., and nothing has worked. At this point, it's not really worrisome, it's more annoying than anything. My house was haunted. So this happened when I was a kid, and our house was surrounded by woods, and there were only a few neighbors around us. Every once in a while during the night at around midnight, I would lie in bed because I couldn't sleep. I felt a creepy vibe like something or someone was watching me. Sometimes I would hear footsteps coming from the attic above my bedroom. It sounded like someone was walking around. I went outside my bedroom into the hallway, and everyone in my family was sleeping, and their doors were closed, so I went back to my bedroom and closed my door. I was lying in my bed again, and I heard the footsteps in the attic. Then I heard something fall in my closet. I was so scared that I ran into my parents' bedroom and woke them up. They were confused at first, but then I explained to them what I heard. My mom and dad said it was probably just my imagination, and they didn't believe me. They walked with me back to my bedroom and looked around my bedroom, and then they went inside my closet. There was a board game that had spilled all over the closet floor. It was at the back of the shelf at the top of my closet, so there was no way it could have fallen without someone pushing it off. My parents helped me clean it up and put it back on the shelf. They said that there was nothing to be scared of, and then they put me back to bed. They went back to bed too, and a few minutes after they left, I heard someone whispering something. It sounded like they were calling my name. Then I saw a shadow that looked like a person walking across the wall by my closet. I thought it was a ghost, and I started freaking out again, and I grabbed my pillow and blanket and went to sleep on my parents' bedroom floor. After that I slept on their floor for a few more nights. Eventually I went back to sleeping in my bedroom, and when I lay in bed again at around midnight, I still heard the footsteps in the attic, and it continued every once in a while until we eventually moved away. To this day I still don't know what or who that was, but it still freaks me out. Paranormal activity. Hey everyone, some weird things have been happening to my sister. I need help and suggestions on who to talk to about this. Disclaimer, this might sound very fake, I know. When she told me all this, I was skeptical, until my dad backed up the story and told me how he found the room a mess and heard the screaming coming from her room. Mind you, my dad is not the type of person to even believe in this type of stuff, so for him to be shaken up by this is crazy to me. Background info. I, 16, recently moved out of my dad's house into my boyfriend's house, and my sister, 14, moved into my dad's house from our mom's house. We have never lost someone close to us, so this is not a friendly spirit from someone we have lost. My sister has been feeling uneasy recently. She has been feeling like someone is always following her, so we did some research and found out that getting a cat can scare away spirits, so we got 2 kittens. What happened? Last night around 3 in the morning she was in her room with the 2 cats, and she started to hear tapping behind her wardrobe. She didn't think much of it until it started getting louder. She threw a pencil and chapstick behind the wardrobe, thinking whatever was tapping would stop. A few minutes later, the pencil and the chapstick came flying back at her. Her being very scared started praying to God to protect her from the spirit. That was there when the sound of angry growling came from behind the wardrobe. The kittens were beside her, so she knew they weren't making the growling sound, and they are kittens, they can't make sounds like that. After sitting in shock not knowing what just happened, our dog bowl that was sitting beside the wardrobe came flying at my sister, then the container of dog food that was beside the bowl. She started screaming, "Stop!" She exclaimed, "Leave me alone," aware that she shouldn't be afraid of the spirits. She continued screaming when the wardrobe started to move away from the wall. She then started to scream louder, and the wardrobe started shaking. She screamed more, then the doors of the wardrobe started shaking, and the wardrobe moved more away from the wall. She ran out of her room and got my dad. He came in her room to inspect it, and there was nothing there. He cleaned up the mess that the spirit made and let my sister sleep in his room. What happened here? It wasn't a dream because my dad had to clean the mess up. Is it a spirit? What do we do about this? Please give me an explanation of what happened. I've witnessed paranormal activity since the age of 7. I'm 26 now and experience activity wherever I go. It started with my sister and a group of her friends playing with a Ouija board when we were younger. My sister and her friend were between the ages of 10 and 12, and I was just 7. My grandmother told me that because I was the youngest and the most innocent of the group, something latched onto me. I have many stories to tell, but I'll tell some of the shorter stories unless you guys and girls are interested in hearing more. My mom saw a black figure that looked like a person crawling on all fours with dislocated joints coming down the hallway wearing one of my Halloween masks, and when my mom turned to face it, it disappeared. She screamed my name, thinking it was me trying to scare her. When she saw that I poked my head out of the day room, added to the living room in our trailer, her face lost even more color. She had me go into my room and dig out a Halloween mask featuring a skull faceplate with horns on top. She said the figure was wearing it, and she wanted it out of the house. On 3 separate occasions my grandmother had woken up to a little boy wearing an early 19th century sailor suit, and when she looked closer at him, she could see that his skin was pale and it was dark blue/black around his eyes and lips. Another time I was playing with my dog by throwing a blanket over my head, and he would pull the blanket off. My dog started to whimper and cry, and before I could take the blanket off to see what was wrong, I heard a deep, raspy male voice breathe heavily in my ear and then exhale. My dog then proceeded to freak out and bark. These are the shortest stories I have. The rest are long enough to make a movie or a thick chapter book. If you're interested in them, I can take the time to type them all out. Recklessly haunted the hell out of my room by dabbling in the occult. I experienced a terrifying haunting for months when I was 18 years old and still living at my parents' house. This story could be useful for anyone reckless enough to dabble in the occult without protecting yourself. For context, it was the month of February, a cold, dark Canadian winter. I was between 2 sessions of university and switching programs, so I had a full 4 months with nothing to do. Just broke up with my batshit crazy borderline GF. Tried to leave her after 6 months of an abusive relationship, and she tried to kill herself, which she succeeded in since she died twice at the hospital. She miraculously survived after weeks in a coma. I was left scarred and traumatized. I was filled with anger and bitterness towards life, as I deeply desired this relationship and exerted every effort to assist her, all to no avail. She leached and sucked out every possible positive vibe I had. Anyway, it's another subject, but it is important since I felt so dark and my energy was negative in this period of my life. I dabbled in the occult at this moment, still skeptical but determined by all means to prove to myself that it was all real. Read the Keys of Solomon, researched many demons, famous cases, incantations, and the occult in general. One night, after focusing on Solomon, I asked out loud in my room to prove to me it was all real. I am not kidding when I tell you that activity started the same night. Closed the light and went under the cover. I felt a weight at my feet sitting on my bed. I was shook but still under the impression I was just too into it and hallucinating. From there it went from bad to worse. I started to hear whispers in my room, like 2 people hushing to each other. My dog, which always slept with me, would wake up frightened as soon as I would close the light and leave my room, growling. It would always start with the weight, then whispers, then stuff being knocked off my counters. If I were to put a pillow on my ears, I would feel it lift from my ears, like a hand pulling it from my head. Started to sleep with earplugs. I would hear scratching inside my mattress, and my bed would slightly shake. My fan was knocked on the ground, and it culminated in both my closet doors opening violently. I would feel so oppressed, I could feel that something bad was going to happen, then bang. I was terrified to go to sleep, and I would feel the oppressive energy start as soon as it would get dark. I was under the impression the parasites that I invited in were here to frighten me and leech on me. I have never done sleep paralysis except once in this bedroom after a dream where a possessed priest was standing on my bed, his hands cuffed by a chain on the ceiling and screaming. I was there to fight him, and I saw the spirit leave its body, and it went straight for me. I got paralyzed against my closet doors and felt it trying to creep inside. I woke up paralyzed, trying to move, and broke out of it. It lasted for months, and I tried to cleanse my room, and nothing would work. I left my parents' house and was terrified it would follow me. It didn't, thank God. Be safe and careful, everyone, don't invite anything, and do not open doors that you don't know how to close. I had an experience outside the Whaley House last night. My partner and I went on a ghost tour in San Diego last night. We weren't expecting to experience anything paranormal, we mostly went to learn more about the history and stories of our city. We went to a few cemeteries on the tour but didn't experience or feel anything there. We were getting towards the end of the tour, which ended outside of the Whaley House. For the first time on the tour, I started to feel uneasy. I couldn't pay attention to what the guide was saying anymore, and I couldn't stop focusing on the house. I kept staring into the windows as if someone was going to appear and stare back at me. I eventually started calming down and was listening to our guide start wrapping up the tour. The tour we were on consisted of approximately 30 people. My partner and I were at the back of the group. He was a bit in front of me, making me the very last person. I was wearing my small backpack, loungefly size, when I felt 2 strong tugs on the top handle of my bag. Even though I knew no one was there, I turned around. Of course, no one was there. I got chills all over. Thereafter, we left. Rumor has it that over 30 spirits haunt that house/land. I wonder which one I encountered last night. I work for a 200-year-old church. It's haunted. The church campus consists of the sanctuary, the office, an empty, decrepit house where the priests used to live that was later used as a meeting space until it was condemned, and a cemetery with the oldest graves being those of War of 1812 soldiers. All of the buildings have stone exteriors. A priest died in the house in the late 1800s. He was elderly, so there was nothing sinister about his death. But he still haunts the place, which seems odd to me since he was a priest and obviously believed in heaven, etc. Why stick around? When I started working there, I was in the office with a member of the congregation who told me that on several occasions when they left the old house and turned off all of the lights, they would turn around and see lights that had switched back on inside through the windows. I believe in the paranormal and have had an experience myself, so I was intrigued. When I left the office that day by myself, I turned off the lights. At the last light switch, I felt almost an electric buzz through my finger. The office itself is old, so it wouldn't have surprised me if something wasn't grounded right, etc. I didn't find the situation particularly unusual. I went back to my desk to grab my things and lock the door, and the light switch I had turned off was on. Keep in mind this was the same day I found out about the priest. I've tried asking him again to show me any sign that he's there, but he's never done anything else in the 4 years I've been working there. But without asking. I've seen flashes of light in a dark, windowless room. I'm not sure if it was pareidolia, but I saw a man cross in front of my headlights and disappear. He had dark hair and was wearing a white shirt. I once unlocked the deadbolt on the door to the church, and when I went to turn the knob to go inside, something turned it the opposite way in my hand. This was during lockdown, so it was unlikely anyone was inside. I ran. I've seen motion detector lights outside turn on by themselves. Even when I jump in front of them and wave my hands, they never turn on. I heard this one from my boss, who's a priest. The organist was practicing by themselves in the church when a pencil went flying across the room. My boss also told me that members have said they've seen the priest looking out of the windows of the house. Within the next year or two, they plan to tear down the dilapidated house. I'm not sure how or if that will affect the priest who won't leave. Perhaps he will eventually leave. The Gilroy Trail house. Okay, this story comes from my uncle, and from here on out, I'll be telling it from his perspective. When I was married, I moved in with my then wife, who we'll call B. B lived in Gilroy, California, just roughly 30 minutes outside of San Jose, where I'm from. Once, we were bored and decided to go for a walk. We took a walk on a particular trail, but I couldn't recall its name as it had been years since I last visited. The sun had started going down, but not to the point where it'll be pitch black in 5 minutes. As we were walking on the trail, we spotted an old, abandoned 2-story house on our right. Me being me, I was into paranormal shit and told B I was going to have a look around. I went inside, and the place just smelled of rotten eggs and death. As I was on the second floor, I heard B scream and ran down to her. She was outside the whole time, and I asked her, "What's wrong?" She told me when I went upstairs, she saw a pale old man, kind of built like Danny DeVito's penguin, but with glasses and white hair. I told her there was nothing to worry about, but she could tell I was starting to shit my pants. I walked back in and saw him. He turned around to face me and disappeared. When I say disappeared, I mean he ducking evaporated into thin air, and I ran out of the house, screaming at B to go home. After a day or two, we decided to go back to that same spot, and what we found was unexpected. The house was all lovely and renovated, and a family had moved in. They greeted us and offered to give us a tour. Everything you could imagine, including furniture, was present. We were both in disbelief. We left, and that was that. We decided to go back, and the house, the family, had no sign that they were there. No footprints, no marks, nothing. It's been years since that happened, and although I no longer live in Gilroy, I wonder to myself, what was the history behind that trail and that house? Octagon house haunting? I have owned my Octagon house, built in 1855 and has 8 equal sides, for about 18 years. Just I have experienced some things I can't explain. This story is 100% true, and I'm not a person who necessarily believes in ghosts, spirits, etc., so I'm not jumping to any conclusions or ready to sell the house just yet. About 6 months ago, my wife and I were having issues with my 10-year-old daughter sleeping in her bed. She would run into our bed every night. This behavior is not unusual, as anyone with children can attest. One night, my daughter ran into our room and jumped into bed, taking up all the room and blankets. I decided to get up and sleep in her bed for the night. At about 3 a.m., I was sleeping on my side facing my daughter's bedroom door. I opened my eyes without moving at all, and right in front of me was a dark shadow of a short person or child looking at me. No features at all, just like a black, cloudy/smoky form that had a volume to it, not two-dimensional. I didn't move or blink for about 15 or 20 seconds, and it just blew away to my right. Surprisingly enough, I didn't jump out of my bed and run or anything like that. I just rolled over on my back and started to ask myself if I had really seen what I thought I did. I then looked at my phone on the floor, and it was about 3:15 a.m. After lying there for a couple of minutes, I started to get scared about what I saw and returned to my bedroom, where my wife and daughter were sleeping. I climbed into bed with them and eventually went back to sleep. In the morning I told my wife but not my daughter, and never would since I don't want to scare her. I had since tried to write this off as sleep paralysis or something like that, but deep down inside I was sure I was awake. It gets crazier. Just last week, my family and I were out to dinner, and the subject of ghosts came up. I asked my daughter if she had ever experienced anything she couldn't explain. Remember, I never told her about my experience. She then said one night in her bed she woke up and saw the shadow of a girl floating near her door. I, of course, didn't tell her I did as well, but my wife and I locked eyes, and she said we were both crazy. There have also recently been some other things happening with electronics acting up, phones coming on in the middle of the night playing videos and the TV changing channels, but thank God no shadow people. My dog has also been seen barking and growling at things in adjacent rooms at times when nobody is there. This happened years ago, back when my family lived in a small house right beside a busy road. Across that road, there were stores, everything from a Walmart to a number of food places. But our side? It was all woods. Thick, quiet, and shaded. My grandparents lived just on the other side of those woods. The walk through the trees only took a minute or two, and I'd made the trip more times than I could count. Occasionally, I would encounter a raccoon or a deer, but these encounters were typical and not unusual. One day, my mom was over at my grandparents' place, and I was home alone. It was a sunny afternoon, the kind where the air is full of birds singing and everything feels peaceful. So, I decided to walk through the woods and join her. I stepped into the trees, surrounded by the warmth of sunlight filtering through the leaves and the sound of birds singing. Everything felt normal. Until I heard a voice. I stopped. Did I hear someone? I said aloud, scanning the woods. Then I heard it again, my name. I heard my mom's voice clearly calling to me. At first, I didn't think much of it. She probably knew I was coming and had stepped outside to call for me. However, I noticed something unusual. The voice wasn't coming from the direction of my grandparents' house. It was coming from deeper in the woods. Mom? I called out, confused. Why are you out here? No answer. All I heard was my name. Same tone. Same pitch. There was no sense of urgency or variation, just an incessant repetition of the same voice. I started walking toward it, slowly at first. Maybe she needed help? Maybe something had happened? I called out again, and again she responded, always with just my name. That's when it hit me. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The woods had gone silent. Completely. No birds. No wind. No bugs. Not even the faint hum of cars from the busy road just behind me. It felt as if the world had suddenly come to a halt. My heart started racing. I turned, and that's when I saw it. Up on a small hill, partially hidden in the trees, stood a tall, dark figure. No face. No movement. I stood there, observing the situation. I ran. I ran as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was inside my house, the door locked behind me, every curtain drawn. I collapsed by the window, staring outside for what felt like hours. The days that followed were filled with unease. I felt watched, every time I was alone, every time it got dark. I never told my parents. I couldn't. I was too scared they'd laugh it off. Worse, I feared that saying it aloud would make it real again. A year passed. We moved to another town, and for a while, everything felt normal again. Peaceful. Eventually, I forgot all about the woods. Then one night, months after the move, my cousin came over to hang out. We laughed and watched movies, as usual. He left late, and I went to bed not long after. To describe my room, my bed was right under the window. I lay down and closed my eyes, until I heard it. A voice. My name. It was the way my cousin said it. Same pitch. Same inflection. But it was wrong. Distorted. And it was coming from right outside my window. I froze. Eyes wide, breath caught in my throat. The voice repeated my name again and again. I didn't move. I didn't respond. I didn't even blink. It kept going for what felt like an hour. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. Eventually, it stopped. To this day, I haven't had another incident, and I hope I never will. Was my old house haunted? And by what? Please give me your thoughts, I can't get it out of my head. So back in 2014, my family and I, me, mom, stepdad, and 2 stepbrothers, moved into this big old house as a blended family. It was already the perfect horror movie house, on the edge of town, opposite a cemetery, roughly 200-300 years old, and it backed onto an abandoned NHS hospital building. We're in the UK. Anyway, we lived there for about 4 years until we moved to our current house, only a 2-minute walk away. But ever since we lived there, I cannot stop thinking about all the weird shit that went down. I've even gone as far as contacting local archives, etc., for information on the property. I guess I'm just asking if anybody has any guesses of WTF was going on there. It was absolutely horrendous, and I still have to drive past it literally every day. I'll try and do some vague bullet points of the general instances. 1. Our first day/night in the house. As I mentioned earlier, our garden bordered an abandoned or ruined hospital property, complete with grounds. Only our garden fence separated this from us. The first afternoon/evening that we lived in the house, my brothers and I created a makeshift football goal out of logs balanced against a tree at the bottom of the hospital garden. We messed around for a bit, got bored, and went off amongst the hospital buildings to explore. We were only gone for less than an hour, but when we came to go home and walked past our goal posts, somebody had gathered all the sticks and logs and placed them into these super neat and accurate piles. It sounds stupid, but there's no way the logs could have fallen that way. We were so freaked out that our parents ended up telling us it was them who did it, but they admitted years after that it wasn't them, and they were equally freaked out. 2. The plant. Next, my mom and stepdad received a plant as a wedding gift. One day they were kind of pissed off at me and my brothers and said, "Stop watering that plant, it doesn't require regular watering, and you'll kill it." My brothers and I were fairly young and frankly, didn't even know what plant they were talking about. A few days passed, and our parents got really annoyed. They told us the plant was dying, and we really had to stop it. It even went as far as them moving and hiding this plant in different locations. Nothing worked, and the plant died. My brothers both swear to God even now that it wasn't them. I truly believe it wasn't. 3. My brother walking past my mom. Okay, so the next one, my mom was standing in my bedroom doorway chatting to me, and she saw my younger brother/a figure walk from his room at the end of the hall into the bathroom. All cool? However, when she went downstairs, my 2 brothers and stepdad were all seated on the sofa, watching football together. She doesn't believe in any paranormal stuff at all, but she was so freaked out by this. 4. General constant stuff. So as well as key moments like this, there are way too many to list. We had our 2 dogs, super well behaved, but they would act weird in this one spot in the garden. They'd snarl and then cry and whine and lie down as though someone was screaming at them. Every damn night. I also had a wooden sign on the back of my bedroom door. We had no windows at all in the upstairs hall at all, old house, so no way for a draft, but every night after midnight, the sign would bang against my door as though someone was knocking. I used to live in a haunted house with my parents. To contextualize, the house was built next to an old graveyard, and like many villages in France, it was not rare for houses to get built on the older parts of graveyards. We were pretty sure that we had people buried on our property as there were 2 very suspicious stones in our front yard. So, I believe there were 3 spirits in the house. One was quite negative and would completely change the atmosphere in the house whenever he was around. He wasn't evil or anything. He wouldn't do anything really, but he would just stand somewhere and stare. I called him the lurker. He would watch from corners. My dog used to look straight at him. Whenever he was around, the mood would change completely. It was unsettling. The other 2 were less scary, even if way more active. One was called the walker, as he just walked around the house. Nothing more. Just walked. We would hear him walk. I often heard him outside my bedroom in the hall. The first time my mom heard him was when she was showering. She was alone at home when she first heard him walking. Later that day, when I got home, she asked me why I had come home earlier. I told her I hadn't been home all day. She was creeped out. It wasn't my dad either, as he wasn't even in France at that time. We would also hear him when we watched TV in the living room. The third was the prankster. He would make objects fall. Move objects. For example, one day, my mom found a heavy comforter that she had carefully folded and stored away securely on a shelf, a deep shelf, thrown in the middle of the room. Even if it had naturally fallen because of vibrations or whatever, it wouldn't have been where my mom found it. It was definitely pushed off the shelf. We tried to debunk it. Placing it on the shelf and shaking the shelf, trying to create vibrations by walking heavily at the upper floor, trying to shut the door as hard as we could, etc. The comforter never fell. Another time, my mom found her bird seed splattered all over the ground, but the container in which she stored them was back on the shelf. Meaning that something pushed the seed container, the seeds splattered on the ground, and then the container was put back on the shelf with its lid on. My mom asked my dad and me if it was us, and we told her that it wasn't. She even called my uncle, who often comes by, and he swore it wasn't him. That was the craziest thing that had happened in this house. I had never noticed how bad the vibes were in this house until I had moved out. My parents told me the same thing after they had moved. People who visited our house would always tell us it had bad vibes and would feel scared in it. This house just felt heavy and draining. So, there you have it. I'm glad to say that my current apartment is not haunted and that the house I'm about to buy will be blessed by a priest and sage just in case. House built in 1750. I'd love to hear your personal paranormal/ghost experiences. My house that I've lived in for 8 years is haunted. I've lived in this house for about 8 years now. My family bought it. We're in a small city in Ontario, Canada. The house is just a typical house, built in the 70s. The first day we moved in, I remember feeling a strange vibe in the house. Didn't really put much thought into it, though. When we toured the house before buying it, I never got any strange vibes at all. A few months in, we started experiencing strange, unexplainable things. Papers are moving to other spots in the house when nobody is home. My grandmother died. Her death certificate moved to a completely different table one day while we were out. Only 2 of us live here, and neither of us moved it. We'd both frequently see shadows moving in the corners of our eyes. If we were cooking in the kitchen, it would feel as if you were being watched, enough to make you turn around and look. Footsteps. The usual haunted house things. About 2 years ago, my father got up in the night and went downstairs. His room is right across from mine, and I can see straight into the doorway from my bed. I saw a white, clouded figure walk into his room, and suddenly the door slammed shut and scared the shit out of me. I yelled at him for slamming the door. A minute later my dad walked up the stairs and asked me why I shut his door and why I was yelling at him. I explained to him I just watched someone walk into his room and slam the door. It wasn't me. I thought it was him that walked into the room. Not to mention, my dad's door is at a weird angle, and it's not possible for it to be blown shut. The door won't even stay halfway open without putting a sock in front of it, it just falls open and sits against the wall. You have to physically close the door for it to close. 4 years in, I was sleeping one night and randomly woke up. I looked at the foot of the bed and saw a crystal clear image of a face staring at me. It was an old man, and his skin was a bluish hue. I freaked out and went under the covers to fall back asleep. About 6 years in, we find out from our neighbor that one of the past owners passed away in the house from a heart attack. He was an older man. So this must be who I saw. We also randomly found out that one of my cousins was friends with the last owner's children and spent a lot of time in this house. Before I even mentioned anything to her about our experiences in the house, she asked if we knew it was haunted. She didn't tell me what the old owners experienced, but they knew the house was haunted. It wasn't just us. We have also seen some things that aren't explained by the old man passing away in the house. We've seen shadow figures and non-human figures. We kind of describe them as alien-like. The old man ghost doesn't seem harmful to me, despite the creepy haunted vibes we get and the strange shadow figures we've seen. He's just here. He checks in on things. He wanders around. There are a few rooms in particular that always have a strange energy. One is the basement, and the other is this sitting room we have. The basement is just one large room. It's not a typical creepy basement. It's a finished basement. My cat is also extremely attracted to the basement. It's empty, and there's nothing down there that should draw her to it. There have been times when we've seen her batting at the air as if something is playing with her, but nothing is there. We've tried renting out the basement to tenants, and it never works out. All of them leave after a few months. My sister once lived down there for a few months and had some very, very bizarre experiences that I don't want to add to this account because it's getting quite lengthy. Anyone who goes down there admits there's a strange vibe. I want to make this basement into my bedroom, but I'm afraid. All of the strange shadow figures and non-human entities we've seen have been in the basement. Usually while we're doing laundry, we've seen them. Or the past tenants have seen them. I just wonder what exactly that is. I'm comfortable having the old man ghost with us, but the non-human entities are what scare me. So I moved out of my house and into an apartment with my girlfriend. We live in a 102-year-old building in a port town. Before I moved in, I and my girlfriend were on the phone around 2 a.m. She had gone to lie down, put some rain sounds on the TV, and set the phone down behind her. Not even 2 minutes later, we both heard a disembodied groan. She panicked and left the apartment. Here we are, 2 to 3 months later. I moved in 1 week ago, and on night 2, I was playing my Xbox in the living room when I heard talking and shuffling in the kitchen. It's just me and my girlfriend, and she was in her bedroom. Mind you, this is basically just a larger studio apartment. This morning at 5 a.m., I heard singing outside our bedroom window. It sounded far away, but loud enough to hear, and it sounded like a little girl. I was stunned, and I was so terrified I just forced myself to sleep. About 1 hour ago, I was taking a shower, and I felt burning on my leg. I look, and I see 3 tiny scratch marks on the back of my leg behind my knee. I have a photo if anyone wants to see it. I tried to recreate the scratches on my thigh, but I couldn't get it to resemble it, and my hands are too large. What do I do? I've dealt with spirits for many years, but never like this. I think something is haunting my home. A few weeks ago, my dad left home to go to work in Mindanao. I was excited since he was going to bring gifts such as food and toys. A week or 2 later, perhaps in the afternoon, I heard a familiar voice. It was my dad, and my mom was talking to him. I sighed and focused on my iPad. A few minutes later, my dad knocked on the door. When I opened it, I saw him. He wore a gray shirt. Why am I mentioning this? This is important later. Dad and I hugged each other and talked for a bit. I don't remember much about the conversation, but I remember him saying, "Tomorrow, I'll show you something." He was acting really weird. But he's a weird guy, so I didn't mind it. After that, I went to sleep. A few hours later, I woke up in the middle of the night. I was a bit dizzy, so I went to get a glass of water. When I checked my parents' room, I saw that only my mom was there. I asked, "Ma, where's Dad? Did he leave?" "What? Your dad is still in Davao," Mom replied. I was ducking flabbergasted. If Dad was still in Davao, then who on earth did I hug? I explained to my mom about what happened and that I literally heard her talking to my dad. But she denied it. The next morning, I talked to my mom about going to the mall. Mom was feeling unwell, so she said that Dad could let me go to SM when he comes back. That's when the memory of what happened last night flooded back. I told her what happened again, and she was as shocked as me. Then she called my dad, explaining what I told him. I started freaking out when he said he was wearing a gray shirt the day before. A few weeks later, and I somewhat forgot about the experience. My mom walked up to me and asked if I went to their bedroom and opened the closet. I said no, and she said that she saw someone opening the closet. She didn't mind it since she thought it was me. And obviously, it wasn't. I stayed up all night so my friend, who was living with me, didn't leave the room. I didn't leave either since I was too busy watching TikTok. Dad thinks someone is haunting this area. I don't think the house is haunted since no one died in this house, plus my dad built it. My theory is that an Encanto is toying with us. Encantos are deities or nature spirits that Filipinos used to worship and respect during the pre-colonial times. Although this theory could be easily disproven. Perhaps a gust of wind could have opened the closet. The only question I have is, who exactly did I hug a few weeks ago? If it's not my father, then who is it? What I saw as a child changed me. Alright, this took place when I was 8ish years old. I and my family took a trip to the Union Station in Ogden, Utah. Because it's a beautiful historic site for the early day trains that were built and used. Recently in 2024, Union Station celebrated its 100th year anniversary after it was rebuilt in 1924 from a horrible fire. Which definitely played a role in the haunted energy the place has even till now. While there as a kid, you can feel those feelings and energies. Some areas or rooms have a heavy feeling to them, and it just makes you feel off. Probably due to the Union Station serving a significant part of World War I and World War II, which places connected with those wars are naturally more haunted, energy from all the heavy feelings. Which will be important for this story. One of the best areas of the Union Station was outside of the south side of the building. Where some of the very old trains were parked for people to see and touch. Some trains you could actually get inside and look around and read some history about what the train's purpose was. One of the trains that was there was a Baldwin 060 steam locomotive military train. Used for moving troops and equipment, from what I remember. You were able to access some of the carts, which held soldiers inside. While I was running around because trains are cool, I ran into there and admittedly felt this heavy feeling and stopped running. Looking around the cart and not wanting to be disrespectful for some reason. About halfway through the cart, I heard whispering in my ear. I kid you not, I heard a man's voice whisper, "Help me." In a painful voice. Like this spirit of a soldier, He was injured before he passed. After hearing some random voice, little 8-year-old me ran so fast out of that cart and looked back to see if I was just hearing someone playing a trick on me. When looking back, I was frozen in fear as through one of the glass windows into the next cart, I saw a shadow figure. Around like 5 feet 10 inches-ish in height and thin arms. Just staring at me. After I recollected myself from this pit of fear in my stomach, I ran for my family, tears of not understanding what I just saw. Till I got to my papa was I even able to speak, still crying and struggling to speak. I told him that I saw a black person with no face on the train. He asked me to show him, and I nervously walked him back over and pointed where this figure stared at me. Of course there wasn't anything there, but my papa served time as a Marine and also believed in the paranormal. So he taught me how to protect myself from spirits. He had me say out loud, "I saw you, and you must stay here in this train." Which is for people that don't know paranormal stuff. Telling a spirit that they may not come with you helps prevent attachment. After saying that, I felt better because my parent took control of the situation and told me that everything would be okay. Over the years since then, I have loved the paranormal and have done many investigations with my papa. Looking back, I feel that event was my main catalyst for the rest of the paranormal activity I've heard and seen. I have been back to the Union Station since and haven't seen or heard anything like that again, but I have had similar experiences in other places. I thought this would be a great, slightly terrifying story to share. Spirited away? So this happened to me when I was around 7 to 8. It was at a house party that my cousin hosted. There were a lot of people inside the house and outside the house. It was super crowded. In the backyard was where all the grown-ups were, grilling and having a good time. And the front yard was where all the kids were playing tag. So there I was running around the front yard trying to get away, and I decided to run to the backyard from the left side of the house. This is important. Just a bit of history with my cousin's house. It always had paranormal stuff happening to it. You could say it was haunted. So as I turned the corner to the backyard, as I knew all the grown-ups were there and I could hide in between them, everyone seemed to disappear, like everyone. I got super confused, so I backtracked, and nobody was in the front yard as well. I tried opening the back side, but it was locked. At this point I got really scared, so I decided to go around the house from the other side, and guess what? Everyone came back like nothing happened. I heard chatters again from the backyard, and as I took a look, everyone was there laughing and enjoying their time. I later talked to my siblings, who were there at the party too, and they told me I was gone for like a good hour or so. Which only felt like 5 minutes. Any thoughts on what happened? I told my friends this, and they said I was possibly spirited away. I have a few stories to share, and I'm hoping someone can refute them. Let's start off with the earliest story in my arsenal. My grandfather when he was in his 30s, circa 1940s Outback Australia. He was a roo shooter, kangaroo hunter, at the time and was out in the middle of nowhere when his truck broke down. When shooting roos, it's typically done at night. He said he saw a light off in the distance and followed it, thinking it was a house light. He did seem to think it was strange as he was walking for a while and didn't seem to get any closer. Dawn was approaching, so he went back to his truck and waited. No one came looking for him. The following night he said it was very dark, and at about 10 p.m. the light appeared again. This time a floating ball about 1 kilometer away. He followed it, and the same thing happened. As he approached, it appeared to be keeping the same distance away. Yet when he retreated, it followed. My granddad was pretty fearless because if that were me, I'd have run off and cried. He was found the next day. The second story was my father. He also was out roo shooting in his late teens, 1960s, with a friend. As they were driving off the property, they saw a really big kangaroo off to the side of the dirt road, single car tracks. His friend stopped and took aim. Then behind them another car pulled up. Dad told his friend he should probably start driving, as there was a car waiting. His friend said it would only take a minute, and then they could move the truck off the road to let them pass. As soon as he took the shot, the lights behind them disappeared. They got out and looked where the car was, and there were no other tracks. They even drove back a few kilometers looking for them, but there was nothing. Then about a month later, he was driving to his parents' home, about 1 hour away from where he was living at the time. He was with his friend and his friend's girlfriend. They took the back roads. This was at 7 p.m. In the distance, they saw a weird glowing UFO hovering about 30 meters over a river. Out of curiosity, they went closer. He said that they got about 50 meters away from it, and he said that it was pulsating. Sort of like exploding out light and then sucking it all back in. Now Dad's fearless also, and he wanted to get out and go explore. His friends, however, noped right out of there. He still wonders about it to this day. I found Dad's journal from his teen years and read these stories. Now for the most recent. In my parents' home in Outback Queensland, it's pretty common for everyone to see the silhouette of my grandmother getting around. I was playing hide and seek with my friend one night, and I could hear her saying she found me and to stop ignoring her and help her find my brother. It wasn't me. She said she saw someone standing in front of the mirror in my room looking at themselves, and it took her a bit to realize it wasn't me. I was a very good hider. Another time in the room on the front veranda, my brother, 16 at the time, said he woke up being pulled up by his arms. He got to the point when his ass was being lifted off when he felt whatever it was let go, and he fell back to bed. He decided to just go back to sleep. He couldn't care less. I didn't believe him. Until I was asleep on the couch in that room. I was 4 months pregnant at the time with my second, and it was the only place I could sleep comfortably. I woke up to my arm being lifted off and up towards the roof. My arm fell back, and I decided that in the morning I'd move back to the bedroom. But I was too worn out to care right then. My mom has been haunting me for 6 months, starting 1 hour after she died. My mom died 6 months ago. She had not been doing well since my dad died the year before. She has always had emotional issues and has always made me her favorite child. She relied on me the most for everything, thinking I was her savior. I may have been a good kid who followed all the rules while I was a kid, until my dad died. But things changed. Once my father died, my mom started having so many health issues and was nearly brain dead from a hard fall, which required life-saving surgery. She recovered but was never fully herself again. After several months and a couple of different living arrangements, she decided to move to a place near me. I became her only person in the area. It was during COVID, so any contact with anyone was very limited. It was a lonely time for her. I felt like she was going downhill. After a month hospital stay and nursing home care, she was released to an assisted living and then died 1 week later in hospice. This wasn't expected. I thought she would love another year. But she went downhill so quickly the doctor ordered hospice. The day she died, I was in traffic with my daughter. I was notified via text that she has passed away. When I got home, I was texting my siblings and then heard my name and her voice on my left ear. It was her frantic voice that was, "What's happening?" that she would get all the time. I became familiar with her variety of tones. I knew her mood or need based on how she said my name. I told my siblings what happened, and my brother said they had just removed her body. As months passed, I experienced the following: 2 black masses circling around my head. They were about the size of gold balls. The large picture on the wall was being pulled hard from the wall and slamming down over and over again. I woke up to seeing this in front of me and freaking out. My head skipped a beat. Then, the door handle on my car door while I'm in my car getting ready to pull out of my space. Pulling the door handle like she did many times when I would take her places, like an eager toddler. This little figure gets knocked off the window sills all the time. I have a few different ones, but only the one that says boo. I still have her ashes and my dad's in the room with me. I'm planning to scatter these this summer. Why is my mom haunting me? She seems to constantly hover over me. I feel like she has moved on somewhat, yet her presence lingers. I did tell her before she died that she should try to reach me from beyond. But I think I'm ready for her to fully move on. Sage hasn't worked. I have tried that a couple of times. What can I do to move on and release from this world? I don't hate her, I'm not even scared anymore. I simply do not want her to feel that she needs to be cautious around me or depend on me any longer. To me, she has proven that there is an afterlife. But I want her to go live with my dad or whatever she needs to do. I don't know what to do right now with all of these experiences. I had a ghost encounter in a modernist cemetery in Spain, Lloret de Mar, in September 2017. This is my first time sharing on this platform, so please bear with me as I share an experience that still gives me chills to this day. I would love to hear if anyone has any reasonable explanation for what they may have been. So back in 2017, I went with my girlfriend and her family on a last-minute holiday to Lloret de Mar in Spain. Whilst here, we stayed in a hotel about 5/10 minutes away from a modernist cemetery. One day, I and my girlfriend needed some space from her crazy family, so we decided to go for a walk and have a bit of an explore. Seeing the cemetery, we thought it looked very interesting, so we went in to see what a Spanish graveyard may be like. I'm from the UK. It was later on in the day, I can't remember what time specifically, but it must have been around 8 p.m. So we entered and went deeper into the cemetery, analyzing all the graves, statues, etc. We were the only ones there, as it was almost closing time. We didn't know. While we are walking, all we hear is this loud, high-pitched scream that sounds like a woman's voice. However, this scream was not human. I swear to this day I have never heard anything like it. My girlfriend and I became frightened, exchanged glances, and swiftly made our way to the exit. This was a fairly large graveyard with huge fences, which would be impossible to climb as they had spiky crests on the top. Now, as we are running for the gate, we see a man closing and locking it up, with this being the only exit. Thankfully, he reopened it and let us out. I have goosebumps and tears in my eyes as I share this scary story. It freaks me out that we could have been locked in here all night since it was 8 p.m. Now, the cemetery isn't close to any roads or paths from which the scream could have originated. I like to think it was a tourist, but it couldn't have been since we were the only two left. My girlfriend thinks the scream may have been a warning that the gate was getting locked, and whoever it was may have tried to make sure we did not get locked in. This graveyard was very eerie, and I am so glad we did not get locked in because we could have been trapped for the night. Any opinions or thoughts on this? Please feel free to share below. When you experience paranormal activity with a friend, it's hard to deny. I never really grew up definitively believing in the paranormal, although I had a few strange encounters as a child. Waking up to a featureless gray figure in my doorway, for example. As well as what seemed to be an apparition of a man in a white robe walking on the beach at night while I gazed out of our condo room window while on vacation, only to call my parents to come look, and he was gone not a moment later. Most were just explained as my eyes playing tricks on me, which I accepted. In college, while in my dorm room, with a few friends just a room away, I heard a woman's voice whisper my name from the wall I was standing next to. It was well known a woman had been ended in the building in the 80s, and many people had stories of encounters, but since no one else heard the voice, I chalked it up to being drunk. It wasn't until a few years ago, I'm 28, that I didn't have an excuse for what I experienced. At the time I was a waitress at a bar/restaurant type spot. The first day I started, the woman who trained me warned the place was haunted by 3 spirits, an old man, a boy, and a woman. I listened politely as she explained the little boy followed her home and made quick friends with her young daughter, but I had serious doubts. Months later I was in my room, getting ready to go out for the night, listening to music from my phone as my friend lounged on my bed. I had called off work that night, feeling like I needed a bit of a break. The carpet in my room is thick shag carpet, and you can bet that when you open and close the door to my room, it takes effort as there is no space between the two. As the music played low, I heard the creak of the door and whipped around, not expecting my parents to be home yet. My dog lay clueless and asleep at my feet, and no windows were open for a cross breeze. I looked to my friend on my bed, who was alert and no longer lost in her phone. I asked, "Did my door move?" It was completely still by the time I had turned around. "I think so?" she replied, obviously not wanting to believe her words. "Okay, well, let's ignore that." 10 minutes later, I finish getting ready and get up to leave my room to go feed my dog before we leave. At this point I turned off the music. Walking through the doorway, it felt like my lungs froze as I exhaled and immediately felt off. At that moment, a voice from the dark, empty bathroom to my left spoke. The voice was that of a woman and was muffled, to the point that I could only make out the last word, "You." As I turned around, my friend was lying on my bed in my room, a horrified look on her face. "Did you say something?" I asked her, praying she would say yes. "No, I thought you did." Needless to say, I grabbed my dog, and we ran out of the house. When I brought this up at work, the owner, who lived above the bar and who had been out of town, mentioned how it had been quiet and not busy with the usual paranormal activity since she returned. "So that's where Rebecca went," she mused. That night I politely asked Rebecca to go home and haven't heard from her since, but still don't know what she said to me. Since then, my paranormal experiences have been more frequent and harder to rationalize. I sort of want to talk to someone about it, so if anyone has thoughts, let me know. Hope you enjoyed it. So here's mine and my partner's Plague Village encounter. I've had a few spooky encounters in my life, but this is the most recent and the one that still puzzles/spooks me to this day. My partner and I were on holiday in Derbyshire and decided to spend the day in Eyam. If you've never heard of Eyam, it's also known as the Plague Village because of its significant role during the plague outbreak in 1665. If it hadn't been for the people of Eyam and their sacrifice, it could have been much more widespread than it was across England. It was the middle of July, and my partner and I had been around the village, reading the information about the cottages and the story of the residents. The sun was blazing hot in a clear blue sky, but even this bright and perfect weather didn't chase away the odd feeling of the place. It was the middle of the week, so it was extremely quiet, but it felt as if there was a host of residents watching us that we couldn't see. After visiting the graveyard at the church, which had been pretty central to the happenings in Eyam during the plague, we decided we wanted to see the boundary stone. This was a walk outside the village and was the place where supplies were left for the residents when they isolated themselves from neighboring villages to prevent the spread of the plague once it had taken hold in Eam. The walk itself was beautiful. There was a narrow, worn footpath through open fields, which had a great vantage point over the surrounding Derbyshire countryside. After a bit of a walk, we reached the boundary stone and sat for a while, reading the information board and taking in the view. It felt like a very poignant place. We could almost feel the remnants of the people reaching the large rock hundreds of years ago. After a while, I suggested we start the walk back. It was getting to the hottest part of the day, and there was no shade around. On the way there, we'd chatted away about the stories we'd read, about the people of Eam who'd walked those footpaths, especially one woman in particular who'd been the main person doing those trips as she'd not been affected by the disease, but on the way back we were in a thoughtful silence, obviously moved by the place. As we walked back, I ended up a fair way ahead of my partner on the footpath. As I reached the top of the field where the gate back to the village stood, I stopped and rested in the first bit of shade whilst I waited for my partner to catch up. I turned around to enjoy the view and watched my partner walking up the footpath, and as I watched, I noticed someone walking behind her. I was surprised at first, as we'd been the only people at the boundary stone, and there weren't any other footpaths around, but I assumed she could have come from the other direction of the stone. The odd thing was, I could only see part of the woman behind my partner. It was as if the woman was walking just behind her, and I could see only half of her as they walked together. I looked around a bit, then back at my partner and the woman, then around again as I waited. Eventually, when my partner reached me at the gate and passed me, only she passed me. There was no one behind her. I stood shocked and confused, looking around. My partner looked back at me, not understanding why I wasn't following, and I just stared at her, asking where the woman went. Obviously she wasn't aware of anyone following her, but the odd thing was, the whole time she was walking back, she was thinking deeply about a lady we'd read about who'd lived in the village at that time and had to make those trips regularly to collect bread and other supplies. My partner thinks she made a connection to the woman's spirit, and they felt connected as she walked back in her footsteps, and that's what I was able to see. It still really throws me to this day, making my hair stand up. Wilson's Creek Battlefield, Springfield, Missouri, haunted encounter. I won't discuss the site's history, except that it was the first major Civil War battle west of the Mississippi. I've been there many times and never encountered anything paranormal until one day. As a matter of fact, it has always been peaceful, especially visiting on cold rainy days. You have the park to yourself, apart from staff and park rangers. Wildlife is abundant, and you'll see everything from deer to turkeys. Anyway, there is a small cemetery that was a family plot long before the battle started, and my wife at the time wanted to check it out, so I pulled over so she could. I had already been before, and I didn't feel like walking the 500 feet or so in the wet, cold grass, so I stayed in the van. As I sat there with the windows down smoking a cigarette, I suddenly heard what sounded like hundreds of rifles being fired in chaotic timing and a few explosions. I also heard people screaming. I checked to see if there were any reenactments, but there weren't. I was excited and grateful to be able to witness that. I told a park ranger what I heard. She just smiled and said they all have encountered something paranormal before. The Gould's House, Stories from a Haunted House. When I was 12 years old, my sister rented a home in southern Maine. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but the things that happened in that house make it hard for me to say there is no such thing as a haunted house. It was called the Gould's House after the family name of the people who built it, and I believe it was very old, probably around 150 years, by now. Many unsettling things happened in that house, but since I have a tendency to be long-winded, I will tell my scariest experience first. The man at the top of the stairs. At the time this all took place, I was going to a private school that was far from my home with my mother and brother. The school was closer to where my mother worked and my sister's new home at the Goulds. So that I wouldn't be left home alone after school, my mother would take a break from work to pick me up and then drop me off at my sister's until she finished work and could take me all the way home. However, with that timing, my sister would often be out with her daughter, running errands. My mother would drop me off in the driveway, and I would head into the Goulds to wait for my sister and niece to get home. On the night it happened, it was snowing heavily, working its way toward a moderate blizzard. As usual, my mother picked me up from school and drove me to the Gould's house. My sister's car wasn't in the driveway, so I knew I would be there alone, not a prospect I was looking forward to since creepy things had already happened there. My mother didn't drive away until I had gotten through the front door. I was in the front hall, taking off my coat when, for some reason, I decided to look up toward the top of the stairs that lead to the second floor. There was a man standing at the top of the stairs looking down at me. The house was mostly dark, but there was a nightlight in the bathroom behind him, which perfectly outlined his silhouette. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. I was scared, but I called my sister's fiancé's name, the only normal reason for someone to be in the house. No answer. There was a moment, I don't know how long, where he and I just stood there looking at each other. I couldn't make out his face, but the physique looked masculine. He never said a word, but I could see his shoulders kind of rise with the sound of his breathing. I reached behind me, felt the doorknob, and that was it. I darted out of the house. I spent the next 15 or 20 minutes waiting at the edge of the driveway. I wanted to be far enough away that I had a head start on the neighbors if he came out, but I didn't want to go too far and miss the chance to warn my sister when she got home. It was miserable outside, but I remember thinking that it didn't bother me one bit, as long as I wasn't back in that doorway. When my sister got home, I told her what was happening, and we called the police from the neighbor's house. This was '96, and we didn't have a cell phone. The cops searched the house but found nobody. The thing is, I never took my eyes off the front of the house from the point I left until the police went in, and I never saw anyone leave. They could have gone out a window, but there were no footprints in the snow to suggest that. From that point on, I refused to return and insisted that my mother allow me to wait in her car after she picked me up from school. I would just wait for her to finish work. 2. Little girl in the window. Before the man at the top of the stairs, I was babysitting my niece one night when something else happened. My niece was in the living room, and I was doing dishes in the kitchen. There was a window above the kitchen sink, and if it was dark outside, you could look at the window and see your own reflection as well as the kitchen behind you. At one point, I saw a little girl walk behind me and into a small guest room beside the kitchen. Thinking it was my niece, I turned around and went to get her out of there. We usually kept that door closed because there was heavy exercise equipment and things you didn't want kids messing with, but I had left it open for some reason. I went in and flipped on the light, but she wasn't there. I called her name, and she came walking in from the living room, asking me what I wanted. All of the hairs on my body must have stood straight up. I think we spent the rest of that night in the living room, but I kept my back against the wall. Other things happened. My sister fell down the stairs while holding my niece. She swears it felt like someone pushed her. I almost fell down those stairs myself. It was the strangest thing. I was on the top step and felt my whole body start to stretch, pulling me up onto my tiptoes and then pitching forward. I had to grab the railings to keep myself from going down headfirst. One morning, my niece asked my sister, "Who are the ladies who come into my room at night to clean?" She said there were women in black dresses with white hats that went around her room at night, putting toys in piles and folding clothes or blankets. I had strange dreams in that house. I could write a whole another story about them. But even the very first time I visited that house, something unnerving happened. I was outside while my sister was giving my mother a tour. I remember I was playing with a new toy gun I had, which I thought was the greatest thing ever. Suddenly, as I stood in the driveway, a terrible fear overcame me. It was like the feeling of being watched but worse. I remember thinking, run. Run right now. As fast as you can. I did. I ran so fast that I tripped over my own feet, but I still got up and continued running. I ran screaming out to my mother and sister. I told them what happened, but I think they just wrote it off as kids being kids. That place still scares me when I think of it. I've lived in several haunted houses. One was built in 1850 and was rumored to be on the Underground Railroad. That was a chaotic energy. I never saw anything there but heard people in other rooms that I thought were my husband. He wasn't answering me when I was talking to him, so I walked into the room but saw him out in the front yard when I walked past the window. The next house was an old Victorian, built in 1889, that had a cacophony of people talking every time I closed my eyes to sleep. I bought it from a family that lived there for 20 years, and the wife was a hoarder and eventually died there. So much energy was lingering. This house was the first time I actually saw a ghost. I woke up late at night, and immediately my eyes went to the doorway. A woman in Victorian clothing and hairstyle was standing there. I said, "Hello?" and reached to my nightstand to turn on the light. When I looked back, she was gone. Later I would dream that I was cooking in the kitchen, but it was totally different in the old Victorian style, and a man in Victorian clothing came in and was telling me what to cook and prepare for that day. I started doing research, and I found the picture of the husband and wife who built the house. Same people I saw in my dream and in my doorway. I checked out the census, and they had several live-in maids, who I presume I was dreaming through her perspective. Where I live now, built around 1910, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a shadow of a man standing at the end of my bed. He had on a hat, similar to a low-profile fedora or top hat. He was standing there like he was staring at me. I sat up in my bed as quickly as I could and asked him what he wanted. The shadow turned, became transparent, and walked out of the room. I've seen him many times passing through doorways, but never as directly as before. Multiple people at my house have seen him walk out of the same room, even people that have never seen ghosts or believed in them. My son sleeps on the opposite side of the house. He asked me why I woke him up on a Saturday morning, but I hadn't. He said someone came into his room and turned on the light and told him it was time to get up. My son answered them and said it's Saturday, turn the light off. The light turned off and the door closed. He slept another couple of hours. One of the best renditions of ghost/paranormal activity in a movie I've seen is The Others. Makes so much sense. The first house my parents bought was believed to be owned by a witch before us. I was only 4 at the time, but my mother told me what was going on in the house and why we moved a few years ago. I am 26 now. Everything is entirely true. The house was listed for an extremely low price, located by my grandmother and godmother, which is why my parents ended up buying it. When they first arrived at the house, all the windows were either painted black or boarded up from the inside. The windows and walls were also covered in crosses. The house was also very messy and dirty. At the time we did not know the significance behind them, but there were 2 stone lions right outside the front door. One on each side of the door in the sitting upright position. Shortly after moving in and getting everything situated, my mother did not like the lions and had my father remove them, and we put them in the garage out of sight. That's when shit got weird. When sitting in the living room and typically watching TV, red orbs would often appear from the walls, float directly across the middle of the room, and disappear through the opposite wall. This would happen quite often, but what could be done? My mother would often hear me and my brother playing in our room, but when she would walk in, we weren't there but playing outside in the backyard out of earshot. We were living in the county at the time and had a fairly big yard. There was no way for my mother to hear our voices. My mother often told my father about the voices, but he did not take them seriously. He had just gotten home from Desert Storm and was not scared easily, so he took no heed to what she was saying. Then things started to get worse. One day, my mother was washing dishes in the kitchen. She heard our dog Charlie, Beagle, barking at something right outside the window above the sink, and he would not let up. After about 10 minutes of him barking his head off, my mother climbed up on the sink to see what he was barking at. Charlie was, in fact, looking up at the window above the sink, barking at the window my mother was now looking out of. This window was open, and keep in mind this window was very old, and to open it, you had to climb up on the sink and force it up with both hands to open it fully. While my mother was looking down at Charlie, her hands were placed inside the windowsill, and all of a sudden the window came crashing down with such force it would have broken all her fingers if she had not jumped back off the sink and onto the kitchen floor. At that same time, our dog Charlie starts whimpering in pain and runs off into the woods for a week before he returns back home. It was a very scary and unusual moment while my parents lived there. At this time, my mother knew there was something else in the house that was trying to hurt us. This next part gets a little crazy, but I assure you it's just as true, and to this day I won't ask my father about it. One night, about 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, my father hears someone up in the kitchen. Thinking it's me or my brother, he goes in there to see what we are up to and why we are out of bed. When he walks in, he sees my brother, who is only 7 at the time, with his back turned to my father, sitting at the kitchen table. He's not doing anything, just sitting there. My father calls out his name a few times and is asking him what he is doing up. No response. Finally my father raises his voice and says, "Robbie, what are you doing? Answer me now." Very slowly, and what he believes is his son turns around to him. But it's not his son at all. What he sees is his son's body, but instead of his face, he sees a completely black and void circle where Robbie's face should be. My father turns round and runs into the bedroom where my mother is, jumping into bed. My mother is asking what's wrong. What on earth is going on? My father is terrified and is telling her to hush and not make a sound. Keep in mind my father, a veteran, he was military police. And when he got home transferred to protecting the federal building downtown St. Louis. He can handle himself, to say the least. Nothing further happened that night. And for some reason my mother felt they needed to put the lions back in front of the house by the front door. So the next day she had my father put the 2 stone lions back. Thereafter, everything stopped. I guess you could say they were protecting the house from evil spirits in some way. I'm uncertain if you can definitively judge this. Shortly after that, we moved out of that house and built a new home in the country about 6 miles from that house. We lived in 2 other houses. After that first home, minor things occurred in each house but never to the extent of what happened there. I lived in what I have fondly termed Hell House. I'm 31 now, and these experiences happened in South Africa. When they happened, I was about 10 to 12, 13. This house was just the worst. I will name a few events. At night, usually when my parents were already sleeping, I would hear things that sounded like someone throwing around the furniture. This wasn't cheap, light, modern furniture. This was old, antique-type furniture, made from solid wooden frames. I believe it was rosewood, but I might be mistaken. Only one of my parents heard it happen that one night, whereas this was a regular occurrence for me. My mom and I used to hear what sounded like a man wearing heavy boots and dragging chains behind him, walking down the corridor every night. Scared me shitless. Every night after 12, I would hear something in my closet, growling and trying to scratch and claw its way out. Kitchen cupboards would often be found open in the mornings, even though everyone remembers closing them the previous night before bed. Pictures would often fall from the walls, especially old painted pictures of my great-grandparents on my mom's side. Things would often disappear and reappear somewhere else or would never be seen again. I was really happy when we left that house. Weird things still happen where I live now, but not to the degree it happened at Hell House. My childhood home was very haunted. For a little background, I lived in the same house from birth until I left for college. My dad bought the house from his uncle, and my uncle had bought it from his father. In total, the house has been in our family for about 90 of its 121 years. My uncle has added to it, nearly doubling its square footage. My bedroom was upstairs, and my parents' was right off the kitchen. A few family members have died in the house, along with the previous occupant's son. I didn't find out about the deaths until I did some digging. My mom and I have always been sensitive. My dad chooses to ignore what's in the house. From my count, there are at least 4 spirits/ghosts/entities, or whatever you want to call them, in the house. The little boy that sits on the foot of my parents' bed and watches them sleep. The tall man is in the kitchen. The kind, waiting woman. The thing that is on the stairs. The little boy is seen the least. I only see him when my parents are sleeping in bed, but my mom has told me that he tickles her feet and laughs. The tall man creeps me out, as he stays stationary and seems to pivot and turn to wherever you are and stare at you. He's just a black shadow but is nice enough to leave when asked. The waiting woman is my favorite. She was my great-great-aunt Geraldine, who died while pregnant. Without fail, every time I was late coming home from work or from being out with friends, she was waiting in the doorway from the kitchen to the living room. Depending on how late I was, she'd either give me a smile, wave, and disappear, or she would scowl and turn away. Auntie would also, and to this day still does, walk up the stairs, creaky stairs, and across the middle room of the second floor, open my door, and sit on my bed. I would see a depression on the blanket, and she would tickle my feet or play with my hair. She's been doing this ever since I can remember. The thing on the stairs. The stairs joining the upstairs to below are open, and I could always see someone sitting on the stairs and watching me watch it. Other times I would see things walking upstairs, hear them walking across the floor, and then open my bedroom door. I would hear it run across the upstairs floor if I got home early from school. The only thing that bothered me with it is that it likes to grab my ankles when I go up the stairs before it. Every time I go back to the house, which now only my father lives in, I see all of these apparitions waiting for me in my bedroom window. Like they've been jailed there, and they are so happy for someone that can see them to be there. My haunting still traumatizes me. This all started when I was 6 or 7. My life has been surrounded by weird occurrences, but my childhood has never been explained. The day we picked up the keys for our new home, it was exciting and kind of nerve-wracking because of the whole new house, new school, and such. The day we picked up the keys, we also met the previous owner, so Mom and Dad sent us off to play with the previous owner's kid like a parent would usually do. As we were playing, we were also talking about our lives and what grade we were in, the awkward small talk sort of stuff. I can't remember what brought it up, but I remember her saying my nan died in that house. She died of a heart attack. That was scary to a kid, but I wasn't ready for what that quite meant. The first night moving in, the power wasn't turned on, so we had ordered pizza, and eating in the dark with torches and candles was really fun. After eating, we asked if we could go play outside, and then we played tag for a bit. My 2 sisters and I probably played for an hour or 2, just tiring ourselves out. We had an old shed that was falling apart on the property that we were told to stay out of because it's dangerous and possible snakes. I didn't like rules, so I went in only to see rope hanging from the ceiling rafter. I ran back to my parents and said someone hung themselves. Dad said it was just a sheep shearing shed, and they would hang sheep to shear. As a kid, that made sense, but as an adult, I realized that he only said that to not scare my sisters and me. After hearing the story, we went to bed that night. I had a terrifying dream in which my family met their demise and caught fire. I woke up in tears and ran to my parents' room. What I didn't know was these nightmares would happen after on a nightly basis, getting worse and worse as the days went on. A month had passed by now, and we had settled in. At that point, the atmosphere in the house began to shift. Dad had turned into a highly irate individual, particularly hostile towards me. So some nights, to get away from the hurt, I would sit outside doing prayers to whoever was listening. I never got answers, but I would see movement coming from the old sheep shed. It would look like someone swinging, and that would scare me into going back inside. But after a little while had passed, school had started, so I had that to distract me from what was going on at home. After a long week of school, I was tired and went to sleep, skipping dinner. That night I could hear my cupboard door slide open as I saw this grayish skeletal figure step out and just stare at me from my cupboard. So with the nightmares and now this, I was obviously scared, but I knew whatever it was loved for, so I picked up the courage and yelled, "You don't scare me." I still regret saying that to this day because it climbed out of my cupboard and walked up my wall onto my roof above my bed, screaming slurs and profanities, talking about how it's going to kill my family and make me watch. That terrified me, and I loved it because it would smile this massive, dark, toothless grin. I started not getting proper sleep because I was scared of the nightmares, and if I did sleep, I would sleep in one of my sister's rooms on the floor without them knowing, since getting hit and yelled at by them was more comforting than my room. I eventually got into a lot of trouble with my parents, so I had to brave the nights. As it got worse over time, I realized it couldn't touch me. I was definitely wrong about that. It would pin me down on my bed screaming, "You should kill yourself, and here I'll make it easy." My dad's hunting knife would be sitting at the end of my bed, nicely placed. I knew what it wanted me to do, but I wouldn't, and that made it really mad. Weeks had passed, nothing had changed. As the holidays approached, we made plans to travel, and Mom enlisted a coworker to take care of the dogs and the cat. After we got back from our lovely holiday, we found out the coworker had left because something dark had chased her and the house was evil. Regrettably, our cat inadvertently locked himself in my room, resulting in his urine spilling onto the floor. We ended up having to pull up the floor. That same week we found a small bird injured, so we decided to nurse it back to health, so it stayed in my room since it was just concrete flooring because we had yet to replace the floor. I can't remember why we went to the shops, but when we got back, my fan was off, my window was shut, and the bird was dead at the bottom of the cage with my room feeling like a sauna. I said to my parents, "The man in my cupboard killed it." They said, "You probably forgot and did it yourself." Dad and I had a heated argument one night, which resulted in my most severe beating. My head was spinning as I lay on the floor. I cried and asked for death. A couple of days later, I had my first ever seizure and remembered seeing a lady in all black, only finding out recently that my heart had actually stopped and my mom had to thump my chest to get it started again. After that, I started seeing people I now know are spirits. It scared me at first, but then I got comfortable with it. After a while of lack of sleep and disturbance from Dad, I started having twisted dreams and thoughts of stabbing him in his sleep. Years passed, and we finally moved out. I was excited to leave that old life behind. After a while, I started talking about the old house in detail with the family, only to find out they had their own stories. Mom had been chased down the hallway by the same thing that traumatized me. My oldest sister would rather wait until sunrise because at night she would see something standing in the hallway, feeling like it was going to attack her. Hearing their stories gave me a sense of relief knowing what I had experienced was real, but that scared me even more. It's been 9 years since that house. It still scares me, but if it wasn't for that, I would never have learned about demonology and the not-so-kind spirits. I understand if you have read this and think this all sounds made up, and I wish it was, but hopefully this reaches the right people. So I can say you will make it out of your nightmare situations. Just stay strong. Haunted as a child. As a kid, I and my family were haunted by ghosts or something similar. They used to linger around me and my older sister, sort of messing with us. I remember my dad telling me that I told him as a child that a shadowy, brownish-black person poked me in my eye and then shortly later was dragged out by the arms by two figures that looked the same as the one who poked me in my eye. My sister had more toned-down interactions than me, regular sightings of shadowy figures walking around the basement. The ghosts barely noticed my sister, glancing at her as if we were the ones haunting them and it was their house. I had night terrors when I was just a child, screaming in the middle of the night. I complained so much about the ghost to my mom that she decided to smudge the house, filling it with smoke. When I was about 4 to 6, I said, "Mommy, the black man doesn't like that. He can come back in when the smoke's gone," which terrified my mother and solidified the fact that we were being haunted, but gladly we moved out of that house a long time ago. I'm glad I'm out of that place. I lived in a haunted house in Ireland. Make of this what you will. Back in 2009, Ireland was going through the recession, but I managed to buy a house. It was a nice little cottage. It suited me perfectly as I was a single man. I worked in shifts, alternating between nights and days. Initially, I thought it was because I wasn't getting enough sleep, but things started to happen within the house that I couldn't explain. One night, while I was ironing, I put a towel on the railing in the bathroom and went back into the kitchen to get some more clothes to hang and put away. I came back up, and the towel that I'd put on the bathroom railing was strewn across my bedroom floor. My first thought was that there was someone in the house with me, so I ran back into the kitchen and grabbed the frying pan. It was a small house, so there was nowhere for someone to hide. I concluded that an intruder couldn't have entered because the door was locked and the windows were shut. It scared the life out of me, but I convinced myself that I wasn't paying attention and that I might have actually left the towel in my room, even though I knew I didn't. But as time passed, things grew worse and became more difficult to ignore. It got to the stage where I was actually afraid of being in my own home. For instance, coming in from work, particularly at nighttime, there was a light switch on the wall by the doorway. I'd have to switch that on before I'd even open the door fully. I was so terrified that I wouldn't even look into the darkness. Sometimes when I'd open the door at nighttime, there'd be a gust of wind coming out from the house to greet me. But it eventually got to the stage where I was beginning to wonder if I was losing my mind. This went on for months, things going missing, curtains being closed when I left a room, and being partially open when I came back in minutes later. The final straw was when I actually saw something. I arrived home one night at around 3 a.m. in the morning after being at work. I opened the hall door and switched on the light. Just to give you a picture of the layout of the house. It was quite small. There was a hallway, and down the end of the hallway was a doorway to a bathroom that was out the back, and the kitchen was to the left. So this night in particular, I switched on the light and opened the door fully to be greeted by what all I can say was a big man's shadow. And the shadowy figure was standing at the end of the hallway. Now how it was a shadow is beyond me because there were 3 spotlights running down the hall, and they lit up everywhere. But this shadow stood within the light, and it was facing me. Every hair on my body stood on edge. The fright, the fear, and the panic were so intense. I roared out, "Leave me the FCK alone. Just leave me alone." And with that, whatever it was, it turned sideways, and I could see the whole profile of his face. Then there was a massive bang, and a chair was sent flying up the hallway towards me. I legged it out of the house, got back into my car, and traveled back up to my parents' house. I was so distraught. I had a brother living in our parents' house at the time, and he thought that I'd been in an accident. I tried to explain to him as best I could what had happened. Now I hadn't said anything to anyone about the goings-on in the house. I'd been living in it for about 6 months, and it had been going on all that time. Almost every day something happened. Being terrified in your own home is a horrible feeling. My brother and I drove back down to the house the following day, and we found the chair that had been thrown at me in the hallway on top of the kitchen table. I had a bottle of water in the fridge, and I took it out and placed it on the kitchen table. As my brother and I were talking, the bottle just burst. It was as if someone had shaken a Coke can and opened it, and it went everywhere. Every surface of the kitchen seemed to have water on it. I sold the house about 6 months later. During the months between putting the house up for sale and eventually selling it, strange things continued to happen within the house, like items going missing and curtains being moved. Thankfully, though, I never saw the apparition again. One night I was lying in bed, it was about 1 a.m., and coming from the back of the house, I heard a woman's voice say, "No doctor, please, help me." Petrified, I leapt out of bed and turned on all the lights. I searched everywhere and checked that the door was locked. It was, and the windows were all shut. The television was unplugged because it sometimes turned on by itself. Same for the radio, which was also unplugged. I'll never forget the sadness in her voice and the way she said it. It wasn't "No doctor, please help me," it was "No doctor, please help me." I was so glad to be out of that house when I finally sold it. When I was living there, I asked a neighbor, and he told me that the couple who I'd bought the house from, the wife, had been complaining about hearing things in the house. I don't know what I saw or heard, but I do know that whatever it was definitely something that was within the house because I haven't experienced anything like that since then. I don't know whether the couple who bought the house off me experienced anything. I couldn't say. After all these years, I still don't talk about this with people, as I don't want them thinking I'm crazy. But I do know this happened to me. Paranormal activity in Yosemite, NP. This happened late at night, probably around 11 p.m. or so, as nobody was around. In March or April of 2011, I was visiting Yosemite National Park to see some old friends and coworkers. I met Josh during my visit, and he let me stay at his employee housing. Josh was a great guy with whom I enjoyed many hiking adventures. Anyway, we were walking back to his place from the Yosemite Lodge and had stopped for a cigarette outside of the visitor center. Next to this building was the Ansel Adams Gallery/store. Next to us was a bus stop, behind us was the road, and then a meadow with a raised walking path. Josh said he saw a shadow move in the Ansel Adams Gallery. I looked, but I didn't see anything. Right when I began to doubt him, thinking it was a prank or something, it happened. It was the voice of a young girl singing, and it sounded like she was skipping. This voice came from the Ansel Adams Gallery, and it traveled and passed between us before moving out into the meadow. It really spooked us. I've never had an experience like this before, and I haven't since. We were both spooked and eventually walked back to his home, employee housing, not far away, and on his porch we made a public appeal to the spirits to leave us alone. I believe we both acted as antennas strong enough to pick up something. When I first met Josh, one of the first things he said to me was that I had a dark cloud hanging over me. Months later I met someone who initially described me as a telepath. My accounts of possible haunting. So this is my first time sharing here. I kind of just never took it too seriously before and felt most people didn't believe me, but I think I've been haunted or cursed for a few years now. Ever since the pandemic, I had had a feeling of something or somebody watching me. It started with insomnia and sleep paralysis, and the first time I ever experienced anything, I was sleeping, and then I felt something hold my arm behind my back, and I could hear somebody screaming in my ear. Lots of things have happened over the years, but it was always the same. I would try to sleep paralysis would kick in, and then I would feel helpless as if somebody was pinning me down. Sometimes I'd make out somebody's voice, hard to hear or understand them, but it was always terrifying, and I'd shoot up immediately awake because I would be scared. Later down the line, I moved out of my house, and for a time, things settled down, but some nights at my new spot, I would see things creeping around my bed and would even feel things moving on top of me, and then one day, very violently, I felt something grab at my neck, and I could distinctly feel what felt like something kissing me. Then these actions became a regular occurrence. I remember opening my eyes in the middle of the night, seeing shadowy wisps floating in the air, and there was one time I could distinctly hear what they were saying, the mimic of my little sister's voice, and yelled stop 3 times, but each time she yelled, it grew louder, more worrisome, and then completely distorted. I had documented all these encounters in a journal for myself almost immediately afterward. My roommates, who have been living with me for an extended period, have also reported experiencing strange nighttime sensations, which have been intensifying recently. At work one day, inexplicably, I've had things tip over without any reason and have had others witness it as well. I had seen some figure creeping at the foot of my bed and then immediately after another voice laughing in my ear, and had probably the worst encounter today alone. I'm currently home alone all week since my grandparents are gone on a trip, so I was worried something like this might happen. But it started with an overwhelming sense of dread and fear, causing me to wake up at around 3. I tried to calm down and go back to sleep, but shortly after, I felt something pulling at my heart, like it was trying to pull it out, and I fainted. Then the next thing I knew, I felt something grab at my face and was trying to force itself on me. I could see a shadowy figure similar to the wisp before it appeared, like a woman who may have had horns, and this was the first time I could make any words but could only weakly say no as if the air in my lungs was being sucked out. An hour or so later, after I calmed down, I tried to go back to sleep with the lights on because I was terrified, and I could very clearly see a translucent figure bouncing on my stomach. This time it was a girl in what looked like a white sheet, then she disappeared, but I could still see some distortion moving around against the TV, but that's turned off, so no explanation. And like 30 minutes ago I tried to fall asleep one last time because I have work in an hour or so. I could very clearly hear a girl saying to me in my ear, "Yeah. Give it up for Eric and Isabella, the greatest. I love you, it's so nice." And I usually just played it off since it didn't feel all too real, or maybe I was imagining it, but it's getting out of hand, and it's always consistently a shadowy, wispy figure or a woman's voice or something, and the fact that I had 3 experiences all within a single night has put me on edge. Please tell me I'm not losing my mind or if anybody's experienced anything like this. I grew up in a haunted house and property in rural West Virginia. My mother, sister, and I moved there when I was 7-ish to live with her new husband, and I left when I was 17. The first bedroom I lived in gave me the sensation of being watched on a regular basis. I was very young, and at night it was downright terrifying. The only concrete phenomenon that ever happened in that bedroom was a strong stench of death, like the smell of a dead mouse, which appeared and disappeared over 2 days. This was the first event that led my mom to believe that something was going on in the house. During the same time, my best friend and I experienced the only paranormal phenomenon that I can't write off as having a natural explanation. My mom was away at the store, leaving us briefly alone in the house while I prepared hot dogs in the kitchen. As we were sitting at the kitchen table, I joked about serving her off our fine china because I was using paper plates. We both heard a woman's laugh coming from the next room. I looked at my friend and asked, "Did you hear that?" She said, "Yes, and I don't want to talk about it." When I was still quite young, about 10 to 12, my stepfather began renovating the house. They tore down the first bedroom I had lived in and moved me into the one next to it. This bedroom contained the most unnerving phenomenon that I experienced in the house. On a regular basis, I would wake up in the middle of the night to a complete stillness. After a few beats, there would be a huge thump. The house would return to the normal nighttime sounds of insects, tree frogs, and owls after a few more moments of stillness upstairs. Once, and only once, I heard a snatch of unintelligible conversation before the loud thump. Another time, I heard footsteps very slowly walking down the stairs, as if someone were dragging their feet, after the thump occurred. More terrifying was the time I woke up in the middle of the night to a black shadow, humanoid in shape and size, standing at the foot of my bed. At the time I thought it was paranormal. Today I think it was just a hypnagogic hallucination. Interestingly enough, both women who lived in the bedroom before me reported the exact same phenomenon. I'm still willing to write off the male ghost as an HH, if a shared one, but it's interesting that different people experience the loud thump in exactly the same way. To my relief, I eventually moved into a third bedroom that was added when I was about 14. There were no day-to-day occurrences in this bedroom, but some of the most interesting activity happened during this time. The first was the cat or the little black thing. I was sitting on my futon in my room and saw a black object, about the size of a cat but undefined in shape, run parallel to the wall and then through my door. I was spooked but shrugged it off. A few months later, I was sitting at the kitchen table when the same black shape whizzed down the hallway that connected my bedroom to the bathroom and disappeared into the bathroom. At first I thought it had been one of our cats, but I looked up and realized that A, both of my cats were sitting in the kitchen with me, and B, they were both staring at the bathroom door as if they had seen it too. I was unnerved but not overly frightened. It hadn't seemed malevolent, and I assume it's one of the many cats or puppies who have died on the property, just hanging out with their family and doing cat/puppy things. Some time after I had seen the cat, my mom came running into my room in the early evening, crying her eyes out. She had seen the same cat run through the hallway and into the bathroom. It was the first paranormal phenomenon she had experienced in the house, and she didn't want to go into the bathroom until I had checked to see if the bathroom was now empty. It was. I told her that I had seen the same phenomenon twice now and that I thought it was harmless. She eventually calmed down about it. Sometime after I left WV, my stepfather saw the same cat in the same location. It was also the first phenomenon he had experienced in the house. Around the time my mom had seen the cat, she also had an experience that she waited a few years to tell me about. She was working in the front yard when she looked up and saw a tall man in a plaid shirt walk around the corner of the house and out of sight. She assumed it was my stepfather and continued doing what she was doing. 20 or 30 minutes later, when she was finished, she found my stepfather and asked what he had been doing on the side of the house. It hadn't been him. If there had been a stranger on our property, there's no way he could have gotten that close to the house without one of our 3 dogs noticing. The final phenomenon I experienced, besides some that I can write off as hypnagogic hallucinations, happened in the bathroom associated with the cat. I was taking a bath, stepped out of the bathroom onto the tile, and promptly slipped and cracked my ass. A man laughed very loudly right next to me. My immediate reaction was, yeah, laugh it up, asshole. I'd been around paranormal phenomena for 10 years at that point. I also once misplaced one of my makeup palettes, searched frantically for it for a good 20 minutes, then found it lying in the exact center of my bed. At the time I was spooked, and there's no good reason I would leave my makeup on my bed, but it could have just been a case of forgetfulness. My experience with being haunted. Or, living with an attached entity. When I was 15, my older sister moved out of the house. Her bedroom was double the size of mine, and it had an ensuite bathroom. Awesome. She was barely out the door before I started moving my stuff in. That night, in my new bedroom, I was trying to fall asleep when I felt something touch my hair. I remember thinking it was a spider, and I freaked out. I switched on the light and searched my bed covers and my hair, but there wasn't one. Tried to sleep again. The same thing happened. It felt similar to how my mother used to smooth my hair when I was upset, except it was a much lighter touch. This happened at least 2 to 3 times a week for the next 3 years. Aside from the hair touching, I would experience the sensation of someone in bed beside me. It's very hard to explain, but it was like someone was closely lying in the curve of my back, but much less substantial than a human, naturally. There was also the noise of my closet closing. Not creaking, but the identifiable, gentle thud of one door hitting the lip of the other door, double door, interlocking. This usually happened as often as the hair touching. There was very indistinct whispering, and whoever/whatever it was definitely female. No matter how hard I tried, I could never hear what the actual words were. It was basically gibberish to me. Moving out of my room wasn't an option. My elderly grandmother had moved into my childhood bedroom. I couldn't say, "Sorry, Granny, you need to go take one for the team in there." These things were never done in a harsh or abrasive way. There wasn't any hostility. Eventually, I became desensitized, and there was little to no fear. It's amazing what you can become acclimated to. Things became hairy for the first time when my boyfriend at the time spent the night in the bedroom with me. We don't know why, but for some reason my usually placid and gentle friend became not so placid. You could feel the atmosphere change in there. It was almost difficult to breathe. The room felt stifling and heavy. For the first time in a very long time, I was terrified. So was my boyfriend. We spent the remainder of the night on the sofa. Over the next few days, all my fish died, and so did my budgie. A doorbell that we had yet to mount outside chimed twice. Things only truly calmed down when my parents came back and my boyfriend left the house. He never spent another night there. I'll skip the major events of what happened after I turned 18, as that would be another whole story, all on its own. Fast forward to the present. I live with my current boyfriend in my own house. My childhood house has been sold. I don't feel anything touching my hair anymore. My so hears the voice, usually in the early morning while he's showering. The first few times, he thought it was me trying to talk to him. He has since just started ignoring it. Things go missing fairly often, and we'll find them in strange places, or things get moved around a lot. We still haven't located our basting brush. Please return it someday. Our kitchen utensils that we hang up on hooks will often come clattering down, also usually in the early morning. Quite a feat, seeing as the hooks are screwed into the wall and the utensils are quite securely looped. It's not a flimsy rig. My pet dogs have, thankfully, not been harmed. The attachment is still placid. Our house typically has a good vibe to it. She has become something that we ignore. When something off happens, we just kind of move on. Sometimes we feel watched or think we see something moving in our peripheral vision. We do not feel threatened when this happens. To this day, I have no idea why me. I can't even begin to figure out who or what it is, nor why it has followed me for so long. My sister has mentioned that she had weird experiences prior to her moving out but mostly refuses to share much more about it. Sometimes I wonder what she and her friends might have done in that room. She's just not saying. There's a little boy haunting my mother-in-law's house. It all started when my wife and I first visited her mother's new house. Her mother had remarried and lived in a decent-sized house out in Palm Desert. We would visit them when I had time off from work. I had taken a shower in the guest bathroom, and when I got out, among the fogged-over mirror, there were 2 children's handprints. At first I thought it was a print from her 3-year-old sister, we'll call her Emily, and when I was done, we brought her in to see if she had done it. The prints were at least twice as big as hers, looking like they belonged to a little kid around 8. My father-in-law, after this incident, tells us that a little boy haunts the house as a joke. He says when his sons were young, he saw a kid run in the kitchen while watching TV. Thinking it was his son, he got up and walked towards where the boy ran. When he opened his son's room, they were both asleep. Any kid can pretend to sleep, which he didn't think much of. The next few times we come, Emily has started to talk about her imaginary friend. We ask who it is, and she says ghost, a word we've never said around her. We ask, where is the ghost? She goes to her room, gestures to the middle of the floor, and then lies down as if she's dead. We laugh nervously now thinking there's an actual ghost here that's harmless. But it got worse. Around February I had to go away to work for 3 weeks. My wife stayed over at her mom's during my absence with our 2-month-old son, we'll call him David. She tells me that one night around 4 a.m. she's feeding David, and she's starting to drift off to sleep. All of a sudden the door to the bedroom starts to creak open, and she sees the arm of a little kid follow it. The door closes, and she hears footsteps running and slamming another door. This can't be Emily because she's asleep with her mom. It's now June, and we came to pick up her sister for 2 weeks, and that night, as we were asleep, my wife had a very realistic dream. In her dream we had gotten into a fight, and when I left she was now in a tub of water holding something down, like a child drowning. She says she prayed to Michael the Archangel for protection, but before it ended she heard a very dark voice whisper in her ear, "You're doing great." 2 weeks later we come back to drop off Emily, and she has a dream that night of a little kid whispering in her ear and laughing. Her mom then tells us a month before she was sleeping and heard the same thing, except the child said, "Billy, he's coming." Then she heard heavy footsteps coming down the hall and felt her leg go numb, followed by a heavy hit in her chest that blacked her out. I'm not sure what this is or what's in the house. I'm honestly scared for them and my child when going over there. If anyone knows how I can ward off whatever is in that house, it would be greatly appreciated. I fear something is haunting me. For context, back in 2021 we moved to a trailer park that has been here since my now 50-year-old stepdad was a child. He used to live there, and so I moved in with them too, since I am still living with them, and I had a troubled past, and I was still struggling when we moved here, and I only just started to truly try to get better this year. Before fully moving in, when we were checking out the place, I saw a white, round face peek out at me from behind the bathroom door at the end of the hallway. Then later on that year, in 2021, I had summer school, and during the middle of summer school, for a solid 3 days, I saw the same figure peek out from the top of my loft bed. When I was lying down on my bed, I saw its head moving between the peak of my covers. I've seen it stare at me from the darkness outside of my house, and maybe one more time. I don't really remember. Recently, about 4 to 6 months ago, I saw it behind me in the reflection of my TV. Same figure, same everything. I named it Spectre. A few nights ago, at around 12:30, I came out of my room to speak with my mom, who was drinking beer on the couch. My little brother was sleeping, my little sister was sleeping, and my stepdad was sleeping. It was just me and my mom. She and I love to talk about the paranormal, and I love hearing all of her experiences. We have a toy car whose battery is running low, and it's right under the coffee table in the living room, where we were at. She was in the middle of a paranormal story when the car went off. The thing that spooked me was the fact that she was talking about the story where my, now deceased, grandma saw the same freakishly tall shadow figure that wore a hat a few nights after my mom saw the same one. My grandma thought the figure was Mert, my deceased grandfather that died back in the 80s, I think it was the 80s. And right when my mom imitated my grandma saying, "Mert, is that you?" the car went off. Before this, my mom told me the car went off an hour before I came out. We grabbed each other's hands and gave each other a scared look, but I was laughing since I laugh when I'm nervous. I said, "If that's you, Spectre or whoever, I want you to do it again." And sure as shit, the car did it again right after I said that. It has never gone off twice in a row like that. After that night, it has never been the same. I have a hard time falling asleep, especially at night when everything is dead silent. I only feel this way when I'm in my room or coming back down the hall. Oh. I almost forgot what happened to me just last night. It was around 11, I was going to take a shower. I left my light on because I do not like my room when it's dark. My parents were awake, so the lights were on, and I could see. When I got out and wrapped the towel around me to leave, I turned the bathroom lights off because I forgot that my parents go to bed at this time and they turn the living room lights off when they do. So, I walk out of the bathroom, it's pitch black. And so I turned to my right and opened my bedroom door, the lights were ducking off. And so was my TV, of which I had on beforehand because I didn't want to shut IT off. I proceeded to my room, locked the door behind me, and turned on my lights. I got dressed for bed, and then I realized something must have turned my lights and TV off. My brother didn't, he was sleeping. I asked my mom, she didn't. My stepdad never walks in my room. My sister was in bed, and she's only 2. I couldn't sleep last night. I called my best friend at 1 a.m. until 2 a.m. when she needed to sleep, so I did the same, but I couldn't fall asleep, so I looked at the time, and it was 4:11 a.m. I was so ducking tired. I fell asleep and woke up at 10 because my brother woke me up. I've started dreading nighttime. I hate to say this, but I'm scared. I've seen shadow figures before, and I can't help but feel like one of them is in my presence. I know who Spectre is, and he's been around. I don't think it's actually him that I'm scared of. I feel something more. My stepdad found scratches on him after he said he didn't worry if whatever was here didn't like him. I don't know what to do. I can't tell whether I'm paranoid or not. I feel like something is constantly watching me. I always feel as though someone is observing me closely. This feeling is particularly strong when I'm in my room. I keep having a weird feeling in my gut. I want to know what this is because if I don't, I'm going to go crazy. Lately I've been easily staying up until 2 a.m. and waking up early, like at 6. I have dreams every night, but they are so weird. I've literally had a dream where I moved in with 2 roommates. They were people I don't know, Earl, and the house is haunted. I just genuinely don't know. I've put salt in my room before, and it helped, up until my room got vacuumed. I can feel it staring at me right now. I never feel at peace or like I'm alone. Please help me and give me advice or find out what kind of ghost this is, if it's a ghost at all. Growing up in a haunted house. I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm a skeptic, but I love the paranormal and I'm highly interested in it, thanks to the experiences I had growing up. Sorry this is so long, but it's a bunch of little spooky nuggets that are best told together. To set the scene, from the ages of maybe 5 to 13, I lived in a single wide trailer that was surrounded by woods on 3 sides. At the back of the property, separated from our house by a privacy fence, was a dilapidated old 2-story house that had a tree growing through it. We had a picnic table and fire pit set up in front of the house that my parents partied around. My dad and uncle were ripping boards off the house one day to feed into their fire. They had friends with them. Their little boy started freaking out and pointing towards the house, saying, "Who is that standing there?" Apparently he described a man in the doorway, but no one else saw anything. Our haunting began after that. We had little things like electronics turning on and off and all the cushions neatly arranged on the couch when no one picked them up off the floor. But eventually, we narrowed it down to 3 seemingly separate entities. One we called the crouching ghost, because it was just a ghostly outline that seemed to duck down and disappear when you looked at it. My mom and cousin saw it multiple times. I think I saw it once. The second we named Bob. My cousin first saw him when we were home alone one night, and she went to use the bathroom. She calmly sat back down and told me she had just seen an old bald man in a top hat in my hallway. I grilled her on it, but she said he seemed just as surprised to see her and didn't make her feel scared. She's the only one who got a clear look at him, but my mom said she'd see him waving at her from my hallway sometimes. The third is the one that still gives me the willies, even though I never saw it myself, my mom's doppelganger. 2 of my aunts and my cousin saw my mom, but evil in the mirror in our kitchen instead of their own reflection. My dad would frequently hear a quiet woman's voice say "excuse me" when he showered in the master bath, and later my stepdad saw my mom go in there but never come back out. The worst thing that ever happened was again when I and my cousin were home alone, in the daytime this time. I was taking a nap in my room, and she shook me awake, absolutely hysterical. She said she saw a little blue boy staring at her, who took off running through the house. This one really bothers me because there were locks on the outside of what was obviously a kid's room when we moved in. My parents had a really negative presence in their house. When they first moved in, I felt it everywhere in the house, but later it seemed to confine itself mostly to the guest bedroom, which was usually unoccupied except when I came to visit, because that's where I slept. The way it manifested itself was in a really intense angry feeling in the room. When I was in the room during the daytime, I think it would mostly stay in the closet. But at night the feeling was stronger, and when I turned off the lights, it would get super strong. It felt like someone was absolutely beaming anger, resentment, and hate at me and whichever girlfriend I had sleeping next to me at the time. It never actually hurt me or anyone else, but it was very disturbing. At times, as I lay in the dark trying to go to sleep, I felt that there was an angry woman leaning over the bed, with her face just inches from my face. I never actually saw anything, though, thank God, because that would have scared the shit out of me. Its presence was so strong that my girlfriends would all eventually stop wanting to sleep in that room. I also had trouble sleeping there and dreaded going back to bed at night. I tried a lot of things to get it to leave, but nothing worked until one time that I attended an energy healing class, and after a full day practicing that, I was able to kick it out. I went to sleep there that night, after the class, and was amazed when I walked into the room and didn't feel an angry presence in it. I realized that I'd finally succeeded in kicking it out. That night was the only time I ever experienced any physical phenomena. I heard what sounded like an animal scratching furiously on the exterior wall just below the bedroom window. I was too scared to look out the window and see what it was, but I've never experienced an animal doing that before or since in my entire life. When the scratching stopped, immediately there were 3 loud impacts on the exterior wall up near the ceiling of the bedroom, which was about 15 feet off the ground outside. It sounded like someone hit the exterior brick with a hammer 3 times, and I could feel the vibration through the wall since my head was propped up against it as I lay on the bed. This house was located in a very rural area and was fenced in with forests all around, so I know it wasn't people outside throwing 3 rocks and hitting the exact same place on the wall in the dark, which was the only non-supernatural explanation I could think of. The window was open when this happened, and I would have heard anyone walking around because the ground was all dried leaves and sticks, and it's not possible for anything to move around out there without making plenty of noise. Weeks later, when I returned to spend the night there, I found that the presence had come back inside the house. I didn't know at the time about sealing the house to prevent re-entry after kicking it out. I tried kicking it out again and wasn't able to since I wasn't taking that class, and apparently my skills weren't good enough without the support of that class. Eventually even my stepfather had an experience with the negative presence, despite firmly not believing in ghosts. I believe he once saw a woman at the foot of the bed while he was sleeping there, due to my mother's illness. I can still remember being shocked when my mom told him to tell me what happened in the guest room. He turned to me with a rather amusing expression and stated, "There is a ghost in there." It was so memorable because for years I had been telling him there was a ghost in there, and he would always roll his eyes and shake his head like I was an idiot. In my entire life, I never expected to hear those words coming out of this man's mouth. When my stepfather experienced the ghost, it was the last straw for my mom. I think that's what finally convinced her without any doubt that there must be something going on in there. She contacted a minister who did something that completely removed it from the property and kept it gone. At some point a few years later, I became really curious what the minister had done. I was hoping he would teach me, so I reached out to him but learned that he had since passed away. I'm still curious. At some point in all of this, I did some internet research on the previous owners of the house and found that the wife who had been living there previous to my parents had died in a local hospital. Apparently she didn't die in the house, but she had been living in the house when she was taken to the hospital and died. It's possible that she passed away at home before the hospital declared her dead. I'm not sure since there weren't many details. The angry presence resembled a human woman. I assume it was this woman's ghost, angry and resentful that she didn't get to continue living in that house and that a different family had moved into her house. This whole story transpired over a period of about 15 years, so in a way, the ghost was like having a troubled family member to deal with. I still feel scared when I sleep in that room even though I no longer feel a negative presence. I've had so many bad times in there that I guess I just don't trust the room. I do hope the ghost lady is in a better place now, and I'm very glad she's no longer in my parents' house, especially now that my stepfather has passed away and my mom is much older and more frail and living there by herself. A ton of what might be considered demonic activity has been happening in my home the past few weeks. I'm no stranger to the paranormal and recently shared online about a footprint I found in my hallway. Since I shared this, things have gotten seriously weirder, worse. Like I say, I'm used to weird stuff, I grew up with it. I see apparitions frequently, but I've never encountered anything like this until now. Started with seeing full apparitions in my home, both my partner and I saw figures walking around. Then there was the mysterious, single, child-sized footprint in the middle of my freshly carpeted hallway. I've continued to see shadows walking through my home since then, but no, that's no real concern for me, it's just normal. But then a few days ago, a metal rack that I've had attached to an upstairs hallway radiator, like to hang towels on to dry, was dragged off of the radiator, banged repeatedly against the radiator, from the sounds of it, and then was left hanging across the hallway. I need to mention it is very difficult to get off the radiator as it is wedged between the grates on top, it does not come loose, and although it can be taken on and off with force, it's never come off on its own in 8 years. The sound lasted 5 to 6 seconds, it didn't just fall or slip, it was repeatedly banged, loudly, and scraped along it. When I ran upstairs to see what the hell was going on, it was hanging halfway across the hallway. My partner and nephew were downstairs with me when it happened, and we were all freaked TF out, no one else was there. Since then I've been smelling peculiar sulfur-like smells every now and again, like a sudden waft that lasts a minute and then is gone. No explanation, like no drainage/house issues or anything like that. I've read before that this can be the sign of something very negative, which is why my mind is jumping to demonic, although I usually wouldn't use that phrase with my paranormal encounters. The same night I heard a female voice whispering and talking right into my ear while I was lying in bed, no explanation for this. It's as though someone were lying directly beside me. The only other person in the house was my partner, and he was downstairs. The voice said something along the lines of "Can you hear me? And listen to me." This morning, we both heard 3 loud knocks on the front door, no one was there, we have cameras installed, so I know this for a fact. This has happened, I think, 3 other times in the past couple of years already, I know not to open the door. Then, just now, I was in the bathroom minding my business in silence when there was a very loud, distinct bang against the door. The whole door shook as though it had just been thumped hard. There's also been other various unexplainable bangs and knocks, although I've tried to explain them away with things like, Maybe it was the pots falling in the cupboard, or the oven making weird sounds, or, just my imagination, but there's only so much I can ignore or try to explain. Now, I'm going to make a point of saying there is absolutely no way an actual human is in my house. I live in the UK, in a small ex-council home. There are no ways in or out of the house besides the front and back doors, which are permanently locked, not to mention I have 4 security cameras and a Ring doorbell camera. No crawl spaces, no vents, no hiding spots, no cupboards, no loft access, no basement, etc. It is a very small British house. And even if by some miracle someone was able to hide in my house, they couldn't, they'd have to walk directly in my line of sight for most of the things that have happened. I also do not have any pets, kids, or any other plausible explanation for any of this. I'm not necessarily looking for help or answers, fully expecting to get the house exorcised replies. I just wanted to share my recent experiences because shit is getting weird. My aunt recently reached out to me, aware of my interest in the paranormal, my spiritual nature, and my love for research, so she thought she'd give me a chance. Although I have no idea what to tell her. I am hoping that I can get advice or any input on how to help my aunt out. Please give me any suggestions at all. My aunt moved to Denver, Colorado, within this past year to a house that was built around 1920. She never had anything unusual happen since moving in, and even after all of this, she still says that she does not feel like there is a presence in the house. She's aware of what's happening, but she doesn't get an evil sense. Anyway, a week ago she was in the living room with her boyfriend, and they both watched their Christmas lights fly across the room. When my aunt told me this, her boyfriend chimed in and adamantly explained that they literally watched it as if someone picked it up and chucked it across the room. They didn't think too much into it at the time because it wasn't doing anything specifically to them. They tried to brush it off. However, her daughter's boyfriend stayed overnight and woke up with deep scratches imprinted on his back. They tried to find any explanation at all for them to be there but just couldn't. Again they tried to brush it off, until the next night, when my aunt's boyfriend woke up with deep scratch marks on his arm and neck and what looked like bite marks. The scratches are so deep that they are bruised. Once again, there is no explanation for the scratches. I asked my aunt if anyone in the house may have done anything with a Ouija board, and she said her daughter said she may, meaning she totally did, have used one back in October. My aunt told me all of this last night, and today she woke up to tell me she got up in the middle of the night with complete vertigo. She was sick all night, and this has never happened before. We don't know if it is related. This is all ongoing, so any help is so much appreciated. Hey everyone, I'm new here and have been listening to other people's experiences. So I'd like to share mine. It happened when I was a kid. In 1986, my parents and I relocated to this apartment complex, built in the 1940s during World War II. The basement had a fallout shelter installed, and in the fallout room, there were gas masks, tin cans of food, and old World War II posters of enlisting. I was about 2 years old at the time we moved in. I didn't start to have experiences until I was about 5 years old. Some experiences involved my toys going on by themselves, dolls in spots I didn't leave them, and my radio turning off and on, to which my parents' explanation was that I was doing it but didn't remember or that it was just my imagination. That all changed one night. I had 2 windows on the side of my bed. This is relevant to the story. The right one would open and stay open with no problem. But the one on the left was broken. It would not stay open, and we would have to stick a board in the window for it to remain open. One night, I had been woken up to this loud bang, which scared the absolute crap out of me, causing me to sit straight up in bed. As I'm sitting there, my eyes are trying to adjust to the room, looking around to see if something may have fallen and if so, where. Then I heard it again. Bang! It was on the side of me. So, I looked over in the direction to see what it was but didn't see anything that could have made the noise. That is, until I see the left window, the window that needs a board to stay open, slowly opening up. And opening by itself. I sat there, frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, if I was actually seeing it. I couldn't do anything but sit there in disbelief and attempt to close my eyes tightly for 10 seconds because to 5-year-old me, this had to be a bad dream, and closing my eyes tightly is what I would always do to end a bad dream. I still do this to this day. As soon as my eyes opened, I saw the window fully open. Then bang! The window slammed shut. I realized at that moment that I was fully awake. And then, the window starts to open again. Only this time, it's opening a little faster than last time. And just like last time, it would open all the way and slam shut. It happened again, and again. Each time, opening up a little faster than last time and slamming shut. Bang! 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 It was as if someone was opening it fully and letting it go to slam shut. Then, the window flies all the way up and stays open. Then I hear the most horrible, evil, sadistic laugh. Like a cackle right in front of me. That was enough for me to finally move. I fly off the bed, getting tangled in my sheets and comforter. I managed to get the comforter off of me, but I still have the sheets wrapped around me. That didn't stop me from hauling us all the way to my parents' bedroom, screaming bloody murder. My screaming ended up waking up my parents, so they were already awake when I got to their bedroom. I tried to explain to them what happened, what I had seen, and told them about the cackling. My mother was the comforting parent and tried to calm me down as best as she could, telling me that I just had a really bad nightmare and that my nightmare continued when I was semi-awake because I was half asleep and half awake. I was persistent and kept repeating myself over and over and over, telling them about the window opening and shutting by itself and the cackling. My father, who was a no-nonsense parent, was extremely upset that I had woken him up and said, "Enough, Amanda. It was just a bad dream. Come on. I'll show you. There's nothing in your room to be afraid of. And your mother is right. You probably dreamed the whole thing. So come on, let go." My father and I head back to my bedroom. My little hand clenched his hand tightly. We go into my room. My comforter is still on the floor. My father picks it up and notices that the left window is still wide open. Wide open, nothing in it to hold it open, just wide open. My father goes over to the window, looks at the window, then back at me and says, "Did you open this?" I tell him, desperately trying to get him to believe me, "No, Dad. I told you." It kept opening and slamming by itself. My father, frustrated, cranky, and highly annoyed at this point, he tells me, "Windows don't open by themselves. It probably got stuck when you opened it." My father reaches over to make sure I didn't stick anything in the window to keep it open. As soon as he stuck his hand in and was about to pull his hand away, the window slammed shut, nicking his hand in the process from pulling it out of the window. My father, who was still trying to make sense of the situation, was suddenly spooked and creeped out. I spent the night in my parents' room and my sleeping bag on their bedroom floor that night. After that night, the activity seemed to amplify, other stories for another time. It's been almost 40 years, I still have nightmares about that night. The window opening and shutting, and the cackling. The fear and my little 5-year-old heart pounding in my chest. One of the worst experiences I've ever had. There is something in my house, and there has been an escalation in activity after acknowledging it. For a while now I just chalked it up to my bad short-term memory. I'm dyspraxic. Things keep going missing. My keys, my computer mouse, my wallet, the fucking silicone food brush. I will relentlessly search for these items, only for them to eventually resurface in a seemingly obvious spot that I have already examined several times. The past 2 days I've started just asking, whoever took it, "Can you please give it back to me?" And the object will reappear nearly immediately, again, somewhere where I already looked. When I first asked, yesterday night, I heard 2 footsteps immediately after my request. After hearing the footsteps, I went downstairs to the living room, to look for the object that I was missing, and it felt like someone yanked my hair. It was quite aggressive and hurt a decent amount. I couldn't have caught it on something close by, I was standing out in the open. I then found my missing item, computer mouse, on the living room table. The hair yanking and footsteps have made me feel very uneasy, since both of these things only occurred after I acknowledged whatever the duck is here in my house. I also heard pans banging a couple of times in the kitchen last night, a few hours after the hair yanking incident. These escalations appear to have been triggered by acknowledging whatever is present. What type of spirit/entity do you think is in my house, and what course of action do you think I should take? I've debated calling a priest, because I do not want the physical aggression like the hair yanking to escalate, but I'm unsure. If I can deal with it myself, I'd rather do that. I fully believe my childhood home was haunted. When I was a kid, I lived in a house with my cousins until we eventually moved out. I had lived there until I was 12. I've had a variety of experiences there, and I know they were real because my family has had similar experiences. My first encounter was while I was watching TV in my room. Suddenly, the dresser in the hallway began making loud banging noises. I unfortunately can't share images right now, as I'm out of the country, but it was wooden and had large metal hoops to open the drawers in it. The sound was made by the metal hoops slamming against the wood. I could see them moving from where I was lying. Every time I would get up to look at it closer, it would stop. Obviously I was freaked out. After a while of this pattern, it stopped, and I just continued watching TV. It couldn't have been my sibling or a cousin ducking around, as my family was out and my cousins were visiting family out of state. The second thing I can remember was constantly hearing voices. They would always be in my mother's voice, calling out either mine or a sibling's name. It always happened when I was home alone. Once, I went downstairs thinking my parents had come home, but there was nothing. The only thing out of place was a teacup sitting on the table in the living room. The teacup brings me to another thing that happened often. Nearly every night, I would hear cups clinking together. I could tell it was the teacup since it made a specific, higher-pitched sound than other cups. I would go downstairs after hearing it sometimes, but nothing looked different. This was the last large experience I had. It occurred a few months after my grandfather's passing. Sometimes I would sleep in his room, as we were very close, and it was comforting. One night, while I was drifting off, the cabinets in the room that would hold his medication began violently slamming and banging. I could see a figure in the hallway, hunched over and convulsing. This image is literally burned into my memory from how horrific it was to 9-year-old me. I'll probably insert a drawing in comments if it's asked for. The next morning, I asked my parents about it. They said they heard the cabinets but didn't see anything in the hallway. Utah hauntings. These stories take place in the time period from 2003 to 2014. I originally came from Utah but haven't lived there in years and have lived all over the United States since then, so I've lived in lots of places with their own histories, hauntings, and interesting stories. So here's the first one, chronologically speaking. In 2003, my then stepdad, who was and is abusive, controlling, and treated my mother, my siblings, and me horribly, began escalating his behavior. I noticed a pattern. As he got worse, strange things would happen around the house. Family members and I would hear disembodied voices throughout the house, a strange presence would be felt at some times and then not at others, and most notably, we would see shadow figures running around the house. These were not tall, humanoid figures that you typically think of when you think of shadow figures. These figures were deformed, resembling animals or aliens, and they moved swiftly, exuding an almost impish presence. Occasionally, we would hear a man's voice calling our names from inside the house. We left the house and moved to a different neighborhood north of Salt Lake City, in Bountiful, Utah. 2004 to 2005. After settling into our new home in Bountiful in August of 2004, other members of the family began noticing strange things. Footsteps would be heard in the hallways late at night. My mother would be working in her office at her computer and occasionally hear footsteps, and one night, she felt something touch her back. She turned around, and there was no one there. Later, my mother saw an apparition of a young girl wearing white standing at the end of the hallway. She thought it was one of my sisters, so she checked, but the girl was gone, and my mom saw both my sisters asleep in their rooms. After doing some research into the history of the house, we learned that a young girl had passed away from leukemia in that same house a number of years prior. Her bedroom had been the same room that was my mom's office. The old photo of the girl who passed away matched the appearance of the apparition that my mother saw at the end of the hallway. 2006. As my then stepdad's behavior worsened, so did the strange happenings at home. Our family dog would frequently panic and bark/howl at nothing in the air, especially when in the basement. The paranormal events culminated in a few members of the family, not me, though, seeing about a dozen entities, semi-translucent in appearance and of ghastly appearance, surrounding the former stepdad while he was sitting in his chair one evening. In October of that year, around the same time the apparitions were seen, our family dog tragically died by being attacked by a pack of wild animals, either raccoons or coyotes, in the middle of the night. 2007 and 2008 were pretty quiet, for the most part. 2009. The year begins fairly calmly, but the spring and early summer see a significant increase in activity. On my brother's birthday in June 2009, I lived at my grandparents' house with my family, and I was in the front yard waiting for the rest of the family to come out to the car to go for birthday outings. About 300 yards away, I see a young woman, wearing what looked like 1980s punk clothing and her blonde hair in kind of a side ponytail, walking casually down the street and screaming for help. Her voice didn't sound normal, though. It sounded much farther away than a mere 300 yards, and it also sounded kind of dreamy. Fair enough. It was in a neighborhood with lots of houses and trees, and it was on a hill, so the acoustics weren't what sold it for me. I immediately went inside and told everyone that there was a girl crying for help down the street. We got in the car and drove up and down the streets, looking for her. Keep in mind, it was midday, everyone else was still at work or school. This was literally a few days before summer vacation, so unless she was a resident, she wasn't. It was a small neighborhood where everyone knew everyone, and she didn't look familiar at all. It was unlikely she could have disappeared or gone somewhere before we reached her. Later learned a young lady matching her description died of a drug overdose in the 1980s in that very neighborhood. That same month, 2009, my family and I went to a cinema to see Monsters vs. Aliens, which had come out in March of that year and was still playing in theaters in June. While my brother and I are watching the movie in our seats, my mom leaves with my sisters to go to the restroom. They come back shaken and terrified. "What happened?" I asked after the movie. My mom and sisters then tell me that my mom had been picked up and thrown out of her shoes by an unseen force while walking down the hall. When she got up off the ground, she was 5 feet from where her shoes were, and they were still standing upright in the spot where she had been before being thrown. For the years 2010 and 2011, I did not live in Utah but had experiences elsewhere. 2012 was relatively tame and had little in the way of notable supernatural experiences. In 2013 I didn't live in Utah but had multiple experiences while living in Tennessee. On to the next Utah stories. 2014. April. I was staying for a few weeks with grandparents, and my family and grandparents had gone out one day to have fun and do some shopping. This is in the same neighborhood as the story from 2009. Knowing from our family history that Grandma's house had some strange activity, the previous owner had been ended, we all knew there was something off about it. Well, on one particular day, the vibe was particularly off. I was home alone, chilling out and in no mood for ghosts, and I felt like there was just a very unwelcome and wrong presence in the house. I had a short temper that day and told them to duck off and leave me the hell alone and called them a series of horrible insults. I sat down to play guitar and unwind a bit, and then, from 30-ish feet down the hallway, I heard a woman moaning coming from my grandma's room. I was home alone. After hearing this noise, my blood went cold, and I froze. "Hello?" I managed to choke the word out in as stoic and friendly of a voice as I could muster. No response. To keep myself from shitting my pants and running out of the house, I just scoffed and told myself, it's probably just the cat. My grandma had a tabby cat named Lottie at the time, who was one of my best friends. She later passed away in August of that year due to old age. But I had never before, or since, heard her cat, or any cat, make a noise like that. The sound resembled a human voice. This event happened last week in 2025 in CA, United States. Last week I had a horrific experience. It was the middle of the night, and I woke up to footsteps in my apartment. I immediately got up and walked around. I didn't see anyone. Realized that my front door was stupidly unlocked, so of course I locked it, checked all around the apartment, and went back to sleep. Several hours later, I wake up to the same noises, but this time I stay still and listen. The noise stops, but my bedroom door opens ever so slightly, and I see the black outline of a person. At this point I'm petrified. I don't move or make a noise, I just wait. Finally, the figure simply said zero in a human voice that sounded like any other man's. I hop out of bed, turn on all the lights, and look around again. Nothing. "Could you please double check the locks and ensure my bedroom door is locked this time?" I sit in my bed for a while waiting for something to happen before dozing off. In the morning, still feeling apprehensive, I decide to take a shower, only to find that as soon as I turn on the water, it's crashing against the ceiling. I turn the shower head completely upside down, realizing that the only area I overlooked was behind the shower curtain. I don't believe I would have done that, as it seems illogical to turn the shower head 180 degrees around. Anyway, I went about my day and tried not to think about it too much. Flash forward to yesterday, I get in my car in the morning to go to class, and my rearview mirror has also been turned all the way upside down. Thereafter, I'm just so confused and spooked. I wondered if I was sleepwalking and turning things upside, but I have never been a sleepwalker in my 22 years, and apparently it is very rare for sleepwalking to randomly start in your 20s, almost unheard of. Does anyone know what is going on? My knowledge of the supernatural is limited, making me feel quite uncomfortable. Is there some sort of spirit that turns things upside down? Is it a bad omen or something else? I would love to hear people's thoughts. I grew up in a haunted, demonic house, and it's now been abandoned since we moved out. Brisbane, Australia. I don't often talk about it because it's definitely scarred me, and just talking about it freaks me out. But here we go. I was about 9 years old, I'm now 27, and my parents decided to move out of a small apartment complex and start renting a house together in Brisbane. We couldn't afford much, so it was a cheap and very old-looking house. Nothing major my dad couldn't fix up, he thought. Keep in mind, the owner of the property lived in another state, so it was hard to get into contact with him. So once moving in, there were red flags right from the get-go. When we moved in, there was a big, gross, and tacky-looking rug in the kitchen with weird, old blood-looking stains. Nope, that's got to go, we thought. We rolled it up and chucked it out. The property had a big backyard of acreage, so there were lots of trees. For some reason, upside-down horseshoes were nailed on some of the trees and one in the kitchen. Again, we thought ducking nope. Too weird and creepy. That's going. Years later, after looking more into it, we found out that hanging upside-down horseshoes was meant for good luck and to get rid of negative energy. But we didn't realize this at the time, and after taking them down, we went through many years of bad luck throughout our lives while living in this house. At first, apart from the house looking creepy and old, there were no physical signs of anything paranormal. But as a kid, I loved playing outdoors. I was a big tomboy, especially having a big acreage of land in our backyard. But soon enough, being a kid who plays in the dirt, I started to find things under the dirt. I found clothing buried in random parts of the property. My mom would occasionally see little bits of cloth sticking out of the dirt too. Being curious, we dug them out, and it was always clothing of a woman or a child. Sometimes even the odd shoe here and there. My parents didn't seem to care too much, and my dad was a skeptic. They always had some excuse for why stuff was there. My house was lifted from the ground so I could go under the house and play. One day, I found a bone buried under there. This is when my mom realized there were too many coincidences and told my dad. She wanted to report it to the police, but my dad just said, "Don't waste your time, it's most likely old cattle bones." So, we listened to my dad. Soon enough, the paranormal shit began. My dad always worked nights, leaving just me and my mom in the house alone. But it no longer felt like we were alone. In the living room, we had one computer at the time. Back when dial-up internet was still a thing. This was the family computer. My mom was on it one night, and I stood behind her and watched her as we spoke to each other. I then felt a hand grab me on my shoulder from behind. I turned around thinking it was my dad come home early because it felt so real. I turned around, and no one was there, and my dad wasn't home yet. Another night, we had an old sunroom that was my bedroom. It was the middle of the night, and I was asleep. Until I was woken up by my Furby toy on the shelf making noises. For those younglings, Furbies had a sensor and would talk if they sensed you in front of them. It made a few noises and then stopped. My bed was too far from it to sense me. I turned the lights on and walked over to the Furby to switch it off, but the switch was already off. Eventually I began to have the same nightmare every single night. It always felt very vivid and real. The dream was of me tied up with rope to an old bed with springs and no mattress in my very same bedroom. But it was different. The room was devoid of any light bulb or electricity, and the only furniture was a bedside table next to me, adorned with an antique candle on a plate. It almost seemed like a different time period. I would be yanking my arms and legs trying to flee, but I could never escape, no matter how hard I tried. Until I would wake up in a sweat. I had this same nightmare practically every single night, and occasionally it would result in 3 claw marks on my stomach. Didn't know this as a kid, but looking into it now, that's a sign of a demonic entity. It was so mentally exhausting. I couldn't handle being alone in my room anymore. By this point, I was about 10 or 11. I was too scared to talk about it and tell my parents what exactly was going on. No one believes a little kid, I thought. But I would come crying to them and demand not to sleep in my bedroom anymore. Being around 11, most kids that age would love to have their own bedroom. But nope. Duck that. So most nights I would sleep on a blow-up mattress in my parents' room on the floor. The nightmares only happened every other night instead of every night. I then started to sleepwalk. I don't have any memory of this, but my parents told me I used to sit up, scream, and cry hysterically while pointing at their bedroom window that faced a view of the front door and steps at ridiculous hours of the morning. I would scream my lungs out for them to shut the window. Don't let him in. My mom was freaked out by this, as you would be, but my dad, being the grump he was, just said I was going through some phase and that I needed to let him sleep for work since he works most of the night. Over time, my mom would hear walking on the floorboards in the middle of the night while dad was at work, but nobody was in the house. The kitchen ceiling fan would turn on even when switched off. We had many random things of bad luck happening. These events encompassed a wide range of situations. The thing that stood out to me was my parents starting to grow the family. My baby brother at the time was just starting to walk. But that beautiful memory was ruined. Shortly after learning to walk, he became bedridden out of nowhere. He wouldn't sleep, wouldn't eat, and now he couldn't walk. It was so heartbreaking to see this happy baby's development ruined. We took him to the emergency. He no longer could move his spine. We visited numerous doctors for tests, but none of them were able to determine the cause of his condition. We believed he had an unknown disease. We had so much bad luck going on, and this, to top it off, had us all in just a horrible place. One doctor even said, "He's faking it. Wet x-rays, and there's nothing there." Okay, But why the duck can't he move then? Finally, another doctor made the connection. He had gotten some sort of very rare cyst in his spine that they had never even seen before, they had only read about it in textbooks. It was close to bursting and paralyzing him for life. After months of being in and out of the hospital, we were finally starting to move on with our lives. But then, having acreage and being animal people, we built a chicken coop shed. We had it for a while, but one morning we woke up to feed the chickens, and no chickens were in there. The chicken coop door was wide open. We always locked it with a bolt so no chickens could escape. Where are the chickens? There were at least 10. We found them. Well, part of them. All of the chickens' heads were hacked off. No bodies were found, just the heads all laid out neatly in a straight line in our yard. That was the final straw. My dad stopped being a stubborn duckhead and called the police. No suspects were found. Again, looking into this more, chicken heads are also a ritual believed for sacrificing. We struggled with money, but we finally moved out of the house. The nightmares stopped, and now it's been 10 plus years. The house has lain there with no residents ever since. It's now overgrown and decaying. Sometimes when I'm in the area, I feel drawn to drive past and look at it. Every so often, I'll drive by and gaze at its decay. I've been on a few haunted investigations, but this is the one place I'm too scared to step foot in. It brings back a lot of trauma and pain. I'll never forget how terrifying this place was. I'm being haunted by myself, I think? This is going to sound insane, but bear with me. I'm going to be blunt and straight up say that I think I'm being haunted by myself. Like, by my own spirit or something. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but she looks just like me if I had shorter hair and, well, a gaping hole in my chest. I'm not the kind of person to believe in the supernatural and paranormal, but ever since I first saw her, I've had some different thoughts on the matter. I think that if anyone could help explain these happenings or at least make sense of them, I'll feel safe enough to return home. Besides, I think my grandma is getting a little tired of me hanging around and just wants me to go back to my place. You'll see in a bit as to why I left in the first place. I had lived at my house for about 6 years. I'm 25, moved out at 20, so the place isn't super new or anything. The neighborhood is pretty safe, and as far as I know, my neighbors don't have any criminal records or anything. Nobody's died in my house either. I've done my research. I'm not sure if that matters to anyone, but at this point I'd give you detectives any sort of info to try and make sense of these encounters. The first encounter happened as I was finishing up a shower and leaving the bathroom with a towel wrapped around my body. I had just finished drying my hair when I saw something behind me move in the corner of my eye. I turned off the hair dryer quickly and turned to look at whatever had moved, just to find nothing. While getting dressed in my bathroom, I noticed movement yet again and felt a strange chill run down my spine. When I refer to it as a strange chill, I mean that it's unlike any other chill I've ever experienced. I had that sudden and strange sensation when you no longer feel like that alone, and that's a pretty effed up feeling when you live along with your dog. I ignored the movement this time since I didn't want to scare myself and simply continued getting dressed. It might have been my paranoia, but I could have sworn I was hearing a faint tapping from my bathroom mirror. The whole room felt so cold suddenly, and I felt so scared. Unfortunately, I had the audacity to look up at my reflection. My hair as of right now is around 20 inches, whereas my reflection's hair was like 6 or 7 inches. I wouldn't have thought much of it if my reflection wasn't smirking at me. And it would have been less freaky if she didn't have a gaping hole in her chest. She was bleeding like crazy, and she was just staring at me with the same frightening look. I remember screaming at her and leaving the room immediately, not having much time to pick out the details, which was why I could only remember her short hair and bloody wound. And when I had the courage to re-enter the room, my reflection was normal, and the bathroom in general seemed fine. I was always extra paranoid when I was in there, every single tapping noise from the mirrors making me feel scared shitless. The second encounter was not even a week later. It happened on the day I was chilling on my sofa and typing down the first encounter/experience as well as trying to do some research on self-hauntings or whatever. Spoiler alert, I haven't found anything useful yet. I was close to being finished typing it when I noticed my laptop's charge was low. Reluctantly, I went into my room to charge it. Yeah, a terrible idea. It was trashed. And I mean trashed. Mud covered the carpet, the sheets and blankets appeared to have been angrily tossed around, my books covered the ground around the bookshelf, papers and pages torn out and scattered carelessly in the middle of the room. My dog chewed the laptop charger, and many of my collectible figurines and glass dolls were smashed. Initially, I blamed my dog for the mess. She's a Shiba Inu, pretty young too, which was why I assumed she made a mess of my room. She's practically a puppy after all, so I wouldn't be surprised if she had made the mess. I left my laptop on top of my bed and went into the guest room, where she usually slept on or under the guest bed. Since I usually didn't have guests around, her freedom to do as she pleased didn't bother me. Besides, she had already completed her potty training, so I had confidence that she wouldn't create any mess. I began to scold her but eventually became uncertain that she actually did anything wrong. First of all, she's a puppy. How on earth could she tear off the sheets? Take down the books off the shelves? But it was the only reasonable explanation. I was upset but knew I'd have to clean up the room. My dog followed me into my bedroom casually and hopped up onto the perfectly made bed. And that's when I knew something was wrong. I was in my room at that moment. I nearly had a heart attack at the state of it. I had made the bed, cleaned the floor, and placed all my figurines exactly where I had left them. And the scattered papers were right back in their books, which were on the shelf once more. My laptop had been untouched, exactly in the place I left it. Only, it was now charging. There was a high-pitched giggle of sorts that my dog didn't seem to hear because she was now fast asleep on my bed. I wouldn't call this an encounter since I didn't actually see her myself, but it was freaky enough for me to know something was wrong. And the very next day I saw her again. I was sleeping peacefully on the couch that night while protectively holding my dog close to me on my tummy since I was officially afraid of my bedroom and the guest room. Nothing actually happened in the guest room, and I wanted to ensure my dog felt safe. I remember waking up at like 5 in the morning. Maybe 5:30? I don't know the exact time, but I do remember waking up in the living room. Now this encounter was the one that actually made me leave home to stay at my grandma's for a bit. Although dark, the bathroom light was on. And I swear on everything that I turned it off. The worst part of it would have to be the shadow I saw in there. My vision might have been blurry, but someone was 100% in there. I held my breath and watched the figure move around in the room silently. I observed the figure's movements until dawn, which is likely a couple of hours. I know it kind of makes me a wimp, but I didn't want to get up and check on whoever it was. Nobody entered the bathroom as I watched, and nobody left. I got off the couch and crept towards the bathroom, surprised to find nothing whatsoever. The only change I noticed was a hair tie in the sink, which wasn't there before. Apart from that, everything was normal. I left with my dog that morning. Packed up my important valuables and went to my grandma's instead. Now I really don't know if anyone else experienced something like this, but honestly any explanation would be great. Am I experiencing a haunting presence from within? Is it the ghost of a past self or something else entirely? What's going on? My house feels very haunted, and I may have discovered why. That, or I'm overthinking, I don't know. Built in 1902, my house is over 100 years old and exudes a haunting atmosphere. There are crawl spaces that go under the yard and driveway that are boarded shut, and just tons of things that make no sense. The place literally drove my roommate insane to the point of smashing walls trying to find where the quiet disembodied voices were coming from. Now, I know that makes him sound like a schizophrenic, but we've all heard it. It's not just him, and I haven't heard voices anywhere else I've lived. I once heard a man cough 3 times, clear as day, from the basement. I locked myself in that room with a shotgun and waited until my roommate could come to make sure nobody was in the house. My dog barks and growls at nothing, something she never did before moving here. There was one night I kept hearing rhythmic tapping on my window, and every time I turned on the lights, it would stop. It lasted hours, even with the lights on, nothing was outside that window. My friend even showed up while the tapping was going on to look in the yard, and he couldn't see anything at all, but as soon as he left his truck, it stopped for the final time. There are other examples, but the overall impression is of a creepy, old-fashioned house. So I'm renovating a room in the basement right now, and after tearing out the old carpet, I noticed the concrete floor is painted red, the same with the living room, which is connected to that room but only half of it. The rest of the basement is regular concrete. On the other side of the basement, there's also a bedroom that's painted red. Only 2 places are red in the entire house. While cleaning, I noticed some darker red parts in the indents where the concrete was worn, so I poured peroxide on it, and the entire area fizzed up immediately. Tiles have already covered half the room, but a large portion of the other half bubbled. I wonder if someone may have been killed in the basement. The basement appears to be the focal point of all the activity. The coughing was down there, the tapping was down there, and the voices are always down there. The man in the stairs. I could say it was almost criminal how disrespectful this ghost was. The audacity of this spirit to just scare the pants off of a defenseless child who is already fearing the worst when it comes to the most common noises you would hear at night. This 9-year-old kid already had enough bedtime problems. I could say with confidence that this horrifying experience was one of the main reasons why I had trouble falling asleep until the time I became a young adult. It was a cool spring weekend night, and my family traditionally spent the Saturday evening watching a movie. Ironically, we were fans of horror movies, including myself. Those days, I saved myself from the scariest scenes by covertly looking to the other side of the room or focusing on grabbing some popcorn. This way the demon-toothed fairy lady from Darkness Falls wouldn't haunt my dreams. After the movie was done, it was time for bed. Since I was about 5 and started sleeping on my own, I had trouble going to sleep. I had nights where I just couldn't take it and cried for my dad or my mom. It was very hard, and it affected everything in my life. Every day there was always the dread that night was coming, and the closer it got to bedtime, the more anxious and depressed I got. I grew up in the same city as my large family. Therefore, I heard stories about my neighborhood's history growing up. Some are wholesome and some are very dreadful, like the countless burnt-down buildings, private housing being built on top of graves, and the plague of violence and drugs infecting the hallways, apartments, and streets of the city. The building we lived in was a part of that history. The building housed tortured souls who could not resist the end of a needle. In the past and even at the time, substance abusers used my building's hallways and abandoned apartments for shelter. They utilized the building's complex maze-like hallway system to conceal their narcotic appetites. Death and violence were the constant companions of this epidemic. It was safe to say there was a lot of negative residual energy within my building walls and quite possibly within my own. Bedtime came, and I was faced with a harsh reality that I would once again be under the cloak of darkness. I usually slept on the bottom bunk and my younger brother on the top. We also owned a foldable bed frame with a twin mattress for when we had guests or sleepovers. My brother agreed to sleep on the bottom bunk while I slept on the foldable mattress. This way we were on the same level, and I at least had someone close and in my field of vision. I made 2 mistakes that night, and you can say it cost me every last bit of hope that the bumps in the night were just bumps and not the act of a ghost or worse. My first mistake was the way I lay out of the bed. I set it down to where the front of the bed, where I would lay my head, was sticking out parallel to the room door. Once I would lie down, I could see the dark hallway outside, an unwelcome vista. I did not realize this mistake until it was too late, and my fear of basically every sinister being I was aware of at the time kicked in. As you can probably guess, my second mistake was leaving the door open. And you may think I could just turn around and keep those bad thoughts out of my head, but it was not that easy. I fixed my gaze on the doorway. I always somehow convince myself that if I look away or close my eyes for too long, I will be gone before I know it. The hallway was still, silent, and dark. We lived in a duplex apartment, so my hallway had a solid banister that blocked you from falling onto the stairway that led to the first floor. That is what I was staring at all night. After about an hour, I started hearing footsteps going up the stairs. These were gentle and purposeful strides with the only audible sound being the creaks from bending wood. I assumed the first floor bathroom was out, and my uncle wanted to use the bathroom up here. After taking a few steps, I anticipated and fervently hoped that his head would emerge from behind the banister. It never did. The situation deteriorated as the steps continued without halting. I was confused and scared, and I tried to fight the fear with logic. We had a house cat, and it wouldn't have been out of character for him to be walking around the house at night. After another hour of this endless walking, that theory was out the window. It was obvious to me that these were the stairs creaking from pressure because I have lived in that house for about 4 years, and I knew the sounds it made very well. My fears were confirmed when finally the thing that was making its way up and down the staircase finally showed itself. I saw a dark shadow pop up from behind the banister. The silhouette was in a distinct shape, like the top of a hat. I saw more of the figure as it made its way up more steps. I saw a head and a neck covered with a collar from a button-down shirt. The collar stopped at about the 4th step from the top. The figure turned its head towards me. There were no eyes, only dark shadows filling the sockets where the eyes should have been. I was petrified. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, and I could not look away. I was in the staring match of my life with an unknown entity. The pressure I felt was immense, as if the bed was going to give at any moment and I was going to fold down through the middle onto the ground. I was in disbelief at what was happening. My 9-year-old brain could not make sense of it. I was trying to determine what beast or demon I was dealing with based on all the scary movies I have seen. Chucky was the one who scared me the most, and I remember clearly that I really did not want to face him. Hours passed, and my nightmare face-off was still going on. After a while I convinced myself that it was just as scared of me, and it was waiting for me to look away to run away or get me. I was not fond of losing sight of it and not knowing where it might show up next. It was kind of like when you find a spider in your room and you call your older sister or brother to kill it, but you don't take your eyes off it because you do not want to end up with the worst case scenario, finding it on top of you while you are trying to sleep in bed. Light found its way into the room and, soon after, the hallway. The shadow dissipated with the light, and I was finally able to move. I quickly turned on the TV and let the sounds of Tiny Toons soothe me to sleep. When I woke up, I wondered who I saw last night and could not come to any conclusion until I became familiar with the horrible stories of my building's history. It could have been a past resident wondering why I was in their room, and being that I was a young boy with a lot of energy, my presence was strong enough to provoke a reaction. Soon after, we moved to another part of the building, and the noises and other unexplained activity still occurred in the house, but that is a tale for another time. I need some advice. I think my house is haunted, and I don't know what to do. Hey, guys. I am coming here for some advice because I feel some sort of dreadful presence in my house, specifically in my kitchen and living room. They aren't separated. I'm 20, and I live with just my mom. I don't really know where to start, but I've had multiple different physical things happen in my kitchen while I'm home. Let me also say I moved into this house not even a full 2 years ago, and I've never had previous encounters with anything paranormal. I guess I'll run down the list of encounters starting with the first one and leading up to the most recent. Instance 1. Maybe about 2 to 3 months after I moved in, my mom, whose bedroom is on the first floor, said she woke up at about 3 a.m. to wind chimes making noise in our kitchen. She walked out there and actually also saw them moving. My mom loves wind chimes, and before this, she always had some inside. We took them down after this. Instance 2. This was the first event I actually saw with my own eyes. Last winter, maybe around November 2022, I was sitting with my ex-girlfriend on the couch watching TV in the living room. We had been there for maybe 35 to 45 minutes when, out of nowhere, my lunchbox flew off of the top of the refrigerator and landed on the floor about 5 feet in front of it. I paused the show and was freaked out since the only people home at the time were me and her, so I picked it up and put it back on top of the fridge. My ex was already freaked out, so we both ran upstairs. Not sure if this is important or not, but afterwards I told my sister, who is well versed in pagan witchcraft practices, to read tarot cards regarding this situation. A few times she pulled cards with cats playing on them. She told me the spirit is likely a dead pet that wants someone to play with. She also did some sort of sage ritual at this time as well. Instance 3. This happened 2 days ago and was the second thing I actually saw with my own eyes. I have a home gym, and sometimes I'll work out after work. 2 days ago I was home alone working out in the basement, and when I finished, I walked upstairs to the kitchen to make my protein drink and eat some strawberries. Creepy feeling is always in that room, but I try to ignore it. I was standing at the kitchen sink rinsing off strawberries and eating them, and I looked up out the window that's behind the sink. It was completely dark in my backyard, and I couldn't see anything but the reflection of the room behind me. When I looked up, I saw what appeared to be a blurry black figure moving very quickly from one side of the living room behind me to the other. I couldn't see any features because I only saw it for half a second, and I don't know if it had any. And I mean fast, like the same speed of a human full sprinting from one side of my living room to the other. I turned around, and there was absolutely nothing there. At this point I'm freaking out, and I start saying shit like, whatever you are not welcome here, and you need to leave. This is my house, I live here, and I don't want you here. You need to go. Then I walked upstairs and lay in my bed until my mom got home, because I don't get this eerie, creepy feeling when there's someone else home. I showered and went to bed. Instance 4. After instance 3, I debated not saying anything to my mom because I don't want to freak her out since she sleeps on the first floor. Last night I decided I'd tell her, and she was understandably a little freaked out. This morning, my mom called me while I was at work and told me that she herself was withholding experiences from me because she also didn't want to freak me out. My mom runs a small business out of the part of the basement located directly underneath the kitchen and living room. She told me she has, at least a dozen times, heard footsteps in the kitchen above her walking around when she is sure she is the only one home. Evidently, this is the reason she plays her music loudly when she's in the kitchen. From my phone call with her this morning, I learned she got in contact with some people from her church, and soon she will be having someone who specializes in spirits come to take a look. Instance 5. I'm not entirely sure if this was in my head or an actual encounter because I was tripping on shrooms, not my first time, so I know how to function. About a month ago, I decided to trip in my house with my current girlfriend and 2 other friends. For the majority of the trip, we stayed upstairs watching cool TV shows, The Midnight Gospel on Netflix, highly recommend. I had to go downstairs to piss, so I went down by myself, and I swear that while I was coming down the stairs, I saw what looked to be a woman's face smiling in an unsettling way at me from the couch. I had some laundry on the couch, and I saw the face vividly in the laundry. This actually disturbed me, and I sprinted to the bathroom to piss, then sprinted back upstairs for the rest of the night. Also, I would like to add that in the mornings before work, 5:45 a.m., still very dark outside, and at nighttime, when I am in the kitchen by myself, I feel an uncomfortable sensation, almost like the feeling you get when someone's watching you. Of course, every time I look around, I'm alone, but I just feel this intense dread. My house is also silent, and rarely do I ever hear any noise from outside since my house is surrounded on 3 sides with trees. All of these accounts are honest, and I believe I described what I've seen and my experiences to the best of my ability. I would really appreciate any advice that people can give me on how to get rid of this spirit, as it is low-key scaring the duck out of me and causing me to not like going into my kitchen or living room at night time. I once lived in a haunted house that made me believe. This story is from around 2007 to 2008. In 2005, I moved into an old house in a suburb of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The house was in the middle of the town on what appeared to be a plot of land that the elderly owner refused to sell. There were businesses all around us. The benefit was that I rarely needed to drive anywhere. I had restaurants, bars, grocery stores, and even a movie theater in walking distance. The house was a small 2-bed, 1-bath that couldn't have been 1,000 square feet. It had an old stone wall and a damp basement with a well water tank. I thought it was odd, considering we're in the middle of the city, and city water would be easily accessible. Anyway, the house was very small and old. Sometime after moving in, we invited some close friends to become roommates. There were a total of 4 people living in this home, including 2 couples. It was a great time. I was in my lower 20s, and we had parties from time to time. I'm not sure how long it took me to notice, but I wasn't the first person to point it out to the group. I and others started to notice and talk more frequently about the shadow people that would dart around the house. We'd even see them outside. Our house was surrounded by trees in all directions. We were cut off from the city that surrounded us by those trees. It was great but made for a creepy scene at night. First, it was the shadow people. Many times when I was alone in the house, I'd be at my computer playing loud music and playing video games. I'd often hear whispering and see shadows in my peripheral. I could turn the music off, and the voices would stop. I'd say out loud, "I can hear and see you, please leave me alone. I'm just trying to enjoy my night." I could turn back on the music and hear the faint whispering again. At night, I would always feel eyes just staring at me. It was especially strong when I was alone. One of my roommates suggested a Ouija board, but I strongly protested. My mom got one when I was around 12, and it did not go well, so I am scared of them 100%. It was around this time that I decided to pursue whatever this feeling was. I thought, if I can feel it this often, then it has to be real in some sort of way. I started reading books about ghosts and people that call themselves mediums. I started meditating and opening myself up to that world. Was this a good idea? Probably not, but it led down a path that had a very surprising ending. During this time, unknown to me, one of my roommates was doing the same thing. The girlfriend of my friend started trying to communicate with whatever was in the house. This was probably a bad idea, as far as I'm aware. In my meditations, I came to the conclusion that there were 2 main presences. I saw a little girl and a tall man dressed in dark, well-fitting clothes. Neither felt bad or evil in any way. The man felt protective of the girl. I thought that there was a chance that I'm just being dumb and going crazy. While meditating, I asked for validation. If I'm dumb, then nothing would happen, right? I put out a request to the void, so to speak. Well, this was around Christmas. I had a party at work. They rented out an entire restaurant and had an open bar. I got a ride with a coworker who was a dear friend of us all and knew about our ghosts too. She briefly lived at the house prior to our current roommates moving in. So, where I worked was a non-conventional job. I worked at a place that sold adult movies online. They didn't make them but were well known for being a major retailer and even won awards for the industry, so, very often celebrities of said movie world would come to our parties. Well, after several drinks, my coworker decided to lead me up to one of them and introduce me. Her dark sense of humor encouraged me to humiliate myself in front of a pretty girl. Well, it freaking backfired in the oddest way possible. This woman looked me dead in the face as though she knew who I was or we'd met before. She looked me dead in the eye and said, "One, your friend will be okay." My heart sank. How the hell could she know his name? 2, the little girl in your house needs to pass on. Ice filled my body. She mentioned a third thing that I cannot recall. Afterwards we talked for about 30 minutes. We bonded over our shared Sagittarius sign and her interest in the supernatural. She showed me a Sagittarius tattoo on her ankle. She was very nice and even met her again at next year's party. I know her stage name, but I will not share it here. Now, back to what she said. I had no idea what she could have meant by the first thing. My roommate is fine. Well, that night I went home a bit drunk, got a ride home, and passed out. I was awoken at 3 a.m. by my girlfriend and a cop standing in my bedroom doorway. I was urged to go to the living room and sit down on a chair. There were 10 to 15 cops searching the entire house. I had no idea what was going on. I was still quite drunk. A sting operation had caught my roommate in possession of drugs. That night, he crossed state borders to obtain a substantial amount of a specific drug, leading to his arrest. They were waiting for him in our driveway. Long story short, he was never convicted or anything afterwards. In other words, he was fine. Months later I told him about what the adult film star told me, and he insisted that I put him in contact with her, but I refused. Now, the little girl is something of a longer story, but basically we got a medium involved to help her pass on. Thereafter, all activity stopped. The air in the house felt lighter and free. We were unaware of the house's heavy atmosphere until it vanished. I put out the request and received verification that there is indeed something out there. After resolving all issues, I severed all connections with the other side. I feel as though I dealt with it enough. I understand the sensation of crossing the boundary, and I plan to do so when the time is right for me. But the coincidences in this story led me to believe that there is, in fact, a lot more to this world than we can see. I lived in a haunted house. When my mother was pregnant with me, she and my father bought a house in very rural East Germany. My father was disabled, so he couldn't work anymore, and my mother worked in the psychiatric hospital an hour away. So my father was always left alone in the house, and he hated it. He told my mother he'd hear voices and footsteps, things would move, the TV would change channels, and so on. My mother always assumed that his medications, heart defect, diabetes, and extremely strong pain medications, were the cause, as she consistently told herself, "No, you're just stressed and tired," a belief she still holds to this day. When I was born, my father was terrified to let me sleep in the attic, where my room was planned to be. He made me stay in his room until his excuses wouldn't work anymore. He always said that I'd have night terrors and so on since my mother always did night shifts and therefore couldn't prove him wrong. He also enrolled me in daycare at 9 months old because the house creeped him out too much. The first memories I have of this house are no different. I heard the voices of men's coughs and heavy footsteps. I wasn't as bothered by it as my father was. I didn't think they were scary for some reason. At some point, my mother didn't have as many night shifts as she did back then, so I was moved to the room in the attic. The noise level in the attic was significantly higher. I had the same experiences as my father. My TV would switch channels, my VHS player would act up, which wasn't that weird, as I was used to it and thought they just did that, and the DVD player did the same. I had drapes in front of my bed that would move every night, and an armchair placed by my mother was nearby. One plushie kept falling off the shelf. And I had weird dreams, always of grown-ass men. 2 men, a Russian soldier and another, defied easy categorization. The men in my dreams would just be normal to me, not threatening but just there. I was so young that I didn't realize this place was a village for the Russian military in East Germany, GDR. Once East Germany ceased to exist, the Russian soldiers departed, and Germans purchased those houses. I called them by the names they told me, which were Sasha, Heinrich, and Max. Sasha and Max would always tell me never to go into the woods without my neighbors. I didn't question it, why would I? I was 4, and my neighbors always watched me when my father was in the hospital and my mother was at work when the kindergarten was closed. The 3 would also always say never to talk to certain neighbors, who were basically all except those who watched me regularly. Once again, why would I question that? 4 years old, nice neighbors were fine, and those 3 were always nice. At one point, my mother got behind it, and I experienced the same thing my father did. So she questioned my father and me separately. I described them, gave names, and told her how they talked and what they said. Brushed it off until we were both going to our beach, but I said, I know a shortcut. We had a hidden beach that you can't even see on Google Maps to this day since it belongs to the military base next to our house. She didn't know, my dad didn't know, neighbors didn't know, no one really did. But I somehow led her to it through the forest, knew where I could, and couldn't step. What could possibly be in a forest, in an area that was full of war, next to a military base of the Russians? Exactly. Landmines. Never hit any, never saw any explode until I was 12. But we did find a lot of those that stepped on said mines. My mom asked me where I knew, and I told her, Sasha told me. Now, At that point, she did get suspicious and did some research. Sasha, the first officer to live there, died of a heart attack. Max and Heinrich were normal people who moved there but died. Heinrich was very old, by the way. And for Max, my mother had to do more digging because she got the house from the bank. The guy who lived here before us hung himself. Max. I saw and heard them for years, then it got less until it stopped when I moved into the room of my father when he died. But I always felt watched in that room. From the corner was his bed. It might just be paranoia. I'm 9 years old now and can think rationally. There is nothing there. And those footsteps? Those aren't his footsteps he did when his feet tingled, no. It's the house settling. It's a wooden house, after all. Voices at 2 a.m.? Mind playing tricks. Things move? I must be suffering from ADHD. After all, I regularly forget my own age and search for the remote that's in my hands. Fast forward a few more years, I have a friend over, and we both decided to stay in the attic to watch Harry Potter because my old 80s TV had the DVD player. TV turns off. Must be the bad wiring. Light turns on. Maybe the switch wasn't fully flicked. The TV turns on again, but now my VHS is running, and New Pagani is playing. That thing was spooky when I was a toddler, so nothing new. So I tried to fix it when my friend suddenly got quiet and called my name while staring in the direction of the door. There's a mirror on the chimney that I covered. I spray painted when I was a kid because mirrors are creepy. What? I swear, there is someone standing. You see things? No, I don't. That's a Russian. Very funny, German. I literally thought she was kidding because she always called me Russian as a nickname. I was the only Russian kid in our elementary school, so my head flicked to that. Look. He's staring right at us. Now I got creeped out, turned around, and? See nothing. You see someone? Yeah. How do you know he's Russian? Because of the uniform. You see him. Uniform? How the hell would she see my imaginary friends? At least I thought they were imaginary friends. Sasha, go away. This was said as a joke. A bloody joke. Then she turned to face me, grabbed her belongings, and ran back down the stairs. She then told me that the Russian just nodded and left. She refused to go anywhere near my attic ever again and spent that night in a tent in the backyard. How the hell could she see my imaginary friend from when I was a toddler? At some point, my mother asked her about this, and after a long talk, she told her what she saw. So once my friend was back at her home the next day, my mother parked her car after we let Herod it down and told me that those were not imaginary friends. That she thought they were, but got convinced otherwise when she once saw my father in the hallway just staring at her. Years after he died. She told me she yelled at him to go away, and he just left and went back into his room, which was where he died and then became my room. I still don't know what the hell is up with that house, but let's just say that once I inherit it, it goes straight back to the bank. If ghosts indeed exist, what is the true purpose of those individuals in the attic? Why are they there? Why did they stare at my friend? Why could she see Sasha when I couldn't? This incident occurred several years after his death. How did he just nod and leave her alone? Every time I go up to the attic, I feel watched. Every time I'm in my room, I feel watched. I still hear those footsteps and voices from the attic. Maybe those footsteps in my father's room were his stomping to get the blood flowing. I prefer not to know. I would rather not see him. I'd probably have the same reaction my mother had when she saw him. But I won't be keeping this house. Something always seems to go wrong with this house. It's expensive in the upkeep, and if ghosts are real, no, thank you. I am haunted by my unborn child. This is a true story that is only a few instances of some of the scarier things that have happened to us over the past 10 plus years. I apologize for the length, but as stated below, this is a small part of the more frightening things we face daily. 4 months after I gave birth to my first child, my mom offered to sell me her in-home childcare business because she was ready to do something else after running her daycare for 20 plus years. I essentially grew up in the daycare and started working there in my teenage years. I helped run the business with my mom after I graduated high school, so taking it over completely in my early 20s was an easy transition. My dad had built a second house on their property, so she wasn't living in the house that the in-home daycare was run out of. It's more a classification for the state licensing board. There are daycare centers, in-home childcare, etc., but that's not important. In the fall of 2005, when my daughter was 5 months old, her dad and I thought it was best to buy my mom's daycare and move from the small 2-bedroom apartment we had in a not so great part of town to the 5-bedroom house in the small town I grew up in, next door to my childhood home. About 6 months after moving into our new home, We found out that we were expecting another child, and I gave birth to my son in the winter of 2006. For a few years, things were relatively quiet, so let's fast forward to 2009, when my son is 3 and my daughter is 4.5. I was in the living room while they played in the daycare area of our house. Out of nowhere, they both started simultaneously screaming and crying hysterically as they came running into the living room. After I got them calmed down, my daughter explained through tears that there was a little boy with glowing green eyes watching them play. She said he was peeking over the half wall that separates what was then the craft area from the kitchen. In my opinion, they were too young to make something like that up. They both told the same story for weeks after it happened, and for them to start crying at the exact same time? The daycare had been closed for the evening, and there was obviously no one there when I went to look, so I 100% believe that they both saw something, and the events that followed confirmed that our house was in fact haunted. After the first sighting, activity picked up but was relatively innocent. My staff would take the kids to the playground every nice day while I cooked lunch. Quite a few times I would see out of the corner of my eye a little boy running across the room. Out of habit I'd remind him that we don't run inside before realizing I was alone and that all the children were outside and accounted for. Over time it got worse. I had just gotten into bed one night when I heard a strange noise over my son's baby monitor. I went in to check on him, and when I reached his door, I noticed a pillow over his face. I flipped the light on to see 2 small indentations in the pillow, and in that same split second, my son started gasping for air. There was some invisible thing trying to smother my baby with his pillow. After a few weeks of hell trying to get him to go to sleep in his own bed, things went back to normal for a while. I say normal, but at the very least it wasn't actively trying to hurt my kids. A few times a week, always at night and usually between the hours of 10 p.m. and 3 a.m., we would hear faint chants and old church songs coming over the baby monitors. I can't explain what it sounded like exactly, but it was by no means anything that would be sung or said in any modern church. Things would get knocked off shelves, I'd feel what felt like something crawling into bed with me, and I'd see things out of the corner of my eye, but more importantly, my kids weren't being affected, and for a while I was hopeful that the worst was over. About 4 months go by when, like before, just as I was getting into bed, I heard my daughter call out for me over the monitor. First in a quiet voice, she whisper/yelled, "Mommy," but then a second later she started crying and said, "That wasn't nice." I ran in there, and after I got her calmed down, she said there was someone watching her, and when she got scared and called out for me, it had made him mad, and he had scratched her. I pulled up her sleep shirt to find 3 deep scrapes on her back that went from her left hip to her right shoulder, which would have been impossible for her to do to herself unless she was secretly a contortionist at the ripe old age of 5. After that, I started calling anyone and everyone I could find online to get help, or at the very least get some answers as to what we may be dealing with. After a week or so of emails and phone calls, I got a call from a well-known medium in my state. He asked a handful of questions about the activity in my house, but nothing about my job, marital status, or anything that could have led him to the answer that he gave me. I was literally in the middle of answering a random question when he interrupted me and said that the spirit in my house was my child. He somehow knew that I had previously had a miscarriage, and he explained that my son was jealous of the attention his brother and sister got, and he was angry with them for getting to have a life with me that he would never get. He told me what I needed to do to stop it all, to get rid of the spirit in my home, but I could never do it. If this medium is to be believed, I would be casting out my own child. Obviously I had to put my living children first. Their safety was and always will be my top priority. But after acknowledging what was in my house and walking around, probably looking like a crazy person talking to him whenever I was alone, everything got better. The kids would see him once in a while up until they both reached around the ages of 7 and 8, and for the most part, he left them alone. They both, over time, have forgotten most of what they went through when they were young. My son, who is 13 now, will see things. Not long ago, he came running in the living room. He said he thought he saw the shadow of a person and didn't know why, but he felt like he was being chased. So other than small things like them hearing what sounds like someone walking up and down the stairs, things being pushed off shelves, or doors being opened, the activity in my house as far as my kids are concerned has pretty much stopped. This story may be long, and I am sorry for that, but it really is the bare bones of what we went through and what we are still going through today. I can't explain why, but I honestly felt like it would all get 100x worse if I had tried to get rid of him completely. And yes, 10 plus years later, and he is still here. At least a few times a month I will hear what sounds like my living son's voice outside my bedroom door at night saying "Mom." He would do that a lot when he was little and got scared. Instead of coming in my room, he would stand in my doorway calling out for me. The strange part is that the voice I hear is not the crackly voice he is now as a 13-year-old prepubescent teen. It's the sweet, innocent voice he had as a small child. Many people have told me that this is not just the jealous spirit of my unborn child, that it is some sort of poltergeist and that regular spirits cannot do what we have seen him do. But for whatever reason, our chosen approach to the situation has made coexisting possible, and for me that's enough. I just don't have it in me to make the spirit leave, and I don't think I ever will. I accidentally summoned demons with a Ouija board. Maybe? I just found this group, and I have to talk about the scariest things that have ever happened to me. This all happened when I was in high school in my parents' house, and I feel like I've always been a little sensitive to the paranormal, but this house took it to an entirely new level. I've always believed in ghosts, always been obsessed with ghost shows like Ghost Hunters and A Haunting, always loved scary movies, and always said that Halloween was my favorite holiday, so when two of my best friends asked me if I wanted to use a Ouija board, of course I said yes. Now in hindsight, this was not one of the best decisions I've ever made. We went out late at night, and the small town we lived in had a cemetery right in the middle of town, so that's where we went, which I just feel like was definitely stacking the odds against us, but like, high school kids, you know. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the experience because it's what happened afterwards that is spooky, but just know that we heard creepy child laughter, literally the worst, and spoke to a known Ouija board demon, and it was enough to make me never want to touch one again. Now, the activity in my house started that night as soon as I got home, so I have to believe that they're connected. In my parents' house, my brother and I both stayed in the basement, and our rooms shared a wall. This was in a small town in Nebraska in the dead of winter, so it was super cold, and in the basement we had one of those small infrared heaters on wheels, and that night I heard the heater rolling around on the linoleum floor. But I, having seen enough scary movies, cue Sidney Prescott's monologue in Scream about the dumb girls who always run up the stairs, knew that the last thing you want to do is check out the spooky noises or acknowledge the thing making the spooky noises, so I stayed in my room, super freaked out, and hid under my blankets. That was the first night. As time went on, things got progressively worse. Do you remember the old metal pencil sharpeners, where you had to spin the little handle to sharpen the pencil? For some reason, this house had one of those mounted on a pillar outside my room, and it would start rotating at night with the heater. Then, inside my room, I had a mason jar that sat on top of my dresser in my closet. This started moving around at night, like back and forth on top of a wooden dresser. Like I said, I had already decided I was never going to acknowledge the spooky ghost, so I wouldn't even look in its direction, and this would go on for what felt like hours at a time, and the longer I ignored it, the more aggressive the mason jar got. I never looked at it until morning, and after one particularly rough night, when I looked at my dresser in the morning, there were scrapes on top of the dresser from the mason jar. This had me all the way ducked up, but I still hadn't said anything to my family about it. They believe in the paranormal, but they had already told me the house was fine, so I didn't want to bring it up. But now there was tapping on my walls at night. My bedroom has wooden paneling in it, and I would hear taps next to my head. Now also, you know how it feels when your cat jumps on your bed and starts walking around trying to find a spot to lay down? I would feel that at night too, but there would be no cat, which was sufficiently creepy. However, the situation worsened when I began to hear my name whispered at night from my closet. This was happening every night. And even though I wasn't acknowledging it, it was getting worse. Also, I'm getting chills even writing this because I'm remembering everything, and it still freaks me out. On the left side of my bed I had a huge wooden bookcase that my grandparents had made me because I love reading, and on top of that bookcase was an old little flat screen TV with buttons on the back of it that were super loud when you press them. Those buttons started pressing at night too. So at this point, I'm hearing the heater and the pencil sharpener, taps on my wall, whispering in my closet, TV buttons pressing, and feeling stuff crawl into my bed, and as you can guess, I am a mess. My breaking point was one specific night when I had a super vivid nightmare. In the nightmare, I'm in my room, and I'm looking around, and as I do, I see a little girl huddled in the corner in my closet, a little boy standing by my bed and pressing on it, a shadow man behind my bookcase right next to the TV, and a shadow man in the opposite corner tapping on the wall. It was absolutely terrifying. And at this point I'm incapable of keeping it to myself anymore. I start a conversation with my brother about the nightmare I had. And this is where shit gets extra creepy, as if it wasn't bad enough already. I'm telling him about this nightmare, and his eyes get super wide as he's listening in, and he interrupts me and describes to me exactly what the little boy pressing on my bed looks like. We had had the same nightmare. I started telling him everything that had been happening to me, and he nodded along, saying he heard the heater, the pencil sharpener, and the whispers. To make matters worse, he tells me that I was whispering along with the ghosts. I'm completely dumbfounded and ask him what he means, and he tells me that he's seen me sitting straight up in bed, talking in my sleep to whatever was in my room, and I have no memory of it whatsoever. This is all super scary, right? It gets worse. Right across from my brother's room, across the basement, was a storage room without a door. This room had always given me a yucky feeling, like the kind of feeling where I never wanted to even be near it or look into it in the dark, and I never knew why. My brother's room was across from this room. He told me that he would wake up at night and see a dark shadow that looked like a man standing in the doorway of that room. Some nights he'd be in the doorway, some nights he'd be halfway between his room and the storage room, and some nights he'd be standing in the doorway of my bedroom staring at me. He said that the man never stepped into my room and was never in front of my brother's room, and I never saw him. I was terrified by all of this, but if you can believe it, I felt a little better knowing that I wasn't alone in what I was experiencing. We told our parents, and my dad didn't believe us, but my mom told us that she sometimes heard whispers from downstairs and would hear someone yell "Mom" from my bedroom when she was home alone. After I told people, things started happening less and less frequently, but I remember one specific time when my boyfriend was over, my now husband, loved that for me, and my brother and I were telling him everything. He asked us to stop because he was getting a really terrible headache, and the second we stopped talking, it went away. I don't necessarily know how everything stopped. I moved into an apartment building and experienced a few strange occurrences, such as all three of my clocks in different rooms falling off the walls and shattering simultaneously. However, I haven't encountered anything as significant since. My mom and my brother also told me that the second I moved out of the house, all activity stopped completely, literally the first night I was no longer living there. I haven't experienced anything since living in my apartment, so I don't know if I left my little ghosties there or not, but either way, I'm very thankful it's no longer happening to me. Fairly certain my brother's house is haunted by an increasingly violent, confrontational poltergeist. I would like to begin by stating that, prior to this year, my only experience with the paranormal was observing questionable light orbs in my own iPhone videos from touristy ghost tours. I have always been skeptical about claims of the supernatural, and now I yearn to return to a state of blissful ignorance. I say this because I firmly believe that my brother's house is haunted by something or someone who appears to despise him and desires his departure. Without divulging too many personal details, I'll just say that my brother is an automotive technician who lives in Virginia. He's the kind of dude who listens to metal, drinks whiskey daily, has tattoos and wears tactical boots, goes off-roading, goes to shooting ranges, and has a girlfriend from New Jersey who helps him with anything technically savvy given how he is largely computer illiterate. Throughout my life, he jovially insulted me with mocking nerdy nicknames like Irkle Dirkle and was quick to get into fights and arguments. However, this changed in the last few months after he moved into his new place, a seemingly quiet suburban home built in 1977. Now he's far more soft-spoken and respectful, fearful, filled with anxiety, sleep-deprived, and kindly asks to stay at my place or have me sleep over at his whenever his girlfriend is out of town on work or visiting family in Jersey. It's a sea change in his behavior, and it has everything to do with what we believe is a poltergeist tormenting him, and by we, I mean multiple other witnesses, including his girlfriend, friends, co-workers, and houseguests. He dreads going back to his home at night despite once being proud/elated about finally having his basement man cave and is currently relieved to be on vacation. It started with him coming home from work and finding the overhead fan in the garage turned on nearly every day of the week. He thought this was just his girlfriend turning it on and messing with him, but she denied it and thought he was doing it to mess with her. Fans and lights seem to turn on by themselves after they return to the house, which has been an ongoing problem. One night, while I was smoking a cigarette in the garage, I heard the door to the basement open. I turned around, but nobody was there. I assumed it was his girlfriend at first, but she was snug under a bunch of blankets on the couch watching TV far from the door. My brother's girlfriend thought it was me coming back inside. Then a few weeks later, both my brother and I were smoking cigarettes in the garage, and we both witnessed the doorknob turn, with a distinct sound, and the door push itself open with considerable force, despite it being an old door that gets jammed in the frame. There was no HVAC or air conditioning on, but then again air pressure doesn't turn a doorknob. We both reacted in real time, saying WTF to each other and talked about it all night. We then learned his girlfriend had seen the handles of a plastic bin seemingly open by themselves. One of our friends also expressed fear of going into the garage because he said he felt someone standing behind him breathing as he went to grab a couple of beers from the fridge in the garage. From there, things just escalated quickly. My brother was putting away a liquor bottle in his liquor cabinet in the kitchen and noticed a knife on the counter jump up 2 inches in front of him. He did an experiment, slamming the same cabinet door, but the knife or other objects did not move from the vibration. On a different day, He heard a canister of garlic salt fall over inside one cabinet, and 5 minutes later, a box of pasta from a totally unrelated pantry also fell over. Then when he had one of his mechanic buddies over to the house, they both simultaneously heard a loud, prolonged scream of a feminine voice coming from the upstairs hallway while they entered the basement through the garage, and both looked at each other, saying, "WTF was that?" Basically. When my brother told his girlfriend about this, her computer crashed in the study and fell to the floor. So my brother talked with the HOA guy in the neighborhood, and he told my brother that a few decades ago a pastor used to live in the house, a holier-than-thou type who despised drinking, smoking, and loud music, 3 things my brother enjoys on a daily basis. He said the pastor had to be dragged out of the house when dying, being overly attached to the property, and later died in the hospital. The next-door neighbor confirmed this, saying he died when she was young. She also confirmed that the previous owners, a family with little kids, quickly moved back to their home state of Texas after they became freaked out by noises and a sense of dread in the basement, along with the faint smell of cigarettes in the ground floor hallway leading to the house's 2 bedrooms, despite nobody in their family smoking cigarettes. The neighbor also refused to ever step foot in my brother's house. I searched online and found no records of anyone dying in the home, but that would exclude a person like the pastor dying at the local hospital. Just last Sunday, my brother then drunkenly started cursing at the ghost out loud and insulting him for being an uptight, righteous, coward pastor while we sat on the basement couch watching TV. We both heard a rumble upstairs and didn't know what it was until we later went upstairs and found that the attic door was open and shoved to the side, revealing an eerie dark chasm in the middle of the hallway into the dark attic above. You might think that's unremarkable. However, the attic door is thick and heavy, inset into the ceiling by about 3 full inches. It requires some muscle to lift it up and over and is about 10 feet above the hallway floor, necessitating a stepladder for any person of normal height to reach it. I left in the middle of the night after he passed out. For obvious reasons I didn't want to stay, but I hung out with my brother the very next night at my place instead. That's because he refused to go back to his home after waking up in the morning, messing with the thermostat in the same hallway right before going to work, and hearing a female voice moaning so loud it rattled his bed in his master bedroom nearby. He continued to sleep at my house the following night, Tuesday, and on Wednesday we went to a local bar/restaurant with a friend before going back to the house. Sure enough, the lights were on in the house despite him turning off all the lights after he had left days earlier, and his girlfriend was presently out of town on vacation in Florida with friends, waiting for him to come down there when work permitted. I helped him pack for his trip to the airport the next day, and, sure enough, in the middle of the night after he passed out, I finally heard a faint female moaning voice coming from upstairs while I slept on the basement couch. If you made it this far, thanks for listening. It's a cool house, he loves what he's done to the basement, and they've sunk some money into the place, decorated it, and I've helped mount a big flat screen TV on the family room wall with a swivel. They've successfully moved into the home, but I'm concerned that the escalation may prevent them from staying there for a full year. My brother jokes around that he has 2 roommates who don't pay rent, the pastor and moaning lady, but he's visibly shaken by this. His mental health is not okay, and I fear this will soon become a financial burden for them if they have to move again. One of our friends is currently trying to convince him to set up cameras or audio recorders in the house, if only to prove to people he's not losing his mind. Good thing he has other witnesses, lol. The things that haunt me. My family on my father's side has always been a bit more in tune with the taboo. I grew up in a family that was very open to discussing unexplainable things. Here are some tales of the things that have haunted my 25 years on this planet. I was a very odd child. I always liked weird things and the unknown. So, I dabbled like a moron, and as we all know, when you go looking, something comes looking for you. I was about 13 years old, living in an apartment building with my mother and stepfather. I've always had insomnia. One evening, I was tossing and turning when suddenly I felt dread. I was absolutely terrified. I kept the lights off while unsuccessfully trying to sleep. In this bedroom, I had double sliding mirrors facing my bed. I didn't know any better. Finally, I summoned up the courage to open my eyes and roll over. When I did, I stopped breathing. Standing next to my bed, facing the wall and looking outside, was a girl roughly the same age with long black hair and a soft pink polka-dotted nightgown, just staring at the wall and not moving or breathing. I stared at her for what felt like hours but was probably just moments, and then I hid under my covers. It was probably about 15 minutes before the dread passed, and when I finally opened my eyes and peeked again, she was gone. This was the first and last time I ever saw her. I would always get home first, as my mom and stepdad are police officers, so I was always alone. The apartment sometimes just felt so heavy. My computer desk faced a wall, and my back would be towards all the doors. These doors would creak and move constantly, which was annoying. However, one day, while using my webcam, I noticed a black mass standing in the door to my parents' room. Naturally, I panicked and looked behind me but found nothing. Things like this continued to happen to me throughout living there. Fast forward 2 years, I'm now living at my stepmother's home. I was taking care of her during her stage 5 breast cancer, so I'd often be home alone while she was in the hospital undergoing treatment. One day, I am sitting in the living room watching TV, and from the corner of my eye, I see roughly 4 people in my yard walking up my porch. I was weirded out as we lived in the middle of nowhere, but my stepmom has so many friends it wouldn't have been too strange for someone to come. I wait for a knock. Nothing. I proceed to open the door, only to find it empty. No one is there. I go and look around the property and the gate, and no one is there. I ignored this and went on about my days. Approximately a month later, I found myself downstairs once more with Sky, our beautiful, large German Shepherd, simply watching television. Suddenly, we heard a loud thud from upstairs. It sounded as though someone had fallen, gotten up, and then fallen again. I was there alone with just the dog, but the dog was with me. It took me a good 30 minutes to go upstairs and look. I was scared, and Sky was scared. I wasn't going up there without her, and she was refusing to go up there at first. I checked my stepmom's room, and everything was normal, so I went about checking all the rooms. I finally get to my room, and it is destroyed. My clothes were everywhere, my bed was disheveled, and a dog kennel I had in there had the door ripped off, and it was sat neatly next to the kennel itself. Needless to say, Sky and I slept downstairs. After that incident, things died down, and I'd mainly just see shadows from my eyes darting around and shadow people walking with me. At 15 to 16 years old, I got really into the supernatural, so I started opening my mind, trying to contact things and see what all was out there. This was fine and dandy, nothing too odd for a good while. Just more of the same shadow people, doors slamming behind me, my iPod randomly taking photos, etc. Well, around this time, I met my first boyfriend. Somehow, I was allowed to stay at this boyfriend's home with him and his parents on weekends and such. My boyfriend and his brother were huge into paranormal stuff. His brother dabbled in some very dark and wicked things. One night, my boyfriend, his brother, and I are at the house alone, just talking and hanging out, and I'm looking outside, and all of a sudden, a broom just gets yeeted across the porch. I stop and say, "What the duck was that?" Of course, they are giddy and excited, but I wasn't. I had an odd feeling. Later that night, we went over to a friend's house who lived up the street, where we drank, smoked, and did all the typical teenage activities. As we were walking home, I saw something in the distance. It's right out front of my boyfriend's house. This thing looked like Gollum from Low TR. I freak out and shout, "What in the duck is that?" and point. This creature like squat walked in front of my boyfriend's car and didn't come back out. I was petrified. I didn't want to walk past the car, but I also was afraid to let him go ahead and me become engulfed by the forest and darkness we were walking in. We made it past the car, and nothing. At this point, I'm done, I'm scared, and I want to go to sleep. My boyfriend didn't want to sleep, so he and his brother went outside to smoke and be boys. About maybe 2 hours later, I hear my boyfriend say, "My name, why are the lights out? I'm lost." Then a moment later, I heard him say, "Open the door, it's dark out here." I got up from bed, went to open the door, and froze. I froze my hand inches from the doorknob. Something told me, "No, don't do it. Do not open that door." I panicked and hid under the blankets, crying. Another hour passes, and my boyfriend finally comes in. I asked him why he did ask me to open the door and was he that high he really got lost in his own home? He looked at me like I had 3 heads and told me, "I've been outside since I first came in." That was the most significant thing that happened in that home. The energy was focused in the kitchen, as I'd hear someone say help from the pantry. I ignored it. More years passed, and I decided enough was enough, so I closed my mind off. This worked for a while until I moved to another state. I moved in with my sister, and everything was okay for a week or two. But one morning, while I was getting ready for work, I heard a crash coming from my sister's room. I was alone again. I went into her room to see what it was, and she had a clock on the floor she was fixing. It was leaning against the wall, no batteries, one hand missing, etc. The remaining hand was violently spinning. At this point, I'm in my 20s and have 0 Fs left, so I slam her door and go back to my business. Then one day, she opens up to me about weird things happening around the house. So, I suggest we set up cameras, and man, it did not disappoint. We caught a hand appearing and disappearing on her couch, as if it was changing the TV channel. Then we caught the couch being hit, the computer flashing on and then immediately shutting off, and something falling in the laundry room. This activity eventually calmed down as I told her we need to stop and do something about it. Another year passes, and woohoo, I got my first house. Everything seemed great, no bad vibes or anything, for the first few months of living here. Then one day, I'm sitting in my living room and hear voices in my basement. I said no, I did not check. Instead, I installed a security system with cameras monitoring all doors and windows. While I was at work one day, I got an influx of alerts: garage door open, garage door shut, master bedroom window open, pool door open. I rushed home immediately. I didn't call the police, I didn't want them in my home without me there since I have guard dogs. I cleared the house, everything was fine, and no one was there. Although it shakes me, I eventually forget about it. Until a few days later, the same thing happens. I did the same thing, rushed home, checked everything, and cleared the house. Then, a terrifying thought crossed my mind: what if I had a voyeur? So, I bought cameras and installed them in every room. I didn't see a single thing. The sensors still went off, so I called the company, and they checked if something was wrong. Nope, everything was working just fine. Everything calms down eventually, until one day, while I'm trimming my dog's nails, I hear thundering footsteps rushing towards me from behind. I didn't have an opportunity to react before I felt an icy chill on my neck. I looked scared as if I was about to be murdered, but there was nothing there. So, I got up, told whatever it was to duck off, and slammed my door. A few nights later, I'm watching TV in the living room, and in my kitchen, I see a black mass peeking from around a good foot above my cabinets. When I fully look, there's nothing there. So we did a song and dance of this for a good while, and it got to the point where I just got used to it. I didn't have bad vibes, so I just ignored it. Then I had to leave my home for about 2 weeks. When I came back, all of my pictures had been knocked off the walls, even in the dining room. If I hadn't had to unlock my doors, I would have thought it was broken into. I simply apologized to everyone present, expressing my regret for leaving, but I had no choice. I'm home now. For a while, everything was fine, but one night, something woke me up. I'm in pure terror, something is in my room, and I can feel it. It's a horrific energy. I didn't dare look, I kept my eyes closed. That was maybe a month or so ago now. I've got many more stories, but these are the ones that pop out to me. If anyone has any thoughts on what this could be, or if it's something that's attached to me, and what I should do, let me know. We lived in a house for 3 years that was incredibly active. The first night we moved in, we felt uneasy as soon as it got dark. We felt like a large, evil presence that made us almost nauseated. We got to where we didn't want to go to bed. We would stay up so late to avoid going into the master bedroom. We had awful dreams about being violent to others when we slept. We never had them before or since. It was horrible. When people visited, they would wake up saying they had a horrible dream about attacking other people. That is just the surface. We, and guests, would see these black, and more rarely, white, things floating slowly through the house. When they hit something physical, they would shake it or make a sound like crinkling paper. Objects would mysteriously move around the house. Once we had dinner in the dining room and then went to the living room. When we went back to the dining room later, we saw a chair was pushed into the corner, facing the wall. That happened a lot. At night, we would hear sets of 3 knocks on the wall. If you got up and walked through the house, it would follow you. We heard footsteps and what sounded like a ball bouncing in the attic space. It was an unfinished room with just boards and was one of those pull-down ones. The door was always jammed, and I couldn't even open it with my full weight, but we'd find it cracked open a lot. We had auto lights in the closets, and sometimes the lights would come on, and we'd hear the hangers and the doors shake. We finally put latches across all doors in the house because the handles would turn and the doors would open all the time, especially the closets. Guests saw shadow people and children. I once woke up and saw a man standing at the end of my bed. He was short, had curly hair, and was wearing a leather jacket. He would twist our lights outside in an upside-down manner. We would see these black blobs on the floors and walls in the dark. This large owl made of wicker was left in the house, and we just never moved it. One night my husband and I got this feeling of dread and both looked at it. When we did, it suddenly looked extremely sinister, and so we burned it. We had a little library, and it had a guest bed in it. My friend was staying there, and she woke up with something poking her back. She turned over to find 6 black objects in a row behind her. They were objects off the shelves in the room. In that same room, I opened the closet one time, and a piece of glass stored there flew across the room and shattered against the far wall. That is just some highlights of what happened. What was weird was that there was no real continuity to the hauntings besides the dreams. And the floating things. We never saw the same human spirit more than once. Since we built this house in 2008, we were unaware of its current state. A major gas pipeline ran through the backyard. Anyway, a few things happened to help us understand it more. I was talking to a neighbor who said that the land had been host to a Hatfield/MC Coy style feud that ended in murder over 50 years ago. Second, our property had a small patch of woods, and when we went to clean it out and explore, we found a circle of torches with a seat in the middle. This was suburbia, and the man who lived there before had a horrible, abusive energy. It seemed he'd sit in his weird tiki circle in a tiny patch of woods and just drink for hours. We found tons of beer bottles. Did he accidentally commune with something dark? Third, another friend pointed out that we literally had a pipeline in our yard, a flow of death. Could it have attracted stuff? Is that why we had so many different phenomena? We had a horrible time selling this house. Everyone who saw it thought it was beautiful and perfect and said they'd put in an offer, but they got a weird feeling and didn't buy. Until Harvey hit and shut down the pipeline, it sold within days. The most interesting thing that happened was when we went to sell the house, it got inspected again. Turns out the house was actually really old. The house had been relocated and its interior was reconstructed. Our inspector had missed that. Anyway, it was a strange experience. I am very into the supernatural up to this day, but I can say there is a huge difference between exploring it and it being a constant burden wearing at the edges of your mind because you have nowhere to rest from it. My parents' haunted house. Something is there. Stories from the years. I always feel crazy when I say this, but it's true, and I'm certain of it. My parents' house is haunted. Not just your standard run-of-the-mill haunted either. It's fantastically and terrifyingly haunted. Here are some accounts of the experiences I've had and the events that have affected my family. I promise you this is all true. Here's a brief overview of my parents' home. It's pretty old. Part of it is a log cabin that was built in 1850 and was used as a schoolhouse somewhere in Indiana. In the 1910s or early 1920s, this log cabin was hauled across state lines to southern Ohio by a wealthy banking family whose name many people would probably recognize. Anyway, they moved this log cabin from Indiana and added some additions, a library, a kitchen, a dining room, some extra bedrooms, bathrooms, etc. This was in the 1920s, so one of the coolest parts of the house is that there is a speakeasy hidden in the basement. For those of you who are unaware of what that is, a speakeasy is a room that was used for drinking illegal bootleg liquor back during Prohibition. There are two ways into this room in the basement. 1, through an incredibly thick wooden door in the furnace room. It has a huge lock that can only be opened from the other side. 2, there is a wooden panel in the log cabin part of the house that opens up as a tiny door with a secret staircase going down to it. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you'd miss it or think it was a closet. As the years passed and ownership changed repeatedly, each family left their mark on the property. From what we understand, each owner of the home added to the house, and it is now roughly double the size it was in the 1920s. The house is pretty big, but strangely so. It is incredibly long but only a room or two wide at its largest width, which always made for really long trips if you forgot something on the other side of the house. There is lots of wood, stone, antiques, etc., and it sits back in the woods where no one can see it from the road. It's an incredibly beautiful and unique home, but it has its secrets. Something is definitely wrong. We moved into this place when I was 16 years old. I was getting ready to start my junior year of high school and was a pretty shy kid. Not a loner by any means, but I hadn't come into my own yet and was just coming out of the awkward teenage years. I was a good kid, I didn't get into much trouble, didn't do any drugs or drink, and respected my parents, blah blah blah. The day we moved into this place, I knew something was wrong. It just started out as that eerie feeling of someone or something watching me. It honestly felt like I was a fish in a bowl and I was being observed. I was being watched by something I couldn't see or understand, but I knew it was there. Honestly, the first year or so was okay. It was unsettling, yet it was manageable. We would occasionally hear small bumps in the night, which we attributed to the unfamiliar noises in our new home. The things that always seemed out of place were just chalked up to us being forgetful and the normal settling and process you go through when you move into a new home. Construction was underway on a new garage and barn outside, providing constant noise throughout the day to keep your senses engaged. Something was still off, though. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was around us. My aunt moved from northern Ohio to our area my senior year of HS. She had taken a job in our area and needed a place to stay while her family worked on selling their house and finding one down here. I love my aunt dearly, so she was a welcome addition to our family. As I said before, The house is unusually long. Bedrooms are spread throughout the house. My parents' room was on one end, my sister's in the middle, and mine on the far end. It was ideal for privacy and space. When my aunt moved in, she took the guest room next to mine. It was pleasant to have someone else occupy that side of the house, especially considering the eerie atmosphere. I had always heard footsteps in the house, but since I lived with 3 other people, I always assumed that it was them. My aunt moving in taught me otherwise. It was probably around 3 a.m. one morning during the summer when my aunt ran into my room, freaking the duck out. T. My name is going to be T for the purpose of this story. Wake up. T. She was panicking, big time. What's wrong? I said in a groggy, freshly woken haze. Something is in my room. A picture fell off the wall, and then my door slammed shut. It was probably just the wind blowing through your window or a draft or something. Don't freak out. Go to bed. Okay, you're probably right. Good night. She replied. The next morning when I asked her what the hell that was about, she was still freaked out. But since it was summer and the windows were open, I like to think she was probably just imagining things. She is prone to excitability and gets scared pretty easily. A few months go by, and I find out that my aunt has started to barricade her door shut at night with pillows or a small stool. I thought that was weird, so I decided to ask her what that was about. Oh, well, my door opens and slams shut around 3 a.m. every morning. It freaks me out, and the only way I can get it to stop is to put these pillows in front of it. That freaked me out a little bit, I'll be honest. I sleep with a sound machine in my room because I hate dead silence, especially at my parents' house, but a few times I had been woken up by a thud. I always thought it was someone going to the bathroom and closing the door a little too loudly. It turns out that this was not the case. My parents, my sister, and I go on a trip later that summer. My aunt doesn't go. She's a little nervous about staying home alone at that place, but she says a bottle or 2 of Merlot will make everything okay. Our trip was fantastic, but when we got home, we found one terrified woman. Your house is haunted. You know that, right? She says plainly. There was some real weird shit that happened while you were gone. I was sitting right here, pointing to a chair outside the kitchen near the TV, and I heard footsteps. Footsteps, I say. Again, she is very excitable. Are you sure? Sure it wasn't just some weird noises? Maybe the wind? My dad asks. The wind, are you serious? It was footsteps. I heard them every day while you were gone. Thud. 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 She's convinced. I believe her. For those of you who are getting bored with this, I promise it starts getting better soon. The following weekend, my dad and I embarked on a project. There was a brick patio in back of the house. It had been there since the house was built generations ago. Beautiful old paver bricks. My parents desired to install a deck and a hot tub at the back of the property, but they were determined not to discard the bricks. We decided that Dad and I would rip them up carefully and haul them about 200 yards away to a hill near the pond and build a new patio as well as a pergola above it. We spent quality time bonding as father and son. It was the hottest weekend of the year, and we were miserable, but we had fun together, always will remember that. We were thrilled with our work and how we had changed the house for the better, but something else didn't seem right. That night I went to bed exhausted. I climbed in my bed, but something seemed weird. There was more than just the weight of the air. The end of my bed had some sort of pressure on it, as if someone was sitting on it. I slid my legs to the bottom of the bed and encountered some resistance. I thought that it was probably just the sheets, you know how they can hang off the end of the bed and put some weight on your feet. Pulled the covers up, still was some pressure there. I began to think that it was probably just my tired body, so I slid my legs to the right to the other side of the bed. Nothing. Felt perfect, just like normal. Slid them back to the other side, and it felt like I was pushing them under something sitting on the bed. I woke up later that night to my father standing in my doorway, light shining behind him. He was standing there in his underwear with a gun. Quick! Get up! Someone is in the house. Rambo, Dad said. Get your bat. We have to go check it out. My mother and sister run into my room with their 2 timid dogs. Luckily, my aunt was out of town. I didn't ask any questions. I simply grabbed my bat and followed my old man into battle. We didn't find anyone in the house. Turns out that both my mom and dad were woken up in the middle of the night by a door slamming really, really loud. This time it sounded like it was coming from the log cabin part of the house. I came back to my room to find that both dogs had peed in my bed. What the duck, dogs? They had never done anything like that before. I glanced at my alarm clock. What time was it? 3:20 a.m. The whole 3 a.m. thing really started to duck with me. Increasingly, I would find myself waking up at 3 or so a.m., not sure if this was a result of my body's alarm clock or something else entirely. However, this routine quickly grew stale. We ended up getting a security system on the house with all of the windows and doors wired. Dad felt better about that, but everyone else was still pretty scared. Something was already in the house. I went away to college and didn't come home much during that first year. I really found myself and who I was that year. I came home during breaks but didn't spend much time in that house for quite a while. I spoke with my parents frequently, though. Weird shit kept on happening, but most of it was small potatoes. This is the exception to the rule. This truly freaks me out. One of the original rooms in the home serves as my parents' dining room. It's a beautiful room with large windows looking out over the property and a 12-foot-long antique table with a mirror surface that came with the house. There is a chandelier in the middle of the room over the table as well as 6 wall sconces that sit on 3 walls. One wall has a big fireplace and some shelves. One day, the lights in that room stop working. All of them. Bulbs get replaced, breakers flipped, nothing is fixing it. The electrician gets called out. He's a good family friend, so we trust him. He does fine work. He checked out everything and couldn't figure it out. He told my dad that he needs to come back the next day and work and that he disconnected the electricity to each light source. Note that the chandelier is on a switch, and each wall sconce must be turned on at the source. Electricity is disconnected. Lights are out. Night falls, and it's time to go to bed. Apparently my father went downstairs to close up when he saw a light on. Well, lights on. Every single light in that dining room was on. The next day Dad calls up the electrician. "Hey electrician, did you disconnect the electricity in the dining room yesterday?" He asks. "Well yeah, why?" The electrician responds. "Because the lights were on last night." Dad's name, that's impossible. Weird things started happening more frequently in that room, and it always seemed to be for a period of a few weeks after they threw a big party or if we had changed something in the house. I got a dog my sophomore year, and we came home for the summer. The dog was great, but she was very playful and really strong. One day my mother comes up to me and says, "T, please stop moving my chairs in the dining room. It's really annoying to have to move them back." "What are you talking about, Mom?" "You know what I'm talking about," she said. A few days pass, and suddenly a very angry mom confronts me. "Stop messing with my chairs. You're driving me crazy." Turns out that the chairs in the room were moving around. They were on wheels, but they ended up all over the hardwood floor. In different places each time. Mom was getting pissed. I told her that I didn't do it. After that, she thought it was my dog running around under the table and moving them around. We went back to school that fall, and one day I got a phone call from my mom. "I'm sorry I accused you of moving the chairs. I know it wasn't you," she said. "Ha ha, oh yeah? Well, thanks. I told you it wasn't me or the dog." "Who was it?" "The ghosts," she said very matter-of-factly. "It's the ghosts. But don't worry, they stopped." She then told me the story of how one day she moved the chairs back to where they should be, walked out of the room, came back 2 minutes later, and the chairs were moved again. Apparently she had come to grips with there being ghosts in the house and said the following: "I don't care if you're here. You are welcome here, but you're scaring me, and please stop moving my chairs around." Indeed, the chairs remained firmly in place. However, the lighting issues in that room continued to persist. Crazy things kept happening. Occasionally we'll smell pipe smoke in the library. That's usually a tip-off that something crazy is going to happen soon. None of us smoke, but we found out that a man decades and decades ago used to smoke the duck out of a pipe in that room. Every so often we'll smell it, pretty heavy. Then things happen. For instance, one time we heard a loud slamming sound, ran in, and found 4 books from the bottom bookshelf on the floor. The books were located approximately 5 feet away from the bookshelf. These books were on the bottom shelf, inches off the floor, and there is a small lip inside the shelf that is a real pain in the butt sometimes, but somehow those books got out. Somehow. Years passed, and my family came to terms with the haunted nature of the house. Occasionally, I would catch a glimpse of a man in the corner of my eye, and we would see shadows. Things continued to shoot off walls, off shelves, and be in places we didn't leave them. It's just normal to them now. I graduated college and was about a month away from marrying the love of my life. We had just moved into a new home together. It was Christmas Day, and we were celebrating at my parents' house. My grandparents, uncle, sister, and the 2 of us were there. Apparently the lights weren't working the day before, and Mom, I know this sounds crazy, asked the ghosts if the lights could work on Christmas because she was having her family over. It was a Christmas miracle. The lights were on. Hooray. However, the subsequent events were far from joyful. We're all eating, drinking, and telling stories around the mirrored table. The air hung heavy. The subject of the house comes up, and of course, the weird stories weren't far behind. Mom tells everyone about the lights in the room, and that's when I got an idea. I was feeling pretty good. I had just moved the stuff out of my room and moved in with my fiancé literally days before and wasn't super scared of the house anymore. I challenged them. If there are any ghosts in this room, turn those lights off. I bet you can't even do it. Bad idea. Every single light in that room shut off the instant I finished my sentence. You need to turn off the chandelier and all 6 wall lights individually. The only thing that didn't turn off was the radio. The air hung heavier. Naturally, we all start screaming because it was really ducking scary. Even my brave grandparents were freaking out. I yelled out, "Okay. You win. I'm sorry. Power on." All of the lights came back on. This time we didn't scream, everyone was too afraid to make a noise. Dinner ended shortly after. Got married the next month. Life is grand, years go by. My mom calls up one day and tells me that she met a paranormal investigative team and that they are going to bug the house and do one of those paranormal investigative things. She asked me to be there, but I didn't want to. Keep me out of it. They did it for free, so there wasn't any scamming or anything going on. I did, however, go to the reveal, where they show evidence and all that. There were some really creepy pictures, shadow people, terrifying noises that sounded like murder and body in the field, and a whole bunch of other stuff. If I can get the pics from my mom, I'll try to put them up. One of the people on the team claims to have the ability to sense energy, and basically she told us that our house is the most pants-shittingly haunted place she has ever been. That psychic lady knows some person who works at A&E on one of those ghost programs, and they called to ask my parents if they could use their home for a show. Of course, they declined. The property had a high resale value. I don't know what's in that house, but I know it's something. More than one something. Sometimes it's playful, other times it's spiteful, but it always is creepy. I know this is long, but thanks for putting up with my rambling and listening to my story. This is my first time here, so apologies if I've screwed something up.